Funny how they spent all that time trying to ruin you, only to end up choking on the preview of their own karma. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, picture them creeping around in the shadows, thinking they're some sneaky mastermind, only to accidentally flip over the wrong card and see a flash of their own ending, not your downfall, not your suffering, theirs. The kind of glimpse that makes a grown adult freeze like a kid caught stealing candy under a security camera they didn't know existed. That's what just happened. They looked too far, too deep, too greedily, and got hit with the cosmic spoiler trailer of their own consequences. They wanted to play detective, cute. Instead, they became the prime suspect in their own horror movie. And here's a fact that should make the chosen ones smirk right now. Psychology shows that people who obsess over others usually do it to avoid facing themselves. Meaning, while they were busy spying on you, monitoring you, stalking your every move, the one thing they never prepared for was that moment. The mirror turned around and faced them. That's why they're shaking. That's why the fake smile looks stapled on. Their brain finally met their karma, and it didn't blink. And thank you, chosen one, seriously. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because it's on all of us to push the light forward. Thanks for being part of this mission. You're not just a viewer. You're part of a force that sends shockwaves through the shadows. Now, let's slide right back into why they're in shambles. Let's peel this open like the cosmic crime scene it is. They really never noticed the giant standing behind you. That's the funniest part. They kept poking you, mocking you, targeting you like you were small, like you were easy, like you were unaware. Meanwhile, behind you stood something they couldn't see. Something tall enough to overshadow every dirty trick they ever plotted. While they were busy treating you like prey, they never questioned why the room went quiet every time you walked in. They never wondered why their little spells of manipulation fizzled out like wet matches. They never noticed the shift in the air whenever they whispered your name. They really thought it was just you, just one person, just one small obstacle, just one last target in their nasty little pattern. Poor thing didn't know they were poking someone who had an entire unseen force standing behind them, arms crossed, silently watching, waiting for the moment to expose them. And that moment finally came. Chosen one, when they peeked behind your curtain, expecting to see weakness or chaos, they instead saw the absolute truth. Every single trap they set was wired back to their future, not yours. Every lie, every little scheme, every attempt to access what wasn't theirs, locked, recorded, filed. And when they tried to check their own path, pretending they were suddenly self-aware, please, that wasn't self-reflection. That was desperation disguised as enlightenment. They looked at their own karmic blueprint for the first time, and it hit them so hard their spirit probably needed a medic. They never expected the consequences to be this cinematic. They never expected their plan to unravel like a cheap knockoff handbag. They never thought their own motives would turn into neon signs exposing their greed, their envy, their obsession. They wanted to worry about you. They wanted to sabotage you. They wanted to get ahead of you. But the moment they saw what's coming for them, instant meltdown, instant paranoia, instant, maybe I should have minded my own business. Imagine the irony. They were obsessed with your timeline, but the only timeline collapsing is theirs. And the most delicious part, their meltdown didn't come from guilt. It came from exposure, because now they know. Now they've seen. Now they've tasted the preview of the outcome they wrote for themselves with their own decisions, their own hands, their own little schemes. They're not scared of losing. They're scared of being seen losing. They're scared that the chosen one they targeted is the same chosen one who now knows exactly how their story ends. They're scared because the universe didn't whisper, it screamed. They're scared because the consequences are bigger than their ego can swallow. They're scared because the giant behind you, it finally stepped into the light. And here's where the truth really cuts. They thought they were hunting you, but the whole time they were stepping into their own trap. They thought they were pulling strings, but those strings were wrapped around their own wrists. They thought they were exposing you, but all they did was expose their own pattern, their own fraud, their own crumbling future. And now they've seen it, the karmic trailer, the verdict preview, the consequences they can't outrun or cheat or silence. Chosen one, your enemy isn't just scared. They're unraveling, shaking, breaking. Their soul is in full system error because they finally saw what you already knew deep down. You were never the one in danger they were. From the moment they came for you, they started writing their own ending. And now that they've seen a glimpse of it, they're in shambles. And they should be. Because you gave someone a preview of their karma, and now they can't sleep without hearing the echoes of their own downfall. And chosen one, come closer for a second. What you heard so far, that was just the tease, just the appetizer. The universe slides across the table before the real feast of truth begins. The full picture of their downfall is only starting to load. And trust me, once it does, you'll understand exactly why they've been stumbling around like their soul lost Wi-Fi. If you're ready to walk through every layer of this karmic unraveling, ready to decode every crack forming in the enemy's little world, drop the number 77 in the comments. It shows me you're not just watching, you're aligned, locked in, and built for this level of clarity. And if you want to fuel the crew behind this message, bless the channel with a super thanks. Your support pushes this mission into places the shadows can't hide from. And now, we dive into it, step by step. This is where the real spine-snapping truth kicks in. If you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel that unmistakable pull to stay until the very end, because every line from here on out peels back another layer of why they crumbled the second they saw that preview of their karma. Let's get into it. Number 1, when they stopped watching you and looked in the mirror. The funniest part about your enemy's downfall is that it didn't start when you rose. It started the moment they finally looked at themselves and realized they were nowhere near your league. Chosen one, picture this like a scene ripped straight out of a psychological thriller. They spent months, years, maybe entire seasons of their life monitoring you like you were some rare animal they needed to keep tabs on. Every post you made, they watched. Every move you took, they studied. Every blessing you received, they dissected like a lab rat with a spotlight over its head. But the day they finally stopped staring at you and turned their focus inward, that's the exact moment the floor dropped out beneath them. Imagine them standing in front of a mirror, expecting to see the same confident villain they pretend to be, only to find a cracked, flimsy knockoff staring back. Imagine the horror when the reflection doesn't match the delusion. They blink, step closer, tilt their head. Nope. Still a mess. A fraud. A cheap duplicate trying to compete with someone who's operating on a level their spirit was never built for. That's the moment their entire storyline glitches. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. It's like watching someone who spent their whole life obsessed with outrunning. You suddenly look down and realize they've been sprinting on a treadmill. No forward movement, no progress, no glow up. Just sweat, delusion, and a false sense of accomplishment. They were so busy checking your speed, copying your style, trying to predict your next move, they didn't see that they were stuck in place, locked in a loop they created. Here's a hard truth backed by real psychology. People who stalk others, online or in person, are running from their own internal mess. They get addicted to distraction because facing themselves would require honesty, responsibility, evolution, things they ran from like it was fire. So the moment they finally stopped running and had to face what's in their mirror, boom, instant karmic whiplash. You ever notice how the weakest people are the loudest when they think no one's paying attention? That was them. Chosen one, they built entire narratives in their head about being superior, stronger, more powerful. But when the mirror confronted them, every one of those fantasies shattered. And here's where it gets even sweeter. They didn't just see flaws, they saw consequences, their patterns, their toxic cycles, their jealousy, their bad decisions, their manipulation, their envy of you, their obsession with you, their attempts to stunt you, block you, copy you, and outrun you. All of it came flooding back like a highlight reel of their worst moments. And the universe didn't show them gently. It slammed their truth into their face like a warning label they can't peel off. Think about famous people who hit the same wall, celebrities who spiraled not because of the spotlight, but because the spotlight finally reflected them back to themselves. People like those public figures who had everything, yet unraveled the moment accountability came knocking. That's your enemy right now. They're experiencing the same karmic meltdown the mighty face when the universe turns the camera around. Chosen one, your enemy isn't scared of you. They're scared of the version of themselves they finally saw. And let's answer the question you might be asking silently. Why now? Why did they crack only after looking inward? Because the universe works with timing sharper than any blade. It waits until the chosen one steps fully into alignment, until your energy becomes impossible to ignore, until your power becomes something they can't dismiss. Once you hit that level, their reflection becomes unavoidable. Your elevation forces their self-awareness. Your growth exposes their stagnation. Your resilience spotlights their weakness. Here's the part that really made their spirit collapse. They saw the gap. The massive, undeniable, embarrassing gap between who they pretend to be and who you actually are. They wanted to believe you were equal competition. They wanted to believe they could outrun your destiny. They wanted to believe watching you would somehow help them catch up. But the mirror showed them something sickening. They were never even in the same race. And that realization didn't just bruise their ego, it broke it. The chosen one rises because of inner work, humility, discipline, and mind power. The enemy falls because they never built any of that. They only built illusions. Let's get into the metaphor they're choking on right now. You're a skyscraper they tried to measure with ruler meant for kindergarten kids. They didn't understand the scale. They didn't understand the foundation. They didn't understand the structure. You towered over them mentally, emotionally, spiritually, energetically, and they didn't see it until the mirror forced them to acknowledge it. And when that truth hit, they regretted every second they wasted watching you instead of becoming better. They regretted laughing at you. They regretted stalking you. They regretted mocking you. They regretted underestimating you. They regretted projecting on you. They regretted every fake smile they used to hide their jealousy. You became their karmic wake-up call simply by existing. And another question might creep into your mind. Why does their breakdown matter to me? Why should I care? Because chosen one, this is the moment you need to understand the full scale of your power. You didn't hurt them. You didn't expose them. You didn't ruin them. You simply forced them to see themselves by rising. Your growth cornered their excuses until they had nowhere left to run. That's why this moment is important. Not because of their regret, but because of what it says about you. If someone can crumble just from looking at their own reflection after comparing themselves to you, that means you are operating at a level that breaks illusions. You destroy false identities simply by existing. You expose lies simply by being authentic. You shake egos simply by breathing. That's chosen energy, the kind that doesn't need to attack. Truth does the attacking for you. They finally looked inward and found a graveyard of the decisions they made trying to compete with you. They wanted you to doubt yourself, question yourself, shrink yourself, but when they saw how far behind they actually are, it hit them like reality with brass knuckles. Chosen one, they didn't just regret watching you, they regretted not becoming someone worth watching. Because at the end of the day, when the world goes quiet and the universe pulls the curtain back, the only thing left standing is the truth. And the truth is simple. They saw themselves without filters. And that was the scariest thing they've ever seen. That's why they broke. That's why they're shaking. That's why the karmic preview hit so hard. And that's why this first moment, the moment they looked in the mirror, is the beginning of their unraveling and the proof of your power. Number 2. The karmic report card they never thought they'd have to read. Karma doesn't send warnings, it sends receipts, and yours, chosen one, just made someone realize their entire life has been overdrafted in the actions have consequences department. Chosen one, let's not pretend your enemy ever expected to face a real evaluation of who they are. They thought life was some group project where they could cheat off you, copy your energy, steal your ideas, dodge accountability, and still walk away with an A. They really believed the universe wouldn't notice the lies they crafted, the manipulation they stitched together, the traps they set with that giggly, fake, innocent grin. But the moment they pulled out their karmic report card, phew, instant paralysis. If their ego had bones, every single one snapped on sight. This wasn't a cute little progress update. This was a full-blown cosmic audit, and the results weren't disappointing. They were catastrophic. No excuses, no explanations, just raw, unfiltered truth slapping them across the soul so hard even their ancestors felt it. Now imagine this for a second. Chosen one. Picture them sitting down, thinking they're about to see some empowering clarity or spiritual glow-up. They believed karma works like a buffet. You pick what you want and skip what you don't like. Instead, the universe handed them a multi-page disaster report that looked like the aftermath of a toddler trying to do algebra with crayons, big fat red marks everywhere. Failed here, lied here, harmed this person, ignored this warning, repeated the same mistake 42 times. And the universe didn't even try to be gentle. It dropped the truth with the same energy a judge uses when dropping a life sentence. Calm, final, unmistakable. Here's a wild psychological fact for you. People who avoid accountability eventually create an identity so fragile that the slightest truth can shatter it. Your enemy built their entire personality around denial. Denying who you are, denying who they are, denying the consequences of everything they've done. They lived inside a bubble made of ego fumes. So when they finally saw the truth, pop, lights out, system failure. Chosen one, they didn't just get a poor score, they got academically annihilated. Karma gave them Fs across categories they didn't even know existed. Integrity, F. Self-awareness, F-. Intentions, F with flames around it. Basic human decency, That section came back blank, and while they're sitting there trying to process how badly they failed, here's what hits them next. Every single result was based on decisions they made. No scapegoat, no fallback, no, but they did this to me. The universe doesn't play he said, she said. It reads energy, it reads intention, it reads truth. That's why they're in shambles right now. You ever notice how people panic when they realize they can't rewrite the story anymore? That's exactly what's happening. They've spent their whole life rewriting their mistakes into victim stories, flipping the script, gaslighting anyone who caught them slipping. They always needed someone else to blame, someone else to point at, someone else to make the villain so they could look clean. But when karma hands you a report card, baby, you're the only name on the paper. No group members, no technical difficulties, no miscommunication, just your actions and their consequences lined up like bullets. Think of celebrities who had massive careers but collapsed overnight because their truth finally came out. Not because of rumors, but because of receipts. When the world sees the real report card, everything shifts. That's your enemy right now. Their spiritual PR team quit the second the universe printed the results. They're naked in front of the truth, and they're terrified. Chosen one, another question may be spinning in your mind right now. So why did they see it now? Why not earlier? Because karma doesn't reveal your final grade in the middle of the semester. It waits until you've turned in every assignment, every lie, every betrayal, every scheme, every attempt to hurt someone chosen. Once the file is complete, then the universe submits it to the cosmic registrar. And your enemy? Oh, they turned in way too many assignments written in pure malice. They really thought all that shady behavior wouldn't add up. They thought they were going to graduate with honors in manipulation. They didn't realize the universe was keeping receipts in 4K. Now picture them reading the line that cracked their soul the hardest. The line that basically says, you could have had a better life, but you ruined it by trying to ruin someone else's. That's the real devastation, not the failing grade, the wasted potential, the life they could have had, the blessings they forfeited, all because they were too busy trying to sabotage someone chosen. Chosen one, you didn't block their blessings. They blocked their own blessings by coming for you. And the moment they saw that truth, written in cosmic black ink, they realized you weren't just some random target. You were the turning point they should have never crossed. Let's go deeper with another metaphor they're probably choking on right now. It's like they tried to take the exam by copying your answers, only to realize you were studying quantum physics while they were stuck at basic arithmetic. They thought imitating you would help them rise. Instead, it exposed how unprepared they were for the level you're operating on. They wanted your glow but skipped your growth. They wanted your rewards but ignored your discipline. They wanted your results without doing any of the inner work. And the karmic report card made it painfully clear. You earned everything. They faked everything. And the universe doesn't reward counterfeit energy. Here's another question you might be asking. Why does seeing their consequences matter to me? Because, chosen one, this is the moment you realize just how dangerous your authenticity is to anyone who built their identity on lies. Your truth doesn't just expose them, it disassembles them. You weren't trying to be their judge. You weren't in competition. You weren't watching them. You weren't even aware half the time. But your existence created a contrast they couldn't hide from. You know what breaks a weak person the fastest? Watching someone they tried to underestimate succeed anyway. Watching someone they tried to sabotage keep rising. Watching someone they talked down on shine brighter than ever. Your life became the highlighter that exposed their mediocrity. The karmic report card just confirmed it, and now they have to live with it. Every line, every consequence, every truth they ran from. They didn't expect to ever face it. They didn't expect karma to show up. They didn't expect their self-analysis to reveal that they were the problem all along. But the universe doesn't care about expectations. It cares about balance. And chosen one, that balance has finally hit. Your enemy is reading their spiritual grades and realizing they've been failing life while trying to compete with someone who wasn't even in the same category. That's why the meltdown is real. That's why the mask fell off. That's why they're spiraling now, because for the first time ever, they can't lie their way out. They can't blame you. They can't rewrite the truth. The karmic report card is stamped, sealed, delivered, and it's the one test they will never recover from. Number 3. Playing with access. They never earned. People don't break into your energy because they're curious. They do it because they know they'd never survive if they had to compete fairly. Chosen one, this is the part where karma tightens the grip. They weren't just watching from afar. They were digging, snooping, peeking, slithering through digital cracks like they were entitled to your private world. They acted like your life was some open hallway, when in reality they were trying to sneak into a fortress built by the universe itself. And every time they crossed a boundary, a cosmic alarm went off with their name blinking in neon red. Imagine this for a moment. Someone tries picking the lock of a treasure vault, expecting gold, only to find laser tripwires reacting to every breath they take. That's what they triggered. They thought they were the spy, the mastermind, the one in control. Meanwhile, the universe was capturing every step like a high-definition surveillance reel titled "Reasons You're About to Regret Everything." Here's what they never understood. Access to you is earned, not taken. And chosen ones, they're not open source material. Your energy is encrypted. Your path is encoded. People who try to sneak in always hit a firewall they weren't built to handle. That's why their intuition shut down. That's why their luck cracked. That's why everything they touched after stalking you turned into malfunctioning chaos. You might wonder, why were they so obsessed with what I'm doing? Because your glow threatens everything they pretend to be. They wanted your playbook, your strategy, your essence. Without doing the inner work that gave you that power, the universe has zero patience for that greed. It blocks their access, shuts every door, and charges them interest for trying. Chosen one, leave them in their confusion. The universe already handed them the penalty. Nobody walks into your world without permission and walks out whole. Number 4. The interrogation room moment. Funny how the guilty rehearse speeches for the wrong crime until the universe locks the door and shows them the real charge they've been running from. Chosen one, this is the moment every enemy fears but pretends they're too smart to ever reach. They thought they were ready. They thought they had their excuses polished, their fake innocence rehearsed, their victim act sharpened. They built entire scripts in their head about what they'd say if anyone ever questioned what they did to you. But the universe doesn't do interviews. It does interrogation rooms. Imagine this. Someone walks in thinking they're about to debate you, and instead the lights flip on, the table slams shut, and the universe sits across from them with a folder thicker than their ego. They open it slowly, smirking, and it's not about you at all. Every page is something they did in the dark that they thought nobody knew about the real crime. The one they never prepared a script for. The one that makes their stomach drop like broken glass. They practiced lines for the wrong story. They rehearsed the wrong defense. They were so obsessed with their case against you that they forgot karma keeps receipts on the things they hide from themselves. And that's why they panicked. That's why their mask cracked. That's why the room suddenly felt too small, too hot, too real. Chosen one, here's the truth they can't swallow. You weren't the problem. You were just the spotlight exposing what they already were. Even their darkest fear whispered it. If this is just the preview, what does the full karma look like? You might ask, why didn't they just fix themselves? Because people like this don't self-reflect. They self-deflect. They never expected the universe to subpoena them. And now they're sitting across from truth itself, unarmed. No escape, no script, no way out, no. Number 5. The clock they didn't know was ticking. The worst punishment isn't karma catching them. It's karma catching them while they're still bragging about getting away with it. Chosen one, your enemy made the classic rookie mistake of every wannabe puppet master. They thought they had time. They strutted around like they were untouchable, rewinding their lies, stitching new ones, editing their alibis like a bad director trying to fix a terrible movie in post-production. They didn't realize the universe isn't a slow judge, it's a countdown. And their timer hit 0 while they were still practicing their innocent face in the mirror. Picture this. Someone sprinting through a hallway with files in their hands, stuffing evidence under rugs, deleting messages, rewriting stories, praying no one connects the dots. Meanwhile, above their head, a giant clock is melting like a Dali painting, seconds dripping off the edges. They don't see it. They're too busy adjusting their facade. But you could feel the shift. The universe had already flipped the hourglass. Chosen one, here's the truth. While they were plotting, time was plotting against them. While they were covering their tracks, the tracks were engraving themselves deeper. While they were rehearsing their lies, the curtain was already opening. And they swear it's your fault. They swear you exposed them. But the only thing you did was exist. Their downfall wasn't triggered by your actions, but by their obsession with you. They were so busy watching your clock that they forgot their own was bleeding seconds. You might wonder, why didn't they stop? Because they thought the universe worked on their schedule. Because arrogance blinds people faster than karma does. Because in their head, they had forever. So when time ran out, they weren't ready. And when the karmic alarm went off, it was louder than every lie they ever told. Number 6. The system they helped build is collapsing on them. Every empire built on lies eventually meets the one person whose existence makes the whole thing fall apart. Chosen one, they never expected you to be the fault line. They thought their little group, their network, their clique of schemers was solid. They thought their system of manipulation, gossip, fraud, or shady games would last forever because no one had ever challenged it. For years, they got away with it. They hid behind numbers, behind alliances, behind their little hive of co-signers who made them feel untouchable. Then you walked in, quiet, focused, minding your business, and the whole structure started shaking like someone kicked out the main pillar. Imagine a massive building where everyone pretends the foundation is perfect, but deep down, they know it's cracked. All it takes is one heavy truth. One unexpected presence, one chosen, one stepping through the door. And suddenly the walls groan, the ceiling trembles, and they all look at each other like, wait, was it always this unstable? Yes, it was. You just exposed it by existing. Chosen one, here's the truth they choke on. Their system didn't collapse because you attacked it. It collapsed because you highlighted the rot they tried to decorate as power. It collapsed because karma finally had enough. You might wonder, why were they all shaking just because I showed up? Because deep down, they knew their whole network was held together with fear, lies, and overconfidence. Because they knew one real person, one strong energy, one universe-backed soul could send shockwaves through their entire operation. And you did. You were the glitch that turned into a meltdown. You were the quiet earthquake they underestimated. You were the proof that when something is built on dishonesty, it only takes one chosen one to bring the tower crashing down. Now they're scrambling in the rubble, pointing fingers, shaking, panicking, while you stand untouched. Number 7. The price of trying to watch you too closely. When you aim your binoculars at a chosen one, don't be surprised when the universe snaps them in half, right on your face. Chosen one, this part is almost funny. In a twisted cartoon villain way, they were so determined to keep tabs on you that they didn't notice the universe quietly unplugging their whole spiritual Wi-Fi. They wanted to read you, track you, predict you, copy you, outsmart you. But the moment they tried to watch too closely, something started glitching in their reality like a bad video game. Their intuition? Static. Their luck? Error 404. Their access? Denied with a smirk. Imagine some sneaky little wannabe detective crawling through air vents trying to listen in on you, only for every vent to slam shut at the same time. Picture them pressing their ear to the door, only for the universe to blast them with silence so loud it's almost painful. They tried to peek through windows they never earned the right to approach, but those windows turned black the moment they leaned in. And here's the truth they never saw coming. You weren't the one who blocked them. The universe did it for you. You might ask, but why did everything go dark for them? Because some people don't get to access chosen energy. Because spying on someone protected is like sticking a fork in an electrical socket. Because curiosity is cute until it turns into obsession. And obsession toward a chosen one is self-sabotage. The harder they tried to read you, the more unreadable you became. The deeper they dug, the more reality folded in their face. Their intuition shut like a trapdoor. Their luck malfunctioned like broken circuitry. Their dreams stopped giving clues. Their instincts stopped working altogether. They wanted a front row seat to your life. Instead, the universe kicked them out of the theater and seized their ticket permanently. Number 8. Counting receipts they never expected to see laid out. Karma doesn't forget, it files, and one day it spreads every receipt on the table like, "So, sweetheart, shall we review?" Chosen one, this is the part where even the universe starts chuckling. Your enemy really thought their mess was scattered, hidden, buried, untraceable. They thought they were smart enough to erase trails, delete history, rewrite timelines, patch their lies with new lies, and outrun the consequences like a cheap comic book villain with bad plot armor. But karma. Karma is an accountant from the underworld with perfect memory and zero patience. Imagine them stepping into a room thinking they're about to defend one tiny mistake. And instead, the lights flip on, and a long table is covered with every lie they ever told, every sneaky move, every shady transaction, every betrayal they swore nobody knew about. The papers are stacked, color-coded, highlighted. It looks like the universe's IRS broke in and audited their soul. And they freeze. Because suddenly everything they thought they buried is standing upright with timestamps. Chosen one, here's the truth that makes them sweat. You were never the problem. You were the mirror that made their mask slip just enough for the universe to say, "Perfect. Now we can proceed. You might wonder, why is everything coming out at once? Because when someone crosses a chosen one, their karma doesn't come in episodes. It drops the entire season. Because lies don't age well. They ferment, expand, and eventually explode. Because once the universe decides enough, every hidden thing becomes reviewable material. And right now, your enemies are sitting across from their own history, realizing they aren't being punished for what they did to you alone. They're being punished for everything they did to everyone. One by one, the receipts get louder. One by one, the truth gets sharper. One by one, their whole facade collapses under the weight of their own paper trail. They wanted dirt on you. Instead, the universe leveled their entire file cabinet. Number 9. The greed behind their obsession with you. Nothing exposes a person faster than watching them drool over something that was never theirs to touch. Chosen one, their obsession with you was never admiration, never curiosity, never harmless interest. It was greed wearing cheap perfume. They looked at your blessings the way a thief looks at a vault they think they can crack. They stared at your glow like it was a lottery prize. They studied your strength like it was a blueprint they could steal. In their mind, you were the jackpot, and they were entitled to whatever you carried. They couldn't stand the fact that you had what they couldn't manufacture: inner richness, discipline, luck that didn't come from scams, and energy that couldn't be copied. So instead of building their own path, they tried to mug the universe for yours. Imagine someone circling your life like a seagull hovering over a bag of fries, convinced they deserve a bite simply because they exist. That's the level of entitlement we're talking about. The moment they saw you rising, something in them snapped. It wasn't inspiration, it was, how do I snatch that? Chosen one, here's the truth their ego won't admit. Your blessings activated their greed because your blessings exposed their lack. Your growth triggered their envy because your growth showed how little they were doing with their own life. Your potential made them furious because it reminded them of the potential they wasted. And you might ask, why were they so obsessed with what was mine? Because some people can't recognize their own opportunities, but they can smell other people's abundance like sharks smell blood. Because deep down, they believed the universe made a mistake giving you the gifts they wanted. But the universe doesn't misdeliver blessings. You earned yours through sweat, scars, intuition, and alignment. They wanted the reward without paying the cost. So now, the karmic joke is perfectly timed. Everything they tried to steal is slipping away from them, while everything meant for you is arriving right on schedule. Number 10. You weren't their only target, and that's their problem. A villain can outrun one witness, but not the entire crowd they screwed over. Chosen one, here's the plot twist your enemy never imagined. You were never the only one. They thought they were pulling off isolated stunts. They thought their lies, scams, manipulations, and betrayals were neatly compartmentalized, each victim tucked away in separate rooms like files hidden in different drawers. But life isn't a filing cabinet. Patterns always rise to the surface. They weren't just messy, they were predictable. They weren't just reckless, they were repetitive. And the universe finally hit compile, stitching every sin together like one big karmic collage. Imagine them running from room to room, trying to shut every door before someone catches on. But suddenly all the doors swing open at once. And standing in each doorway is another person they wronged, people from different seasons of their life. People they thought had moved on, people they assumed forgot. And now, those people are forming a wall, a whole crowd of receipts in human form. That's when reality hits them. This isn't a one-on-one confrontation anymore. This is a class action karma lawsuit. Chosen one, the truth is simple. They didn't just target you because you were vulnerable. They targeted you because you fit their pattern. They targeted you because you shined like the past victims they underestimated. And you might ask, then what made me different? Because unlike the others, you didn't break. You didn't fall into silence. You didn't crumble in the dark. Your resilience drew attention. Your survival triggered the collapse. Your strength linked the dots. You were the one who turned scattered suffering into a synchronized awakening. Now their past victims are no longer isolated. They've become a united front. The enemy cannot outrun, outtalk, or outmanipulate. They created too many enemies. They built too many graves. They burned too many bridges. And now the karmic wall around them is closing. One step at a time, one voice at a time, one truth at a time. A villain can outrun one witness, but not the entire crowd they screwed over. Chosen one, here's the plot twist your enemy never imagined. You were never the only one. They thought they were pulling off isolated stunts. They thought their lies, scams, manipulations and betrayals were neatly compartmentalized, each victim tucked away in separate rooms like files hidden in different drawers. But life isn't a filing cabinet. Patterns always rise to the surface. They weren't just messy. They were predictable. They weren't just reckless. They were repetitive. And the universe finally hit compile, stitching every sin together like one big karmic collage. Imagine them running from room to room, trying to shut every door before someone catches on. But suddenly, all the doors swing open at once, and standing in each doorway is another person they wronged, people from different seasons of their life, people they thought had moved on, people they assumed forgot. And now, those people are forming a wall, a whole crowd of receipts in human form. That's when reality hits them. This isn't a one-on-one confrontation anymore. This is a class action karma lawsuit. Chosen one, the truth is simple. They didn't just target you because you were vulnerable. They targeted you because you fit their pattern. They targeted you because you shined like the past victims they underestimated. And you might ask, then what made me different? Because unlike the others, you didn't break. You didn't fall into silence. You didn't crumble in the dark. Your resilience drew attention. Your survival triggered the collapse. Your strength linked the dots. You were the one who turned scattered suffering into a synchronized awakening. Now their past victims are no longer isolated. They've become a united front the enemy cannot outrun, outtalk, or outmanipulate. They created too many enemies. They built too many graves. They burned too many bridges. And now the karmic wall around them is closing. One step at a time, one voice at a time, one truth at a time. A villain can outrun one witness, but not the entire crowd they screwed over. Chosen one, here's the plot twist your enemy never imagined. You were never the only one. They thought they were pulling off isolated stunts. They thought their lies, scams, manipulations and betrayals were neatly compartmentalized. Each victim tucked away in separate rooms like files, hidden in different drawers. But life isn't a filing cabinet. Patterns always rise to the surface. They weren't just messy, they were predictable. They weren't just reckless, they were repetitive. And the universe finally hit compile, stitching every sin together like one big karmic collage. Imagine them running from room to room, trying to shut every door before someone catches on. But suddenly, all the doors swing open at once. And standing in each doorway is another person they wronged, people from different seasons of their life, people they thought had moved on, people they assumed forgot. And now, those people are forming a wall, a whole crowd of receipts in human form. That's when reality hits them. This isn't a one-on-one confrontation anymore. This is a class action karma lawsuit. Chosen One, the truth is simple. They didn't just target you because you were vulnerable. They targeted you because you fit their pattern. They targeted you because you shined like the past victims they underestimated. And you might ask, then what made me different? Because unlike the others, you didn't break. You didn't fall into silence. You didn't crumble in the dark. Your resilience drew attention. Your survival triggered the collapse. Your strength linked the dots. You were the one who turned scattered suffering into a synchronized awakening. Now their past victims are no longer isolated. They've become a united front. The enemy cannot outrun, outtalk, or outmanipulate. They created too many enemies. They built too many graves. They burned too many bridges. And now the karmic wall around them is closing, one step at a time, one voice at a time, one truth at a time. Number 11. The happy ending they will never touch. Karma didn't ruin their happy ending. It just returned the one they stole from someone else. Chosen One, this is the part where the universe sits back with popcorn. Your enemy thought they were the main character. They pictured some fairy tale ending where they get the love, the money, the status, the validation, the admiration, the glow. They thought their life was heading toward a perfect montage scene with soft lighting and triumphant music. But the universe wasn't filming their movie. It was filming yours. And when someone tries to sabotage the protagonist, their own storyline starts glitching. One by one, the things they thought were safe begin evaporating like fog under a spotlight. Their dream life unraveling, their relationships cracking in places they didn't even know were weak, their stability shaking like a cheap set piece about to collapse live on stage. Imagine them watching their future dissolve in real time, like an artist seeing their painting melt right off the canvas. Every plan they made is malfunctioning. Every shortcut backfires. Every connection they depended on starts acting weird, distant, avoidant. The universe is uninstalling every delusion they built. Chosen One, you might wonder, why is everything falling apart for them now? Because they tried to pull off a happy ending built on stolen energy. Because the blessings they chased were never meant for hands like theirs. Because even if they touched your destiny for a second, they were never meant to keep it. Their perfect future was always rented, never owned. Now they're realizing the cruel truth. You can't secure a fairy tale while playing the villain. You can't manifest abundance while leaking envy. You can't build a future while erasing others. The universe is reclaiming everything they tried to force, fake, or finesse. And while their life flickers out like a dying light bulb, yours is just beginning to rise to full brightness. Number 12. The fight they started and can't win. A villain's biggest nightmare isn't losing. It's realizing the battle they picked was against someone the universe already crowned untouchable. Chosen One. This final part is where the whole thing goes off the rails for them. Their mask, gone, their temper, exploding like a bargain bin firework, their desperation, leaking out through every crack they swore they could hide. This is when the enemy finally realizes they didn't just start a fight. They opened a portal to their own downfall. They thought they could poke you, prod you, test you, stalk you, gossip you into silence. They thought you were soft. They thought you were alone. They thought you were an easy opponent because you kept your composure while they played circus clown in the background. But the universe was behind you the whole time, arms crossed, smirking like, "Go on, sweetheart, throw the first punch. I dare you." The moment they attacked you, every rope tightened, every loophole closed, every escape route caved in. Suddenly, their tantrums stop working, their tricks misfire, their manipulation slides right off you like plastic. And the harder they fight, the more ridiculous they look, like someone trying to fist-fight gravity. Imagine them swinging wildly in a dark room, thinking they're hitting you, but every punch lands on their own karma instead. Every insult ricochets, every scheme boomerangs, every meltdown exposes them further. Chosen One, if you're wondering, why are they acting so chaotic now? It's because losing control was always their biggest fear. It's because some people only feel powerful when they're hidden, and you, unfortunately for them, turned on the lights. Now their rage is loud, but their power is gone. Their threats are dramatic, but their influence is dust. Their war is noisy, but their defeat is guaranteed. They picked the fight. The universe picked the winner, and spoiler, it was never going to be them. Number 13. The final lesson they will never forget. Some lessons come with a bruise, but the ones delivered for messing with a chosen one come with a permanent limp. Chosen One. This is the chapter where their entire storyline snaps in half. That final karmic slap. That life-altering wake-up call. The moment the universe steps in like, "All right, darling, class is officially in session." And trust me, you're gonna remember this one every time you breathe. They thought this was a game. They thought messing with you was just another thrill, another ego boost, another hit of control. They didn't realize they were signing up for a cosmic masterclass where the tuition is pain and the final exam is survival. Imagine them waking up one morning and realizing nothing is the same. Their intuition gone, their stability cracked, their connections fading, their confidence evaporated. It's like their entire life hit a reset button they never touched, but karma touched it for them. Their old ways don't work, their old tricks don't land, their old power doesn't spark. They're living in a version of themselves that feels downgraded. And here's the truth they'll never admit out loud. It all started when they came for you. You might wonder, but why is this their final lesson? Because some people only learn when the consequences become irreversible. Because the universe doesn't waste time teaching the same soul the same lesson forever. Because once someone crosses a chosen one with arrogance in their blood and entitlement in their eyes, that's when karma stops whispering and starts carving truth into their life. Now, every setback reminds them of you. Every closed door echoes your name. Every missed opportunity tastes like the moment they chose ego over wisdom. They will rebuild, but never into who they were before. They will recover, but never to their original level. They will live, but always aware of the day their life rewrote itself. All because they tried to play with someone the universe was protecting. And now, sliding into the final moment of this whole saga, chosen one, understand this. Everything they tried to weaponize against you ended up rewriting their destiny, not yours. The universe didn't just defend you, it promoted you. Their chaos became your clarity. Their downfall became your confirmation. You walked through the storm untouched, and they walked into their own karma unprepared. And now, chosen one, pay this message back. Hit that like, smash the subscribe, drop 77 in the comments so this energy keeps spreading, and share this with another soul who needs the reminder. The mission continues because you're part of the force now. If catching feelings for someone like you doesn't shake their peace, it means they never really saw you. Let that sting land where it needs to, because it's the truth their ego hates hearing. From the very start, this topic is simple. Feelings for you are dangerous because you don't hit people like a normal crush. You hit them like reality. You show them the parts of themselves they've been dodging for years, and they don't know what to do with that. Imagine someone walking around acting all confident until they meet you, and suddenly their whole inner world short-circuits like a phone dropped in water. That's the effect you have. Even the universe raises an eyebrow when people catch feelings for you, like, "Good luck, buddy. You're about to learn who you actually are." People keep asking about you because being around you isn't casual. It's a full emotional checkpoint. You know how kids freeze when the teacher calls their name? That's exactly what happens in grown adults when your name comes up. They don't ask about you with calm curiosity. They ask about you like they're trying to understand a natural phenomenon. What's their deal? Why do they feel so intense? Why do I feel like they read my whole life story with one look? It's wild, but there's a real explanation. Studies show humans get uncomfortable when someone sees through their mask faster than they can adjust it. And you don't just see through masks. You walk past them like they're transparent glass. That's why loving you feels risky to them. You bring honesty they're not ready for. You pull emotions out of them they didn't know they still had. Being near you is like standing in front of a mirror that doesn't lie. Their true feelings show. Their fears show. Their old wounds show. And once those things are visible, they can't pretend to be someone they're not. Your presence exposes what they try to hide, and that exposure hits them harder than they admit. Think about it. It's like someone walking into a room with their outfit perfectly ironed, hair done, acting like they've got it all together. Then you show up, and suddenly they're checking their reflection, fixing their posture, wondering if they said something weird, replaying every microsecond of the conversation. You don't make them insecure, you make them honest. But honesty terrifies people who built their identity on running from themselves. And here's a fact that puts everything in place. Psychologists say people avoid those who remind them of their own truth. Not because they dislike the person, but because that person forces internal growth that they're not ready for. You're that reminder. You're the trigger that wakes up everything they've been suppressing. It's not your fault. It's not even intentional. It's just your energy functioning the way it naturally does. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because it's our job to keep the light moving. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're part of a force that actually shifts people's inner world just by existing. Now, back to the real topic. People feel danger when they start caring about you, not because you harm them, but because you awaken them. You make them feel things too deeply, too clearly, too fast. Most people's feelings develop like slow Wi-Fi. But with you, it's like instant download. They don't expect it. They don't know how to handle it. So they panic, they overthink. They start asking their friends questions about you like you're a mystery they're scared to solve. They ask about your past, your personality, your intentions, anything to understand why their heart is reacting like they swallowed electricity. It's funny, honestly. The way they change around you is cinematic. One moment they're acting loud and relaxed around others. Then you walk in and boom, their voice drops, their hands fidget, they stay surprisingly quiet, or suddenly start talking too much. They either shrink or perform. Both reactions mean the same thing. You got under their skin without even trying. Your presence feels like the universe handing them a truth they don't want to unpack yet. People ask about you because you stick in their mind long after you leave the room. You linger in their thoughts in a way they can't shake. You leave emotional fingerprints everywhere without even touching them. They'll replay your smile, your silence, your tone, your eyes. They'll remember things you didn't even notice yourself doing. That's the danger they feel. Not the kind that hurts them, but the kind that forces them to confront the parts of themselves they ignored. Loving you requires growth, and growth is uncomfortable for people who stayed the same for too long. Let's be real, some people talk about you out of fascination, others out of fear, and a few talk about you because they're trying to understand why their heart reacts like it's been cracked open and filled with something they can't name. Feelings for you hit different. They don't stay surface level, they go straight to the core. They shake their sense of control. When they look at you, they feel their walls crumble. When you speak, they feel something shift inside them. When you exist, they feel a pull they can't ignore. And here's the real twist. They think they're asking about you because they're curious. But deep down, every question they ask is them trying to protect themselves from the intensity they feel toward you. They're trying to understand you so they don't fall harder. But the more they ask, the more obvious it becomes that they already did fall. They're knee-deep in feelings they never planned on having. People see you as dangerous because you disrupt their numbness. You bring color to their gray world. You wake up emotions they buried. And waking up is scary. It's easier to stay asleep, but you don't let them. You make them feel alive, and aliveness demands accountability. That's why people keep asking about you. They want to know how someone like you even exists. They want to know why you hit them so deeply. They want to know why their feelings feel like a mix of excitement and fear. You're not just a person to them. You're an experience, a shift, a mirror, a feeling they can't unfeel. And that's the whole truth. Having feelings for you is dangerous because you bring out the truth they tried to escape. You make them face themselves. Not everyone is ready for that, but the ones who are. They don't just fall for you, they transform because of you. And the universe watches it all and smiles. And chosen one, thank you for showing up with that energy only you carry. Before we go deeper, stay with me for a moment, because what's coming next will hit the exact nerves people feel when your name comes up in rooms you're not even in. If you've ever wondered why everyone keeps asking about you, or why having feelings for you sends people into emotional meltdown mode, then you do not want to blink through the next part. Do something small but powerful for this mission. Drop a comment with the number 777 if you're ready to understand why your presence shakes people. And if you can, bless the team that brings these messages to life with a super thanks. Every bit of support keeps this truth moving across the universe. It doesn't matter if it's a penny or 100. It all fuels the light. And now, chosen one, buckle in. We're about to walk through this step by step, and if you're truly cut from the cloth you think you are, you'll feel that pull to stay until the final word. Let's get into it. Number 1, you're not a crush. You're their collapse point. If thinking about you doesn't crack their fake confidence, then you weren't the one exposing them. Let that sit in the enemy's chest like a weight they can't lift. Because this part is not about romance. This is about power. This is about the way your existence hits people so hard, it scrambles the little version of themselves they built to survive. You're not someone they like. You're the person who forces their mask to slide off without warning, and nothing terrifies them more than being seen without it. You're the one who makes their excuses fall apart. You're the one who makes their emotional shortcuts stop working. You're the one who drags truth out of them, even when they're begging to stay delusional. People don't fall for you the way they fall for regular people. Regular crushes feel safe, cute, controllable. You feel like standing too close to a storm siren, knowing something big is about to hit. You're the reminder they tried to avoid. You're the mirror they didn't ask to look into. You're the energy that flips their whole internal system upside down. And the funniest part, you're not doing anything. You're literally just being yourself. And that alone is enough to make them malfunction. Imagine someone walking through life with duct-taped self-esteem, patched-up emotions, and an identity built on pretending. Then they meet you. Suddenly, the tape peels off, the cracks show, and their whole emotional structure wobbles like a cheap chair. That's what you are to them, the moment the chair collapses. Not because you attack them, because your energy refuses to hold up their lies. And this is where people start panicking. They ask themselves silent questions that keep them awake at night, questions they'll never admit out loud. Why do I feel exposed around them? Why does my whole chest react when they look at me? Why do I feel like they see more than I say? They wonder if you're dangerous, when the truth is much simpler. You're honest, and they're not used to honesty that deep. Here's a fact that lands hard. People cling to the person they don't have to grow for, but they fear the person they would have to evolve for. You are the evolution trigger. You are the reset button they didn't ask for. You are the emotional upgrade they weren't ready to download. And upgrades always scare outdated systems. People don't keep asking about you because you're mysterious in some dramatic way. They ask because you unsettled something in them they can't ignore. You walked in with your grounded energy, your quiet clarity, your PD, I don't need anyone to validate me presence. And suddenly their whole personality started glitching. They saw how much they avoid themselves. They saw how much they shrink around people. They saw how much they rely on noise to drown out the truth. And just like that, they realized they were spiritually outpaced by someone who wasn't even trying. You're not the type that blends into the background of someone's comfort zone. You invade it just by breathing. You break their emotional autopilot. You make them question why they've been settling for shallow connections. You make them confront why they're scared of depth. You don't give them butterflies, you give them wake-up calls. They don't get nervous around you because you're intimidating. They get nervous because you make them feel alive in a way they can't control. Some will want to run, some will want to stay, but all of them will feel something seismic inside when you show up. And they will lie about how deep it shook them, because admitting the truth means admitting they weren't ready for someone like you. They want the feeling without the work. They want the spark without the burn. They want you without facing what you reveal about them. You're not a crush. Crushes fade. Crushes are small. Crushes belong to normal people living on emotional autopilot. You are a reset. You are a shift in their timeline. You are the moment they realize their old version can't survive your presence. And the universe knows it. If they avoid you, it's not rejection, it's fear. If they pull away, it's not disinterest, it's overwhelm. If they can't look you in the eyes, it's because you strike something real in them they haven't faced. You aren't here to make them comfortable. You're here to make them aware, not intentionally, not forcefully, just naturally. And deep down, they know exactly what you are. You're not a crush. You're their collapse point, their truth trigger, their shift, their mirror, their wake-up call. And even if they run, they'll never forget the moment their old self cracked the second they met you. Number 2, you hit them before their mind even had time to lie about it. If their soul didn't recognize you first, their mind would have never admitted the impact. That's the truth they refuse to say out loud, because this whole thing didn't start when they noticed your face or heard your voice. This started the second something deep inside them reacted like, "Oh no, this one matters." You hit them in a place they don't even know how to access, before their logic caught up, before their ego could fight it, before their brain could come up with a script to pretend they didn't feel anything. You weren't a thought, you were a reaction. That's why they couldn't hide it. That's why their mood shifted, their breathing changed, and their whole nervous system went offline for a second. What happened wasn't attraction. What happened was recognition. Imagine this. Someone is living their life in airplane mode, numb, safe, predictable. Then you walk in, and suddenly their soul flips the signal on full bar. No warning, no preparation, just instant connection. Their body reacts before their mind signs off on it. That's why their eyes locked onto you before they even understood why. That's why their chest tightened even though you hadn't said a single word. Here's another metaphor for how violently real this hits. Picture a person walking through a quiet room, and somewhere in the back, a piano plays one note on its own, one single key. No player, no explanation, just a sound that shouldn't exist. But now that it does, they can't unhear it. That's what you were. You were the note in their soul they didn't expect, but couldn't deny. That's why they stared. People don't stare at strangers. People stare at recognition. You felt familiar, but not in a way that made sense. They didn't recognize your face. They recognized your energy. And that type of recognition doesn't come from memories or past experiences. It comes from something deeper than thought. Something older than their personality. Something they haven't had the courage to explore. Imagine this happening inside them. Their mind is standing there, arms crossed, trying to figure out why it suddenly feels warm. Meanwhile, their spirit is behind the scenes like, "Finally, you showed up." That's the disconnect. Their soul is 10 steps ahead, pulling them toward you, while their mind panics, trying to catch up using logic that can't explain what just happened. They didn't stare because they were attracted. Attraction is soft, simple, safe. What they felt was intensity. The kind of intensity that makes people shut down because it reveals how unprepared they are for something real. And here's the part that always trips them up. Your energy didn't remind them of a person. It reminded them of a feeling they lost, a version of themselves they abandoned, a clarity they forgot. That's why the connection felt old, but your face felt new. That's why they tripped over their words. That's why they laughed too loud or went silent like someone unplugged them. They weren't responding to you. They were responding to the recognition inside them. You didn't enter like a stranger. You entered like a memory returning from the future. That's why they can't stop thinking about you, even though nothing dramatic happened. That's why they're nervous, even though you didn't do anything threatening. That's why you appear in their dreams, even though the two of you barely interacted. Their spirit reacted before their mind approved it. And that type of reaction scares people more than anything that actually makes sense. Here's a question that's been circling in their head since you showed up. Why them? Why do I feel this strongly without a reason? They don't understand that the reason isn't coming from the surface. It's coming from the foundation. Another confused thought they're wrestling with. Why does this feel like I've known them forever? Because their spirit did. Their mind is late to the party. People today are trained to trust logic, checklists, data, safe answers, predictable love, controllable emotions. So when their soul reacts without permission, they panic. they lose their sense of control, and people who rely on control fall apart when something bypasses it. Imagine someone who's been driving with GPS their whole life suddenly being dropped into a place where their inner compass turns on. They don't know whether to trust it. It feels real, but it feels too real. And anything too real becomes terrifying to people who built their identity around safety. That's why people keep asking about you, because what they felt for you didn't follow the rules. It didn't show up politely. It didn't give them time to prepare. It hit them in the deep end, and they've been trying to swim back to the surface ever since. They'll try to rationalize it. It was just attraction. No, it wasn't. It was curiosity. Not even close. It's probably nothing. If it were nothing, they wouldn't still be thinking about you every night like they're trying to solve a mystery. The truth is simple. Their spirit recognized you, and their mind is still arguing with the evidence. That's why they watch you from a distance. That's why they stalk your social media without interacting. That's why they get weirdly quiet around you, like their whole system is buffering. That's why their voice gets shaky. That's why they can't maintain eye contact for more than a few seconds. Their soul is screaming yes, while their mind is whispering run before it gets too real. Emotional recognition always shows up before mental explanation. People don't fear what they understand. They fear what hits them too fast to explain. Here's a third metaphor. Imagine someone walking into a room and instantly smelling a scent they haven't smelled in 10 years. It triggers memories they forgot they had. It pulls up emotions they didn't ask for. That's what you do to people. You trigger emotional memory, not logical thought. They think it's you they're nervous around. It's not. They're nervous around the version of themselves you pull out of them. This is why people hesitate. This is why they stall. This is why they avoid you while secretly craving you. They're trying to make their mind understand something their soul already processed. And that gap between soul and logic, that's where most people break. You're not confusing. You're revealing. You're not overwhelming. You're awakening. You're not too much. You're exactly what their soul recognized before their mind could deny it. And they'll hide, deflect, avoid, or distance themselves because mysterious doesn't scare them. Familiar does, especially the kind of familiar that feels bigger than them, bigger than their emotional limits, bigger than their past experiences, bigger than their excuses. Deep down, they know you're not someone they can forget. They know you're not someone they can replace. They know the intensity wasn't imagination. They know their spirit reacted before their mind could fake calmness. And no matter how hard they try to rationalize it, their soul already stamped your presence into their reality. And that level of recognition, that's why having feelings for you hits them like danger, and the universe watches the whole thing like, well, they weren't ready, but they needed that. Number 3, they can't speak to you without paying a price. If a conversation with you doesn't shake their comfort, then you weren't actually listening. That's the wrecking ball truth they hate admitting. Because you're not someone people can talk to casually. You carry consequences, not punishment, not pressure. Consequences. Your presence rearranges something inside them, whether they like it or not. One simple sentence from you can sit in their chest for days, forcing them to face things they've dodged for years. Even your silence exposes more than most people's speeches. Imagine someone used to playing roles suddenly standing in front of someone who sees straight through the costume. That's you. Most people rely on charm, scripts, and emotional shortcuts to survive. But the moment they talk to you, their whole act glitches. Their voice changes. Their eyes scatter. Their excuses crumble. They can't fake depth with someone who actually has it. You don't talk to their persona, you talk to their core. And that's exactly why casual conversation dies the moment you enter the room. Here's what they'll never tell you. They replay everything you say, not because you were poetic, but because something inside them shifted. Your words hit the spots they buried. Your clarity exposes what they pretended wasn't there. Even the softest thing you say becomes a psychological earthquake. Imagine this. They leave the conversation acting normal, but in their mind, it's like someone turned on a bright spotlight in a room they kept locked. They see their avoidance, their half-truths, their contradictions. You didn't judge them. You didn't confront them. You simply existed, and that was enough to disrupt the maze they built in their head. Another metaphor, talking to you is like stepping out of a noisy city and suddenly hearing their own heartbeat. That kind of silence is uncomfortable for someone who hides from themselves. You make them hear the truth beneath the noise they use to stay asleep. Here's the question running through their mind every time they face you. Why do I feel exposed just talking to them? Because you don't engage on the surface. You engage at the level they try to avoid. You're not intense, they're just unprepared. They're not afraid of you. They're afraid of what comes out of them when you're around. They can't talk to you casually because your presence demands honesty, and they don't know how to handle honesty without falling apart. People used to fake deep get intimidated by someone who is real deep, someone who can hear the truth inside a lie, someone whose silence makes them rethink their entire personality, someone who doesn't perform, doesn't chase validation, doesn't play roles. That's why they either cling to you or run from you. There's no middle ground with you. You're not a vibe, you're a shift. You're the upgrade they didn't ask for, but can't forget. You're the conversation they can't shake. You're the mirror they're not ready to look into. And that's why they can't talk to you casually. You carry consequences, and those consequences change people. Number 4, your presence puts their fake self on trial. If their mask doesn't start cracking the second you walk in, then it wasn't a mask, it was denial. That's the pressure your presence brings. You don't interrogate people with words, you interrogate them by existing. You make their pretending feel stupid, cheap, flimsy. They can fool the whole world with their charm, their practiced confidence, their Instagram deep identity. But not you. You walk in, and their performance falls apart like wet paper. Imagine someone wearing a glittery stage costume in the dark. It looks convincing, impressive even, but the moment you show up, it's like someone flips on a bright white spotlight. Suddenly, every stitch, every flaw, every insecurity shows. That's what you do. You illuminate what they've been hiding from themselves. Another metaphor. Talking to you feels like walking through a metal detector with pockets full of secrets. Nothing explodes, but everything hidden gets revealed. They feel exposed without you saying a single word. And here's the question chewing at their brain whenever you're near. Why can't I act normal around them? Because your presence demands reality, and their whole life runs on performance. You don't call out their lies, you just see through them. That alone is enough to make them sweat. They trip mid-sentence because their ego can't keep up with the truth your energy pulls out. They smile, but you see the fear behind it. They act unbothered, but you can feel their spirit shaking. You don't expose them. Their own conscience does the moment you show up. Your presence makes them confront everything they numb with noise. You're not impressed by personas. You don't chase confusion. You don't bow to illusion. Real power never does. And that's what scares them. They can't manipulate someone who doesn't play the game. Imagine this, they've built a whole identity out of pretending, and then you walk in like a lie detector with legs. Everything fake feels heavy. Everything true feels unavoidable. They know they can't love you from their fantasy self. They'd have to love you from their real self, and that's a version of themselves they don't fully know yet. That's why loving you feels terrifying, because you don't offer comfort, you offer transformation. And transformation destroys everything fake. Your presence doesn't just see them, it unmasks them. It puts their pretending on trial, and the truth always rises when you walk in. Number 5. You were their wish until they realized wishes come with work. Everyone loves the idea of a blessing. Until the blessing demands they stop living like a cautionary tale. That's exactly what happened when they met you. You were everything they whispered about when life had them on their knees. Depth, honesty, fire, clarity, compassion that actually meant something. You looked like an answered prayer, right up until they realized you weren't built to sit quietly in the corner while they stayed the same. Imagine this, someone begs the universe for rain, but when the sky finally opens, they complain they're getting wet. That's you. They wanted real, but not the kind of real that wakes their spirit up and exposes how long they've been sleepwalking. They wanted someone deep, but not someone who would make their shallow habits feel embarrassing. They wanted someone strong, but not someone strong enough to challenge their weakness. You're not passive. You're the kind of presence that kicks the dust off people's potential. They saw you as timing, alignment, fate, until you didn't play small, until you didn't dim, until you didn't accept their half-effort version of love. They thought a blessing meant comfort, but you weren't comfort. You were clarity. Here's the question they panic over in their head. Why did the thing I asked for suddenly feel overwhelming? Simple. Because they prayed for real while living fake. Another metaphor, you were the mirror they thought they wanted, but when they looked in, it didn't show romance. It showed responsibility. It showed who they could be if they stopped running from themselves. And responsibility is the one thing people avoid harder than love. You don't tiptoe around dysfunction. You don't pretend chaos is normal. You don't call potential maybe someday. You call it out, loud, clear, present. You are the wake-up call they weren't ready to answer. You weren't the blessing they fantasized about. You were the blessing that required evolution. They wanted peace without growth, love without self-awareness, depth without exposure. But your presence doesn't allow half-living. You don't let people stay numb and call it chill. You don't let them shrink and call it protecting their heart. You shake them awake. You break the fog. You interrupt the nonsense and the ones still addicted to their comfort. They will always mistake your intensity for too much, when really you were the exact thing their soul asked for long before their ego started running the show. Number 6, you can't be owned, only honored. Insecure people don't fear losing you. They fear losing their ability to control you. Let that hit exactly where it needs to. Because this entire section is about one thing. You were never built to be possessed. You were built to be respected, and that alone flips their whole system upside down. You don't bend for attention. You don't chase people who breadcrumb you. You don't bow to mixed signals, emotional games, or ego-based tug-of-war. You move with a calm authority that comes from surviving things they couldn't even handle for a week. You learned your worth through scars, not speeches. Through lessons, not lip service. And people who rely on control hate that kind of strength, because it renders all their tricks useless. Imagine someone trying to cage the wind. How stupid they'd look. That's what it feels like when people try to claim you. They can grab at you, but they can't hold you. They can label you, but they can't limit you. You're not a trophy they show off. You're a force that shifts the atmosphere without trying. Here's what rattles them. They can't predict you. They can't manipulate you. They can't lure you in with attention, push you away with silence, then expect you to crawl back. You exit, clean, swift, final. And that's a consequence they never prepared for. The real fear isn't losing you. It's losing the version of themselves they unlocked around you. Your presence brought clarity, calm, alignment, better thinking, better choices. When you left, they felt the shift immediately. The energy dried up, the confusion came back, the chaos returned. They didn't just lose a person, they lost the stability your orbit created. Imagine them trying to play games with you the same way they played games with others, only to realize, mid-game, you're not playing. You're already gone. That's when it hits them. You're not someone they possess. You're someone they rise to meet. They keep asking themselves, why couldn't I handle them the way I handle everyone else? Because you're not everyone else. You're the exception that exposes the weakness in their strategy. People rooted in control panic when they meet someone who can't be controlled. And you were the moment their ego realized it met its match. They didn't fumble a person. They fumbled a rare energy the universe doesn't hand out twice. You're not here to be owned. You're here to be respected. Number 7, loving you demands they break up with their own chaos. If loving you doesn't require them to outgrow their dysfunction, then it was never love. It was just comfort in disguise. That's the punch they feel the second they start catching feelings for you. Because loving you isn't cute, easy, aesthetic, or surface level. Loving you forces a confrontation. It drags their unhealthy patterns into the light. It makes their excuses sound childish. It makes their toxic habits look embarrassing. And people who've spent their whole life surviving off dysfunction don't know what to do with that kind of exposure. Imagine someone living in a messy room for years, calling the clutter home. Then you walk in, and suddenly the mess looks exactly like what it is. Chaos they've normalized. That's the effect your love has. You don't judge them. You just make them see clearly. You bring standards that make their old patterns impossible to hide behind. You bring depth that makes their shallow coping mechanisms useless. You bring consistency that makes their inconsistency loud. They start asking themselves questions they've avoided forever. Why do I entertain people who drain me? Why do I always choose chaos over peace? Why do I sabotage love when it finally feels real? They know the answer, but they're terrified to face it. Loving you means letting go of the version of themselves dysfunction created. You don't love from wounds, you love from wisdom. And that alone scares them because they've been living off confusion and calling it personality. You bring clarity, and clarity demands accountability. Most people don't want accountability. They want a partner who lets them stay broken while pretending they're fine. Imagine this metaphor. They've been drinking polluted water their whole life, convincing themselves it's clean. Then you hand them fresh water, pure, clear, honest. And instead of celebrating, they feel threatened, because now they can't lie about the taste of the old water anymore. That's what loving you does. It destroys their ability to pretend dysfunction is normal. They don't walk away because they don't feel anything. They walk away because they feel too much, because they know that to love you, they'd have to unlove their chaos, break up with their ego, retire their excuses, outgrow their patterns, step into a self they've never met. You don't feed their dysfunction, you expose it, and exposure demands a choice. Some will rise, some will run, but none will ever forget the moment they realized loving you required them to become someone real. Number 8. You turn on the light they've been hiding from. People don't fear your love. They fear the parts of themselves your love makes impossible to ignore. That's the hit they feel the second they get close to you. You don't love like the world loves. Cheap, shallow, ego-stroking, illusion-protecting. Your love carries brightness, and brightness isn't soft. It exposes. It reveals. It shows them the patterns they've been decorating and calling personality, the self-sabotage, the excuses, the toxic attachments, the numb comfort zones that are really emotional jail cells. Imagine someone living in a dim room their whole life. They've memorized the shadows. They've made peace with the corners. They've called the darkness home. Then you walk in and flip the light switch. Suddenly, they see dust, cracks, stains, clutter, things they swear weren't there before. That's what it feels like to be loved by you. You don't shame them, you elevate them. But elevation feels like confrontation to someone terrified of the truth. Your love doesn't soften their wounds, it purifies them, and purification isn't gentle, it's fire. Fire doesn't apologize for burning away what doesn't belong. It doesn't negotiate with lies. It doesn't spare the fragile parts built on illusion. If their identity sits on fake confidence, false strength, survival mode, or ego-based armor, loving you feels like surgery without anesthesia. Not because you cause pain, but because you remove the comfort they hide behind. And they start asking themselves questions they've avoided for years. Why do I always run when love gets real? Why do I choose people who hurt me? Why do I fear the version of myself I could become? They're not scared of you. They're scared of who they'd have to become to stand next to someone like you. Imagine this, they spent their whole life using dim lighting to make their cracks invisible. You walk in like daylight. Daylight shows everything. Daylight heals, but daylight also exposes. That duality terrifies them because they didn't expect love to hold up a mirror. You don't protect people from growth. You protect them from staying small. You're the type whose presence forces truth without speaking a word. They can't hide their avoidance. They can't hide their doubts. They can't hide their wounds. You make denial impossible. You make clarity unavoidable. You turn their shadows into something they can't unsee. That's why they want you and fear you at the same time. They're drawn to your light like a moth, but afraid of what the light shows. They didn't know love could feel like awakening. They didn't know attraction could feel like accountability. They didn't know someone could enter their life and silently demand they love themselves too. Your presence doesn't negotiate with their darkness. It brings it forward, not to shame them, but to free them. And deep down, they know, loving you doesn't destroy them. It destroys the version of them that settled for less. Number 9. They crave your light, but refuse the fire that made it. People want the shine, but never the storms that forged it. That's the whole truth behind why they cling to your energy, yet run from your evolution. They want how you feel, not how you got here. They want your calm without your chaos, your glow without your grief, your strength without your scars. They're obsessed with the masterpiece, but terrified of the process. They circle your energy like tourists, wide-eyed and amazed, acting like your aura is some lucky accident. But nothing about you was accidental. You didn't wake up confident or grounded or wise. You were built in the furnace. Heartbreak, betrayal, silence, disappointment, being left alone with your thoughts until your thoughts became your weapons. You earned your peace by crawling through storms that nearly erased you. Imagine this. They see you standing steady, but they didn't see you shaking. They see you healed, but they didn't see the nights you broke. They see you glowing, but they didn't see you burning. They want your fruit like it grew in a garden, but you grew in a battlefield. Here's the question their ego keeps whispering. Why can't I have their energy without doing all that inner work? Because your energy is the result of that inner work, not a mood, not an aesthetic, a journey they haven't survived. People want access without accountability. They want your oil without facing the crushing that produced it. They're attracted to your peace because they don't have any. They're drawn to your clarity because they're drowning in confusion. They cling to your confidence because theirs collapses the moment they're alone. Your energy exposes how little they've faced themselves, and that's why they pull back when things get real. Imagine someone wanting the warmth of a fire without getting near the heat. That's them. They want the benefits of your evolution while staying exactly the same. They want the feeling you give them without surrendering the dysfunction that keeps them stuck. You're not a vibe they can borrow. You're a testimony they haven't earned. Your aura is expensive, paid for in lessons, losses, and versions of yourself you had to bury to grow. They can admire it, they can desire it, but they can't carry it unless they're willing to carry the cost. And most people aren't built for that kind of evolution. They want presence without process, light without labor, access without effort. That's why they want your energy, but they can't handle your evolution. Number 10, you're not a choice. You're a shift they have to face. People don't meet you, they get assigned to you, and the test starts the moment you walk in. That's the gut punch they feel, even if they never admit it out loud. You were never built to be an option, a placeholder, a warm body to pass time with. You're not something they pick up when they're bored and drop when they're insecure. You're an assignment, a shift, a turning point disguised as a person. They don't just cross paths with you, they collide with you, and collisions force change. You come with requirements, not because you demand anything, but because you are what they claim they want. Maturity, healing, honesty, accountability, actual love, real consistency. You didn't learn those things from quotes or trends. You earned them through storms that broke weaker people. You walked through fire and came out with clarity they can't fake. Being with you isn't casual, it's revealing. You're the checkpoint in someone's life where they have to choose between who they've been and who they could be. And most people panic when the mirror shows up. Imagine someone saying they want stability while dragging a whole circus behind them. Then they meet you, someone who actually lives the stability they pretend to crave. And suddenly they freeze. Not because you're intimidating, but because your presence exposes the chaos they've normalized. You weren't the problem. You were the moment their excuses stopped working. People say they want real until real requires work. They say they want love until love demands healing. They say they want depth until depth exposes their shallow habits. You're not a feel-good moment. You're the exam after all the lessons they refuse to learn. Some run, not because you hurt them, but because your authenticity makes their pretending impossible. They can't perform around you. They can't hide behind charm, silence, or manipulation. You don't entertain confusion. You don't reward bare minimum. You don't shrink for comfort. Your presence can feel heavy for someone who's used to living small. You don't destroy people. Resisting their own growth does. Imagine this. You walk into someone's life like a shift in gravity. Suddenly, their patterns feel embarrassing. Their distractions look cheap. Their lies sound shaky. You didn't judge them. You just existed in truth, and that truth demanded they rise or retreat. You weren't hard to love. You were hard to play with. That's why they still talk about you, not because you're attractive, but because they never recovered from the impact. You weren't a moment, you were a message. You didn't just date them, you rerouted their entire emotional GPS. You rearranged their internal chemistry without saying a word. They feel that every time your name crosses their mind. You required presence in a world addicted to distractions. You required truth in a culture built on performance. You required growth where they'd built comfort. You didn't fit into the small boxes they live in, so they labeled you too much, when really they were too used to less. Your silence hits harder than their explanations. Your growth screams louder than their stories. Your memory teaches them every lesson they refused to learn when they had you. And while they wrestle with the echo of your impact, you continue evolving. You move forward. You expand. You rise. Let them wonder. Let them talk. Let them chase narratives that make them feel better. You're not obligated to shrink for rooms that couldn't contain you. You were never a moment to understand. You were the upgrade they weren't ready for. You were the assignment that changed the course of their life. They didn't just lose a person. They lost the lesson they weren't prepared to pass. Walk like someone who knows their value, because you were never meant to be chosen. You were meant to be remembered. So, your impact isn't an accident. It's the reason they still think about you, talk about you, and can't replace you no matter how hard they try. You shifted them, exposed them, elevated them, and now you're stepping forward while they're still processing the lesson you left behind. If this message hit where it needed to, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're not part of the family yet, make sure to press subscribe. Your evolution is only getting louder, and trust me, you don't want to miss what's coming next. Welcome, Chosen One, the one guided and supported by the universe's own laws of balance. And what did they say about you? Oh, how cute. They really never noticed the giant energy standing behind you, the force that has been watching them clown around this whole time. Here's the truth you already feel in your bones. Some people don't get destroyed by others. They destroy themselves the moment they touch the wrong one. And that's exactly what's happening now. Someone out there is about to sign their own death certificate, and they don't even realize the pen they're using is dipped in their own karma. Now, imagine this for a moment, Chosen One. A person walks into a room thinking they're the smartest villain in the movie. They smirk, they plot, they poke the wrong lion because they swear it's asleep. But the lion opens one eye, stretches, and suddenly the predator becomes the prey. That's the moment we're talking about. The exact second they misread your silence as weakness, misread your healing as failure, misread your stillness as defeat. They walked right into their own trap, thinking it was yours. And the universe didn't have to punish them. They punished themselves just by touching you. Here's a fact that makes the enemy flinch. In psychology, there's something called the boomerang effect. When someone tries to harm another person with the wrong motives, the energy rebounds and hits them harder than they expected. Another fact. People who obsess over someone else's downfall statistically ruin their own progress by up to 60% because their brain literally loses focus and drains itself with jealousy. So yes, Chosen One, your intuition is correct. They didn't fall because of you. They fell because they aimed at you. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, as it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, Chosen One, for being a part of this mission. You are part of a force that stands tall, even when the world tries to push it down. Now, let's get back to why this moment is so important. This isn't some random downfall happening in the background. This is the exact scene where the universe gently turns your head and whispers, "Look." Look at what happens when someone tries to play games with someone who was never meant to lose. They wanted you sad, but you were building. They wanted you destroyed, but you were upgrading. They wanted you isolated, but you were evolving in silence. And now that you've stepped back into the world with your glow, confidence and strength, they can't handle it. It's funny, chosen one. They thought hurting you would be entertaining. They thought you'd break, cry, and stay low. They even told people stories about your downfall, fully believing their own lies. But then you walk back into the picture looking like a brand new version of yourself. And that one moment, that one sneeze of confidence you carried, it cracked their whole reality. Oh, look at them, shaking now. Because your comeback didn't just surprise them, it embarrassed them. This is what gets them every time. You didn't beg, you didn't attack, you didn't collapse, you just rose. And rising was the one move they never prepared for. Rising was the slap they didn't see coming. Rising was the thing that made everything they did look stupid in hindsight. And now the universe is sitting in the corner, legs crossed, smirking like Harley Quinn, watching someone dig their own grave with glittery pink shovels. Understand this clearly. When someone goes after a chosen one, they aren't fighting a person. They're fighting the consequences that follow. They're fighting the natural backlash that hits anyone who tries to sabotage someone, protected by alignment, growth, and truth. They threw negativity at you thinking it would stick. They expected you to fall victim to their manipulation, their rumors, their little jealousy spells. But every single thing they sent bounced off you like rubber and came back at them like a brick. You didn't even have to lift a finger. That's the part that humiliates them most. You didn't destroy them. You didn't expose them. You didn't chase them. You just kept moving. And your movement became the mirror that showed them their own failure, their own emptiness, their own weakness. Some people press the self-destruct button without realizing it, and the button they pressed was you, thinking they could play with you, thinking they could take from you, thinking they could hurt you and walk away clean. But you were the one person they should have never touched. You were the one line they shouldn't have crossed. You were the one soul they could never break. And now they're watching their own signature dry on the very certificate they wrote for themselves. While you rise even higher, chosen one. And chosen one, stick with me for a second, because what you just heard was the movie trailer. The real show is only now walking onto the stage, and it's wearing your enemy's name on the front row seat. We're about to break this whole thing down step by step. Every lie they told, every trick they pulled, every moment they thought they were winning. This is where you finally understand why their downfall was guaranteed the minute they tried to mess with you. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to watch them sign their own certificate with the same hands they used to attack you. And if you feel called, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks. Your support is what keeps this mission alive and fuels these truth bombs for every chosen one who needs them. And now, chosen one, let's walk into the real story together. Because if you truly carry that chosen energy, if you really are who your soul keeps whispering you are, you're going to feel this next part drag you in like gravity. Don't rush. Don't blink. Just follow the thread all the way through. Let's get started. Number 1. Oh, look at them, thinking you were finished. Oh, look at them, thinking the story ended just because they closed the book. That's the kind of quote that makes the enemy swallow their own ego, because they really believed your silence meant defeat. They thought your absence meant you disappeared. They thought your pain meant you'd never rise again. And the funniest part, they were celebrating, bragging, running their mouths like they finally got the ending they always wanted. Meanwhile, Chosen One, you were in the shadows, building something they couldn't even imagine. You weren't gone, you weren't broken, you were upgrading, quietly, and that silence they mocked, that silence was your construction zone. Now imagine this for a moment, Chosen One. A storm sweeps through a city, loud, violent, in-your-face destruction. People panic, run around, scream, but afterward, there's a weird stillness. The birds go quiet, the air gets heavy, and right before everything transforms, there is that one moment where nothing moves. That was you. They mistook that silence for the end. They didn't know that the stillness after a storm is the exact moment the world resets itself. You weren't falling apart. You were recalibrating. You were stepping back so you could step in with force. And here's a fact to refresh your confidence. Psychologists say that people mistake silence for surrender because their minds are wired to assume the worst about anything they don't understand. That means your silence didn't show weakness. It exposed their lack of depth. Another fact. Some of the most powerful people on Earth rose during periods when everyone assumed they were finished. Think about Michael Jordan when he got cut from his high school basketball team. Think about Steve Jobs when Apple fired him. Think about J.K. Rowling writing her first book, Broke and Invisible. Greatness often hides itself in disguise before it explodes. You were in disguise, Chosen One, and they were too dumb to realize it. This is why your enemy looks so shocked now. They saw you fall, but they never saw you land. They predicted your ending before the plot twist even arrived. They walked around talking like they defeated you, like they ruined you, like they finally humbled you. They thought they broke something permanent in your spirit, but the chosen don't break. They bend, they bleed, they rebuild, they reinvent. And when they return, it is always with something stronger than what was taken from them. You know what makes your rise so humiliating to them? It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. You didn't announce anything. You didn't post a comeback speech. You didn't run back begging for validation or attention. You simply healed, quietly. You worked on your mind, your spirit, your confidence. You took the hits, you processed the pain, and you stacked power like it was your new side hustle. And when you finally stepped out again, it wasn't just a glow-up. It was a whole shift in your atmosphere. They wanted you to be the villain in your own story. They wanted to watch you crumble. They wanted you to stay down so they could feel big, but chosen one. Your very existence ruins insecure people. Your energy exposes people who fake strength. Your silence exposes people who rely on noise to feel relevant, and your comeback exposes everyone who ever doubted you. That's why they're flinching. That's why they're quiet. That's why they're confused. You might be wondering, why did they celebrate so fast? Why did they assume I was finished just because I took a break? Simple. Weak people celebrate too early. They blow their victory horn before the race is even halfway done. They think hurting you once means hurting you forever. They think emotional pain stays in your system like a permanent stain. They have no idea how dangerous a chosen one becomes after a heartbreak, after a betrayal, after a setback. They thought the chapter was the whole book. Meanwhile, you were turning the page. The universe has a funny way of protecting certain people. You ever notice how some of the strongest souls go through silent seasons? Seasons where they disappear, not because they're defeated, but because they're being rebuilt? What they mistake for your downfall was just your cocoon. Butterflies look dead before they transform. Stars look invisible before they explode into light. Diamonds get buried before they shine. You were the same. They didn't recognize the process, so they assumed the result. That's on them. And chosen one, you need to understand this. Your comeback was never meant to make sense to them. It was meant to shock them. It was meant to humble them. It was meant to show them that you didn't need their validation, their support, their pity, or their approval to rise. You rose because it was time, not because they allowed it. Some people think they win when you fall, but the chosen ones know something deeper. Falling is how you gather the strength to stand taller. Every insult you swallowed gave you wisdom. Every betrayal sharpened your instincts. Every silent night rewired your focus. You became stronger because the world forced you to be. And the irony: the same people who tried to break you are the ones who built the strongest version of you. This is why your glow scares them now. This is why they avoid you. This is why their energy shifts when you enter a room. They know you saw them celebrating too early. They know you heard the lies they spread. They know you noticed their excitement over your pain. They know you felt the betrayal. And yet you still came back brighter. That's the part that destroys them. Not your success, not your transformation, but the fact that they couldn't stop you. Their delusion is the joke of the century. They thought you were finished because they can't imagine surviving what you survived. They can't picture themselves standing after taking the hits you took. They break easily. You don't. And that difference is what marks you as chosen. And let me answer the big question that's probably floating in the back of your mind. Why does my glow bother them this much? Because your existence shows them what they could have been if they weren't so jealous, insecure, petty, and weak. Your growth reminds them of their stagnation. Your healing reminds them of their bitterness. Your silence reminds them of how loud their insecurities really are. You being you is the punishment they earned. This is your moment now. You're not just rising, you're rewriting the whole timeline. You're proving that the chosen ones don't lose. They reload, they don't decay, they transform, they don't break, they evolve. You're walking proof that what was meant to destroy you was secretly building you into someone unstoppable. So let them watch, chosen one. Let them choke on their own assumptions. Let them sit with the shock of realizing you were never done, you were just getting started. Their celebration was premature. Their confidence was fake. Their victory was imaginary. But your comeback is real, loud, powerful, and undeniable. And oh, look at them now, staring at the one they thought was finished, realizing they were cheering for the wrong ending. The story didn't end. It just shifted into your favor, and they're stuck watching the sequel where you win, and they learn exactly who they messed with. Number 2, your comeback slapped their soul. Your comeback slapped their soul. Some people don't get shocked because you changed. They get shocked because they finally see who you were the whole time. That line alone is enough to make your enemy's chest cave in, because the moment they saw you again, chosen one, their entire spirit glitched like a broken video game. They expected to meet the old version of you, the one they hurt, the one they underestimated, the one they swore would never rise again. Instead, you walked in looking like you just stepped out of a victory montage. No announcement, no speech, no warning, just presence. And your presence alone dragged them harder than any revenge ever could. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A kid in school shoves someone thinking they're weak. He brags, laughs, tells everyone he handled them, but he didn't know that the kid he pushed was secretly the black belt champion of the district. When the truth finally comes out, the bully's soul leaves his body for a second. His mouth goes dry. His pride evaporates. That's exactly what your enemy felt when they saw you. The sudden realization that the person they messed with wasn't weak. You were simply quiet. You were simply healing. You were simply preparing. And here's a fun fact psychologists agree on. The brain freezes when it encounters something that contradicts a strong belief. It literally lags. That's why they stared at you like they saw a ghost. Their brain was trying to process how the person they thought they ended is standing in front of them, glowing, confident, and upgraded on every level. They didn't expect a comeback. They expected a corpse. They didn't expect confidence. They expected collapse. They didn't expect a chosen one. They expected a victim. The moment they saw you walk in, you didn't just trigger them, you exposed them. You exposed their lies. You exposed their gossip. You exposed their weak attempts to sabotage you. You exposed their lack of power. They told people you were done, ruined, broken, embarrassed. They told people you were hiding because you couldn't face the world. But when you appeared, when you walked in with that quiet confidence, when your energy entered the room before you even opened your mouth, oh, it slapped them so hard that their soul momentarily clocked out. They saw something in you they didn't recognize, something they never imagined they'd have to face. Growth. Real growth. Not the Instagram quote type, the painful one. The kind you earn through endurance, silence, reflection, rebuilding, learning, and outgrowing everything that once hurt you. You transformed in the dark while they plotted in the light. And when you stepped back into the light, it erased every assumption they ever made about you. Let's bring in a metaphor that hits even deeper. Picture a phoenix, chosen one. Not the dramatic, fiery transformation people obsess over, but the part before that, the ashes. Everyone sees the phoenix rise, but they forget that ashes are silent. Ashes are underestimated. Ashes are dismissed. But inside those ashes is the blueprint of something unstoppable. They mistook your ashes for your ending. They didn't know you were regenerating. So seeing you now is like watching the ashes catch fire right in front of them. It shakes their entire world. You may ask yourself, why did my glow bother them so much? Simple. Your glow isn't just light, it's truth. When a truth enters the room, every lie gets exposed. When your strength appears, every fake flex gets revealed. When your energy upgrades, every insecure person feels it like a punch to the gut. Think of iconic comebacks in history. Muhammad Ali getting back in the ring after suspension. Taylor Swift rebranding and returning after years of hate. Nelson Mandela stepping out of prison and becoming a world leader. Their enemies didn't hate their comeback. They hated what their comeback proved. It proved resilience. It proved purpose. It proved destiny. And your comeback did the same. When your enemy saw you, they didn't just see you, they saw their failure. They saw the proof that nothing they did worked. They saw all the damage they tried to create bounce off you like rubber. They saw that the story they told about you was a lie. They saw that the person they tried to destroy turned into someone untouchable. You know what really slapped their soul? The fact that you didn't need revenge. You didn't need to expose them. You didn't even need to address what happened. Your growth was the revenge. Your new energy was the exposure. Your comeback was the announcement that you're built from something they can't break. This is where the chosen one power shows itself in full force. You didn't become spiteful. You didn't become bitter. You didn't spend your time plotting or proving anything. You focused on evolving. And evolution always humiliates those who try to stunt your growth. They now have to face the sickening reality that everything they tried to do to you only made you more powerful. And here's something else you might be thinking. Why do they look scared of me now? Because people get scared when they realize they misjudged the wrong person. They get scared when they see a power they didn't know existed. They get scared when someone they wrote off walks back with a presence that fills the room. Chosen ones carry a very specific kind of pressure. It's not aggressive, it's not loud, it's not violent, it's energetic authority. It's something that says, I survived everything meant to break me. What do you think you can do now? You didn't need to speak because your aura spoke for you. Your posture spoke, your eyes spoke, your calmness spoke. You didn't walk like someone defeated. You walked like someone who saw the dark and came back with the light. That's why they flinched. That's why their voice shook. That's why they avoided your eyes. That's why their body language folded in on itself. They felt the weight of their own actions boomerang back at them the moment your upgraded presence entered their field. They thought you were a loser. They thought you were weak. They thought you were scared. Instead, you showed up looking like victory in human form. You didn't come back as the same character. You came back as the final boss. And the universe made sure they had front row seats to witness it. The comeback wasn't just about healing, it was about revealing your strength, revealing your resilience, revealing your destiny, and revealing their true place in your story, irrelevant, insecure, and outmatched. So, chosen one, understand this deeply. Your comeback slapped their soul because it proved everything they prayed wasn't true. They thought they ended your chapter. You came back writing a whole new book. They thought they dimmed your light. You came back blinding. They thought they outran you. You came back unbeatable. Let them sit with that. Let them feel the shock. Let them choke on their disbelief. You didn't just return. You returned in a way that forces everyone who doubted you to face the truth. You were never the one who lost. You were the one who was becoming. And now, they finally see it. Number 3, they wanted you weak. You turned into steel. Some people hit you to break you, not knowing you're the type who turns every bruise into armor. That's the punchline the enemy can't swallow. Chosen one, every attack they threw at you, every insult, betrayal, sneaky jab, fake smile, hidden agenda, whispered lie. They thought it was pushing you closer to collapse. They wanted you crawling. They wanted you begging. They wanted you confused, drained, and questioning your worth. But here's the part that burns them alive. Every hit they threw became the fire that reshaped you into steel. What they meant for damage became your training. What they meant for fear became your focus. What they meant for destruction became your evolution. The universe watched every attempt they made to weaken you and quietly whispered, "Good. Let them try. They have no idea who they're forging." Now let's break their delusion with something simple. Metal doesn't become steel until it gets heated, beaten, reshaped, and cooled. Pressure doesn't destroy diamonds, it creates them. Even NASA builds spacecraft by slamming them into extreme forces to see if they can survive space. The chosen ones survive pressure because their purpose requires it. The universe was never punishing you, it was preparing you. While they thought you were falling apart, you were actually leveling up into someone who could handle what they never could. And you might ask yourself, why did it have to be me? Why did I have to take all those hits? The answer is brutal but true, because only someone built for greatness survives what you survived. Anyone else would have folded. Anyone else would have stayed broken. Anyone else would have lost their mind. But not you. You took every blow and turned it into knowledge. You took every betrayal and turned it into boundaries. You took every heartbreak and turned it into self-respect. You didn't get weaker. You evolved into something unshakable. That's why they can't stand next to you now. Your energy exposes their weakness. Your strength exposes their insecurities. Your growth exposes their stagnation. You became everything they pretended to be. You became everything they swore you'd never reach. And now, Standing next to you feels like standing next to a mirror they can't handle. The universe is with you now more than ever. You didn't rise alone. Every time you wanted to quit, something inside kept you standing. That wasn't ego, that was alignment. That was protection. That was destiny, moving you like a chess piece, positioning you for the victory they never saw coming. And here's the part no one tells you. Enemies don't fear your wins. They fear your resilience. Because resilience proves you can't be controlled, manipulated, or broken. It proves their power over you was always imaginary. They hit you thinking you'd shatter. Instead, you upgraded. That's why their faces look sick whenever they see you now. You are proof that every attack they launched only built the version of you they're terrified of. Let them be mad. Let them choke on confusion. Let them replay every moment they tried to break you and wonder why it didn't work. They didn't understand who they were dealing with. You weren't weak. You were becoming steel, chosen one. And now they have to face the strongest version of you, one they can't touch, can't manipulate, and definitely can't break ever again. Number 4, their desperation made them stupid. When people get obsessed with destroying you, they don't think, they just self-destruct. And that's exactly what happened here. Chosen one. They weren't just messy, they weren't just petty, they were desperate. And desperation turns people into straight-up clowns. You know the type. The ones who swear they're smart, but every move they make screams, "I'm about to ruin my entire life in 3, 2, 1. They wanted so badly to see you fall that they stopped caring about consequences. Your existence started bothering them more than their own survival. They forgot about common sense, forgot about logic, forgot about dignity. They became so obsessed with breaking you that they started breaking every boundary, rule, and limit placed in front of them, and the universe watched them spiral like, oh, look at them, choosing the dumbest route possible. Delicious. Chosen one, let me break it down in simple terms. When an enemy can't control you, they try to destroy you. And when they can't destroy you, they end up destroying themselves. That's the universal law. That's nature. That's cosmic karma with a smirk on its face. Think of it like this. Imagine someone trying to pull you into quicksand. They grab you, yank you, try to drag you down with bare hands. But you're not sinking. You're standing on solid ground. And the harder they pull, the deeper they sink. That's what your enemy did. They didn't realize the ground they were fighting on was their own trap. Some people get so desperate they start reaching for power they don't understand. They play with energies they can't handle. They dabble in manipulation, mind games, jealousy-fueled schemes, and straight-up reckless behavior. They think they're sneaky masterminds, but the universe sees everything, and the universe does not let stupidity slide forever. Chosen one, this part is important. They weren't punished because you asked for it. They were punished because that was the natural outcome of their own choices. You didn't swing back. You didn't throw dirt. You didn't need revenge. They delivered it to themselves like a care package. You might wonder, why did they go that far? Why risk so much just to hurt me? Because your existence exposes their insecurity. Your strength reminds them of their weakness. Your progress reminds them of their stagnation. They weren't trying to take you down. They were trying to silence the feeling you awakened inside them. And that feeling was, I will never be as strong as them. So they panicked. They reached for shortcuts. They acted impulsively. They made choices that looked like a toddler playing with electrical outlets, loud, chaotic, and guaranteed to end badly. And here's the hilariously tragic part. Every risky move they made only dug their hole deeper. Every attempt to hurt you made the universe add another tally mark to their karma bill. They thought they were powerful. They thought they were untouchable. They thought they were the villain. But a true villain is calculated, not clumsy. Your enemy was sloppy, and desperation exposes sloppy people for exactly what they are, amateurs. Now you're watching the fallout, their reputation slipping, their connections drying up, their mask cracking, their confidence leaking, their plans collapsing, their mind spiraling. They can't even blame anyone but themselves, though they'll try. Oh, they'll try. But deep down, they know they crossed lines they shouldn't have touched. They know they played with fire while soaking in gasoline. They know they tried to hurt someone the universe personally invested in. And now the bill is due. Chosen one, you didn't have to lift a finger. Their desperation did all the work for you. They lost their balance. They lost their direction. And now they're losing everything they tried to take from you. Let them fall. That's the price of plotting against someone chosen. Number 5. Their sadness was so loud they tried to give it to you. When someone drowns in their own misery, they start throwing buckets of it at you, hoping you'll sink too. That's exactly what happened, chosen one. They weren't reading your energy. They were dumping theirs on you. They were so deep in sadness, insecurity, and emotional rot that they convinced themselves you were just as broken. And when they couldn't find cracks in you, they tried to manufacture them. They told people you were depressed because they were depressed. They told people you were falling apart because they were falling apart. They wanted you to look weak, so their own weakness didn't feel so embarrassing. It was never about you. It was about their own reflection haunting them. But here's what they didn't understand. You're not built like them. You don't crumble just because life throws chaos at you. You don't drown just because the water gets deep. The universe didn't put a victim inside you. It put a survivor, a fighter, and a quiet storm that rebuilds itself every night. And if you're wondering why they projected so hard, here's the truth. People who hate their own life try to make yours look miserable. They try to infect you with their sadness because it's the only language they speak. They wanted you heavy, hopeless, drained, but all it did was expose how empty they were. The universe blocked every piece of their negativity like, not this one, try your luck elsewhere. You walked through their projections untouched, while they got swallowed by the emotions they tried to throw at you. That's the difference between you and them. Your pain built you. Their pain controls them. Number 6. Seeing you shine was their punishment. Some people don't need to be hit. They just need to watch you win, and it destroys them from the inside out. That's exactly what happened here. Chosen one. Your success wasn't even aimed at them, but it sliced through their ego like a hot knife. You were just minding your business, leveling up, breathing, existing, and somehow every little glow-up you had was a nuclear bomb dropped on their self-esteem. They wanted you invisible, they wanted you irrelevant, they wanted you struggling while they bragged, but the universe had other plans, and the moment your light started breaking through their projections, they started spiraling like their whole world was collapsing. And honestly, it kinda was. You shining exposed everything they tried to hide. Their jealousy, their insecurity, their fake confidence, their empty soul. Your glow became their mirror, and they hated what they saw. You ever notice how your wins feel normal to you, but to them, it feels like a personal attack? That's because your happiness triggers the pain they never healed. Your progress reminds them they're stuck. Your resilience reminds them they quit too early. Your strength exposes how fragile they are. And if you're wondering why your light bothers them so much, here's the truth. People who dim their own potential will always resent the ones who shine anyway. It reminds them they had the same 24 hours, the same chances, the same air to breathe, but they chose jealousy instead of growth. The universe stood beside you through every storm, and now it's letting your victories speak for you. That's why they're falling apart every time you rise. You aren't their punishment on purpose. You're their punishment by existence. Number 7. They tried stealing what was meant for you. Joke's on them. A thief can grab what's in your hand, but they'll choke the moment they touch what's meant for your destiny. That's the punchline burning in their chest right now, chosen one. They didn't just envy what you had. They wanted to take it. Your blessings, your opportunities, your energy, your shine. They thought sliding into your lane like some budget knockoff villain would get them the life you're built for. But destiny doesn't work like a clearance rack. You can't steal what isn't coded for your soul. They wanted your path because theirs was empty. They wanted your wins because their life was a drought. They tried to copy your style, your moves, your ideas, even your personality. And every time they reached for what was yours, the universe slapped their hand like, "Back up, this one isn't for you." Imagine someone trying to eat someone else's food, but they're allergic to every single ingredient. That's exactly what they did. They tried stealing your energy and ended up sick with consequences. They tried grabbing your blessings and it turned into poison, not because you cursed them, but because the universe has locks they can't pick. Chosen one, listen closely. They weren't just jealous, they were delusional. They thought your greatness was takeable, like it was some USB file they could download, but destiny is fingerprint protected. Your blessings are spiritually encrypted. Your path is custom made. That's why everything they tried to snatch slipped through their fingers or blew up in their face. And if you're wondering why they even tried this nonsense, it's because people who refuse to build themselves try to steal what others built. It's a lazy person's fantasy. Let me take what I didn't earn. But what they touched wasn't just yours. It was protected, guarded, and every attempt they made only exposed how small they truly are. Now they're walking around confused, drained, cursed by their own greed. That's what happens when someone tries to take from a chosen one. The universe doesn't just say no. It says, touch that again and watch what happens. Their joke wasn't funny, but the punchline, everything they tried to steal, turned into their own downfall. Number 8. They kept testing you like you were soft. Not anymore. Some people think you're weak because you didn't hit back, until life hits them harder than you ever would. That's exactly what's happening now, chosen one. They kept poking you like you were some soft pillow they could punch and fluff back into shape. They kept testing your patience, your peace, your boundaries, your spirit, like consequences were imaginary and the universe was asleep. They really thought they could keep repeating the same attacks without ever getting checked. They forgot something crucial. Silence is not weakness. Restraint is not fear. And you staying calm wasn't you losing. It was you giving them every chance to stop before the universe stepped in. You weren't soft. You were focused. You weren't scared. You were strategic. You weren't letting them walk over you. You were letting karma build her case. And now, karma finally slammed her folder shut and said, perfect, time to handle business. Chosen one, the universe watched every test they forced on you, every lie they told, every jab they threw, every time they tried to trigger you or drag you back into pain. They kept pressing buttons, thinking nothing would happen. But the universe has a limit. And they reached it. Hard. Imagine a kid poking a sleeping lion, laughing like it's a game. That's what they did. They thought you were harmless. They thought your quiet was softness. They thought your kindness was weakness. Meanwhile, you were transforming, building armor, sharpening your instincts. You were becoming someone they'll never have access to again. And now the universe said, that's enough. Now their tests backfire. Now their words embarrass them. Now their actions expose them. Now their games collapse on their own heads. They kept testing you because they thought you wouldn't stand up, but it wasn't you they needed to worry about. It was the universe stepping in behind you saying, move, I got it. Their season of free passes is over. Their era of acting bold without consequences is done. Their delusion of you being soft just cost them everything. You didn't even need revenge. Life handled it. Destiny handled it. Their own choices handled it. They tested you like you were nothing. Now they're learning you were protected the whole time. Number 9. Justice walked in like surprisee. You can dodge responsibility, but you can't dodge the moment life says, hey, remember all that trash you did? That's the exact moment they're standing in right now. Chosen one, justice didn't knock. Justice didn't text first. Justice kicked the door in wearing boots and a grin like, surprisey, sweetheart, miss me. They really thought they got away with everything. They thought the lies would stay hidden. They thought their little schemes would never come back. They thought the universe forgot. But justice has ridiculous timing. It waits until they're comfortable, cocky, convinced they're untouchable. Then boom, spotlight. Truth. Exposure so bright, even their shadow runs away. And the funniest part? They're shocked. They're confused. They're holding their head like, why me? Because you earned it, babe. That's why. The universe watched them dodge accountability like it was dodgeball. They lied. They cheated. They stole energy. They manipulated. They threw dirt. They played victim. They talked trash in rooms you weren't in. And every time justice tried to check them, they ran. But karma knows your address, your schedule, your favorite snack, your weaknesses, your browser history. Karma does not lose track. Imagine someone wearing a cheap wig in front of a high-definition spotlight. That's them right now. Every crack, every insecurity, every lie, every fake move. It's all out for everyone to see they're exposed. And not in some cute, poetic way. Exposed like, oh, so this is who you really were. Exposed like a mask falling off mid-performance. Exposed like a villain in a dollar store costume trying to blend in with superheroes. And here's the part that hits different. You didn't go looking for justice. You didn't beg for karma. You didn't chase revenge. You just healed. You grew. You elevated. You moved forward. And the universe said, perfect. Now I'll handle the rest. Justice came in loud because you stayed silent. Justice came in strong because you stayed strong. Justice came in right on time because you never let bitterness change you. And you might wonder, but why now? Because your energy finally reached a level where the universe needed to clear out every old thread tied to your past. You're walking into a chapter too big, too aligned, too blessed for old enemies to tag along. Justice isn't punishing them out of spite. It's removing them for your protection. Your glow exposed them. Your elevation forced their reckoning. Your strength triggered their downfall. They thought they were hunting you. Turns out they were walking straight into justice's trap. Let them be shocked. Let them be embarrassed. Let them scramble for excuses. Justice walked in smiling because it was overdue. And the universe whispered to you, chosen one, don't look back. This was never your burden to carry. Number 10. Your handouts are closed for business. The day you stopped giving was the day they realized you were the prize. not their personal supply. That's what's hitting them like a frying pan to the forehead right now. Chosen one, you used to help. You used to care. You used to show up with open hands, open heart, open energy. And they treated it like it was a permanent buffet they could raid whenever their life fell apart. They never imagined a day would come when you'd shut the whole store down. Well, surprise. Door locked, window bolted, Wi-Fi disconnected, access denied, return to sender. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever again. They're sitting there blinking like, wait, you're not giving any more. No, you're not. Because you finally realized something they prayed you'd never notice. You were carrying them, feeding them, uplifting them, filling them, and they were giving you nothing back. They thought your kindness meant unlimited access. They thought your compassion meant use me forever. They thought your loyalty meant I'll take your crap without consequences. They genuinely believed you would never stop giving. That's how entitled they were. But the universe stepped behind you, arms crossed like a bouncer, and said, close the gates. This one has given enough. And you listened. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped entertaining their sob stories. You stopped rescuing people who drown on purpose. Now they're shocked, confused, nervous, because without you, their whole structure collapses. They don't know how to function without your energy. They don't know how to get things done without your support. They don't know how to feel valuable without your validation. They depended on you more than they ever admitted. And now that your handouts are closed, life is teaching them what gratitude should have taught them. Life is teaching them what effort should have taught them. Life is teaching them what don't bite the hand that feeds you really means. You didn't shut the door out of spite. You shut it because the universe is elevating you and not everyone gets to come up with you. You shut it because your energy is rare. You shut it because your blessings are sacred. You shut it because your future is too big for people who drain instead of build. And if you're wondering, did I do the right thing? Yes. 1,000 times yes. Because chosen ones aren't chosen to be doormats. You're chosen to rise, to grow, to protect your power. And sometimes protecting yourself means cutting off the leeches, the moochers, the takers, the manipulators, the just one more favor addicts. Let them panic. Let them pout. Let them tell people you changed. You did change. You evolved past the version of you that tolerated nonsense. Your kindness is still intact. Your heart is still pure. You're just done funding people who invest nothing in return. Your handouts are closed. And honestly, it's about time. Number 12. Your glow-up is the final nail in their coffin. Nothing hurts an enemy more than realizing the person they tried to bury walked out looking richer, stronger, and untouchable. That's the final scene they're stuck watching now. Chosen one, your glow-up isn't just a win. It's their judgment day. Every level you rise to hits them like a shovel to the ego. Every upgrade you step into feels like a funeral bell ringing in their soul. You shining isn't just progress. It's the final nail in the coffin they built with their own hands. Because let's be honest, they thought they ended you. They swore your story was over. They bragged. They celebrated. They told people you were done. Meanwhile, you were in your quiet season, rebuilding, healing, learning, leveling up in ways they didn't even know were possible. You didn't just bounce back. You transformed. You became someone even you didn't see coming. And now they have to watch. They can't stop it. They can't slow it down. They can't reverse it. They can't sabotage it. They can't compete with it. They can't copy it. Everything they try to imitate from you looks awkward, fake, or straight up embarrassing, because glow-ups can't be stolen. They're earned. They're aligned. They're cosmic. They're protected. Your evolution is exposing everything they tried to hide. Your success is highlighting everything they failed at. Your aura is suffocating the lies they told about you. Your confidence is crushing the image they crafted of you. They hate that your wins are loud, even when you're quiet. They hate that your energy is powerful, even when you're calm. They hate that you moved forward while they stayed stuck in the same chapter, rereading their own bad decisions. And if you're wondering why your glow-up feels so divine, it's because the universe always saves the biggest transformation for last. Not only to elevate you, but to close the story, final closure. No sequel for them, no comeback for them, no redemption arc, just consequences. Your glow-up is the universe saying, you made it, you survived, you're chosen, keep walking. And the part that finishes them, you're not even trying to flex. You're not even showing off. You're just existing, and your existence alone is a flex they can't match. They wanted you broken. Instead, you became a version of yourself their imagination wasn't big enough to predict. They wanted you forgotten. Instead, you became unforgettable. They wanted you small. Instead, you became larger than every lie they told. They wanted you scared. Instead, you became fearless. Your glow-up is their regret. Your rise is their karma. Your happiness is their punishment. And the most poetic part, you didn't glow up to hurt them, but the glow still hurt them anyway. Stay untouchable, chosen one. The coffin is closed. The chapter is over. Your light won. The funniest part is, they thought their little ritual was private, right until your name slammed into the room like a warning shot. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A whole group huddled in some dim corner of their world, whispering, plotting, sharpening their excuses and their psychological tricks. And then suddenly the air glitches. A phone lights up. A notification hits. A voice plays. A message pops. And it's you. Your presence crashes into their ritual like a brick through glass. That's the moment they realized they weren't hidden. They weren't powerful. They weren't in control. They were being watched by the very energy they tried to break. Interesting fact, humans can sense danger before they logically understand it. Their nervous system spikes, their chest locks, their breath gets tight. And that's exactly what happened the second you showed up in the middle of their secret ceremony. Their bodies responded before their minds could lie. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, as it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force. Now come back here, because this is where the real intro begins. They never understood what they were messing with. They never noticed the giant standing behind you. They were too busy convincing themselves that the sabotage they plotted in their heads didn't count. They tried to convince themselves that their schemes were harmless because they stayed hidden behind anonymity, group chats, fake smiles, or their own delusions. They thought if the cruelty stayed in the shadows, it wouldn't echo. They thought if the damage was psychological, subtle, whispered or indirect, it wouldn't be traced back to them. They really believed intention carried no weight. That's the level of delusion you're dealing with. But all that illusion shattered the moment your name landed inside their ritual. You sent a bone-chilling message without even trying. The shock that ran through that room wasn't just fear, it was exposure. It was the realization that the chosen one they tried to dismantle is operating on a way higher level than their whole group combined. You sent a message that said, I see you. You sent a message that said, your ritual is nothing but a loud red flag waving in my face. You sent a message that said, "You dragged yourself into my world and you don't belong here." And they felt it hard. You know why? Because when someone is guilty, the smallest sound feels like a threat. The smallest notification feels like a warning. The smallest coincidence feels like proof. That's why their room went cold. That's why some of them froze mid-breath. That's why some of them looked over their shoulders. And that's why some of them haven't slept right since. They realized the ritual they thought was powerful was actually flimsy, childish, and desperate. They realized the chosen one they thought was weak was actually the one holding all the cards. They realized the universe doesn't let cruelty slide, not even quiet cruelty, not even hidden intentions. Here's another fact they don't want to hear. When someone focuses on your downfall, they attach themselves to your destiny. And when that destiny rises, they get dragged along the ride, even if it terrifies them. That's why they keep watching you. That's why your name keeps coming up. That's why their obsession keeps looping back. They're tied to the very person they tried to break. Your message hit harder than a punch because it wasn't the words. It was the timing, right in the middle of their little meeting, right while they were comparing notes on how to stall you, drain you, trick you, or predict your moves. Right while their illusion was at its peak. That's when life threw your presence into the room like a spotlight. And the spotlight exposed everything: their guilt, their intentions, their jealousy, their fear, their weakness, their obsession, and most of all, their insignificance in your story. You didn't just interrupt their ritual, you crashed their reality. You broke their narrative. You reminded them that they're not the hunters, they're the ones being studied. You reminded them that the shadows they played in aren't as safe as they thought. You reminded them that the chosen one is not someone you corner. The chosen one is someone you accidentally summon when you try. You didn't plan it. You didn't force it. You didn't have to strategize it. Your existence alone was enough. That's the bone-chilling part. That's the part that sent their stomachs dropping. That's the part that made someone's hand shake. That's the part that made someone leave the room early. That's the part that made someone check over their shoulder 3 times before going to sleep. You sent a message that said everything without saying anything. I'm not in your ritual. You're in mine. I'm not in your trap. You walked into my territory. I'm not the target. I'm the consequence. Chosen one, you didn't just interrupt their ritual, you ended it. And chosen one, stay close, because what you just heard was barely the opening strike. That was the echo before the real explosion. The ritual you interrupted, that was only the first layer. The deeper you go, the more their masks slip, the more their fear shows, the more you start seeing exactly why your presence hit them harder than anything they ever expected. So if you're really built for this path, if you're ready for the truth that makes the enemy flinch, then prove it. Drop a 44 in the comments so I know you're locked in, aware and awake. And if you want to fuel this mission, hit that super thanks, not as charity, but as a signal flare that you stand with the force behind these messages. Your support doesn't just help, it amplifies this movement. Now take a breath and tighten your seatbelt, because we're about to peel this open layer by layer. And if you're a real chosen one, you'll feel that instinctive pull to stay right here until the final word. Something inside you already knows. The deeper we go, the more everything clicks. Let's get back into the ritual you shattered and why it terrified them so much. Number 1. The secret huddle that you crashed without even being there. Funny how they talked the loudest when they thought you weren't listening, and then one whisper of your name turned their whole strategy meeting into a crime scene. Chosen one, this is where things get entertaining. Because the moment we talk about the secret huddle you crashed without even being there, we're talking about the kind of power most people don't even realize they have. Power that doesn't need you to show up physically. Power that doesn't need you to send a message on purpose. Power that shakes a room simply because your existence grazed their imagination. Your enemies didn't just flinch, they malfunctioned. One little mention of your name sucked the air out of their lungs like a vacuum above their heads, and that's what they'll never admit. It's not you who fears them. It's them who can't handle you. Think of it like this for a moment. Imagine a group of people sitting around a table, whispering, comparing screenshots, swapping stories, calculating how to block your progress. They're so sure they're running the operation smoothly. Then, suddenly, a phone lights up with your post. A message appears with your voice, a clip of you shows up on their feed. Or someone simply says your name. That's all it takes. Your presence enters the room like a cold hand touching the back of their neck. And now the room feels too small, too quiet, too exposed. They start asking each other, did they find out? Did someone snitch? Are they watching us? Why now? Here's a psychological fact they don't want to hear. Guilty people always assume they've been caught, even when no one's chasing them. That's why your name is enough to hijack their mood. That's why their little ritual lost all its rhythm. That's why someone suddenly had to step outside to breathe. That's the effect of the chosen one's presence. Not intimidation, exposure. You didn't crash their meeting, their fear dragged you into it. And here's another metaphor to slap them with. Imagine burglars sneaking through a house, thinking they're quiet, careful, untouchable. Then suddenly the lights switch on without anyone touching the switch. That's what you did. You didn't walk into their room. You flipped the voltage in their entire operation. The funniest part? History has seen this before. People panic when the person they underestimated rises. Think about Beyoncé. Every time someone tries to shade her, she doesn't clap back. She just releases a project and suddenly the industry rearranges itself. Think about Michael Jordan. Teams trash-talked him until he stepped into the court and their confidence evaporated like steam. Think about Kobe. Think about Muhammad Ali. People plotted, doubted, criticized, whispered. Then the chosen one walked into the narrative, and suddenly the world rewrote the ending. You're doing the same thing without even stepping into the room. Now let's answer the questions that might be spinning in your mind right now. Why were they even talking about me? Because chosen ones live rent-free inside the heads of people who can't stand their growth. Why does my presence shake them? Because they expected you to stay down. They planned your downfall like it was a group project, and group projects fall apart the moment the person they targeted starts winning. Why does my name alone stop conversations? Because you represent the proof that their plans didn't work. It's embarrassing for them. And that humiliation is delicious when you finally see it clearly. But here's the part that hits the hardest. You crashed a meeting you weren't even invited to because your path, your frequency, your energy operates above theirs. They were plotting on the ground floor. You're living on the top level. But your footsteps alone are enough to rattle their ceiling. That's why your name appears in rooms you've never entered. That's why people who barely know you discuss you like a weather alert. That's why the same individuals who swore they were over you or done with you still find ways to bring you up. You don't haunt them. Their intentions haunt them. You're just the mirror. Some of them were comparing notes like detectives investigating a ghost. Did you see what they posted? Did you hear what they're doing now? Do you know who they're talking to? They were trying to track your movements like scientists studying an unpredictable natural phenomenon. But here's what they forgot. Chosen ones don't move in predictable, controllable patterns. You're spontaneous, you're inconvenient, you evolve without warning, you glow without permission. That's why they can't keep up. You crashed their huddle because your upward momentum outpaced their expectations. Another fact: when people obsess over someone, the brain creates false connections. They start believing every coincidence is a sign. So when your message appeared in that exact moment, right in the middle of their scheming, their brains interpreted it as a warning, as a threat, as cosmic payback. That's why their stomach dropped. That's why the ritual broke. That's why someone said, "Let's talk about this later." You broke the spell without lifting a finger. Chosen one, the first step to understanding your power is recognizing this. Your presence disrupts anything built on lies. Your energy interrupts anything built on cruelty. Your growth destroys any plan built on your failure. That's why their secret huddle froze. That's why their conversations collapsed. That's why their confidence shattered the moment your name entered their ritual. You didn't join their meeting. You overshadowed it. You didn't expose their secrets. Their own fear did. You didn't need to confront them. Your existence confronted everything fake about them. And this is where the villain wisdom kicks in. The part they'll never be ready for. The part that makes them flinch. Every time they try to work against you in the dark, your success turns on the lights. They thought they were being strategic. They thought they were being clever. They thought they were being powerful, but all they really did was gather together, just to get startled by your shadow. You're the giant they never noticed behind you. You're the glitch in their ritual. You're the reality check they wish they could unsee. You're the force they can't mute, block, or erase. They were running briefings until your name hit the room. They were comparing notes until your aura tightened their throats. They were scheming until you showed up without showing up. Chosen one, remember this. You crash the rooms you're never invited to because you're the only one in the story who actually matters. Now let's go deeper, because this was only the first layer of the panic you triggered. Number 2. Cruel intentions always come back with receipts. They thought intentions evaporate, but the universe keeps receipts like a petty ex who screenshots everything. Chosen one, this part is where the story stops being funny and starts being poetic justice, because cruel intentions always come back with receipts, and yours weren't dealing with harmless people. They were dealing with people who weaponized subtlety, who hid their hands behind their backs, who smiled at you while slipping knives into your shadow. They didn't just dislike you, they engineered downfall, they plotted, they rehearsed, they calculated. And they thought because their schemes stayed inside their heads or behind closed doors, the consequences would somehow disappear, as if the universe runs on vibes and not accountability. As if every psychological trick they played wasn't entered into the ledger of reality the second they imagined it. Let's cut straight into it, chosen one. The sabotage you went through. It wasn't random. It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't just life. These people deliberately bent their energy toward hurting you. They crafted narratives behind your back. They twisted conversations to make you look unstable. They set traps, expecting you to trip. They manipulated situations and tried to pull strings like puppeteers. They even tried to glamorize their cruelty by telling themselves it was playful or harmless or you deserved it. That's how the weak justify their failures, by trying to infect strong people with guilt they never earned. But here's where the plot flips. Cruelty has a signature, a timestamp, a trail, and when the chosen one rises, every hidden intention gets dragged out like evidence at a trial. You think their anxiety right now is random. You think the way they suddenly look over their shoulders is just stress. No, their conscience is a snitch. Their intentions are betraying them. Their own energy is turning them in. Now imagine this for a second. Imagine someone trying to sink a ship that's built to float. They poke holes, they loosen ropes, they damage the sails, but the ship still moves, still rises, still sails farther than they ever dreamed you would. Their plan didn't fail quietly. It failed loudly. It failed in ways that embarrassed them. It failed in ways that exposed how petty, insecure, and jealous they really were. And now that you're thriving, their own actions are boomeranging straight back at them. Look at history for proof. Cruel intentions always leave fingerprints. Judas tried to sabotage Jesus. Everyone remembers Judas, but no one celebrates him. People plotted behind Princess Diana's back. Decades later, their cruelty still haunts their legacy. Even in pop culture, think about Taylor Swift. Every time someone used cruelty to destroy her, it backfired so hard, she turned the fallout into chart-topping albums and global influence. Cruel people forget this one universal rule. When you aim to break someone who's chosen, you dig a grave you will eventually fall into. Here's the psychological punch they never expected. Intent carries energy. You don't need to act physically to create impact. The moment they wished harm on you, the moment they tried to humiliate you, the moment they plotted a downfall, they created a chain reaction that now circles back like a silent drone with footage of everything they did. And chosen one, let's answer the quiet questions that might be lurking in your mind. Why did they even want to hurt me? Because cruelty is the weapon of the insecure. You triggered something they weren't ready to face within themselves. Why did it feel like everything was coming at me at once? Because they teamed up. Weak minds flock together when they're intimidated. Why didn't their sabotage destroy me? Because chosen ones bend, but they don't break. Your spirit is built like tempered steel. They brought plastic knives to a war they can't fight. Their psychological tricks always had an expiration date. Their manipulative plots always had a timer. Their attempts to twist reality always had a moment where the curtain would fall. And now here we are. Curtain down, lights on, all receipts printed. Let's go deeper into this metaphor. Chosen one. Think of yourself as a flame. People who envy you are moths. They circle, they hover, they pretend to admire the light, but inside they're planning to drain it, touch it, control it, extinguish it. And every time they get close, they get burned. Not because you attack them, because you exist, because your light exposes how weak their wings really are. Another fun fact. Research shows humans project their intentions onto the world around them. Someone who plots betrayal expects betrayal everywhere. Someone who tries to trick others becomes paranoid about being tricked. Someone who schemes in the dark starts seeing shadows even in daylight. This is why your enemies are restless. This is why they feel watched. This is why your success feels like an attack to them. Their sabotage is coming back with receipts, chosen one. Receipts that look like sudden losses, friend groups turning on them, opportunities slipping, people doubting them, anxiety they can't explain, plans falling apart for no reason, truths being revealed accidentally. And that eerie feeling that somebody somewhere knows what they did. Spoiler alert. It's not somebody. It's life itself. You know why this part is so satisfying, because you didn't have to do anything. You didn't have to expose them. You didn't have to clap back. You didn't have to play dirty. Their own intentions are doing the work. Their cruelty is coming home like a lost dog that finally returns to its owner. Chosen One, you weren't paranoid. You weren't too sensitive. You weren't imagining things. They meant what they did. They meant what they thought. They meant the harm. That's why the receipts are returning with such precision. That's why reality is folding them like paper airplanes. You're watching karma operate with GPS accuracy. It's poetic, honestly. They tried to ruin you quietly. Now they're being exposed loudly. They tried to wound you in secret. Now they're getting consequences in daylight. They tried to manipulate your story. Now their own narrative is falling apart. Here's the final villain smirk truth bomb. Cruel intentions don't dissolve. They accumulate interest. And your enemies? Their debt just came due. Chosen One, this is just the second layer of the unraveling. They thought their intentions vanished. They thought they got away with it. They thought no one saw. But the universe? Oh, it saw everything. Number 3. The moment they realized the game wasn't private. Wild how they thought they were operating in stealth mode, until your presence sliced through their ritual like a blade and exposed every lie they were telling themselves. Chosen One, this moment right here is the part that still haunts them. They were whispering your name like it was some forbidden spell, convinced they were hidden, protected, unseen. Then reality decided to embarrass them. A sound, a notification, a glitch, a sudden shift in the room's energy. Whatever it was, it synced perfectly with the exact second your name left their lips. That's when their stomach dropped. That's when their plan cracked. That's when they finally realized the game wasn't private. It was monitored. The universe has a petty sense of timing when it comes to protecting chosen ones. You don't even need to show up. Your energy shows up first. It walks in like a shadow with perfect aim and starts flipping every switch they thought was safe to touch. And now they're trying to figure out how you always manage to appear in the exact moment they're plotting. They think it's coincidence. It's not. It's alignment. It's the universe whispering, try that again and see what happens. You're probably wondering, why does this keep happening? Why do they always get exposed the second they move against me? Because chosen ones aren't allowed to be played with. Every trick gets returned to sender. Every whisper gets caught by the wind. Every intention gets dragged into the light. Your life is synced with a bigger force that refuses to let their rituals go unchecked. Let them stress. Let them wonder how much you know. Let them panic every time their phone buzzes. You don't have to lift a finger. The universe already put eyes on the whole situation. Focus on you. Their game was never private, because your power was never small. Number 4. They tried mind games. You replied with reality. They tried mind games. You replied with reality. They played chess in the dark, forgetting you don't need light to win. You are the light. Chosen One, this part stings them the most, because this is where their whole strategy collapses. They really thought mind games didn't count. They thought invisible attacks had no consequences. They believed their silence protected them, their subtlety disguised them, and their manipulative intentions somehow didn't enter the universe's record. They treated psychological warfare like it was harmless. But intentions scream louder than actions, and now every single one of theirs is blowing up in their faces like faulty fireworks. They pushed emotional triggers, planted doubts, twisted stories and thought, because they didn't get caught out loud. It didn't matter. But the universe doesn't care about volume. It cares about frequency, and they were vibrating on pure jealousy, obsession, bitterness and cruelty. That's why everything is snapping back at them now. Their mind games were postcards with return addresses they thought no one would read. And you replied with reality, with growth, with clarity, with becoming everything they swore you'd never be. That alone is revenge. That alone is exposure. That alone is the slap they can't recover from. You're probably wondering, why didn't their tricks destroy me? Because chosen ones are wired differently. Your intuition is stronger than their manipulation. Your spirit is heavier than their illusions. Their mind games bounced off you because the universe refuses to let lies shape your destiny. Now look at them, confused, nervous, wondering why life suddenly stopped cooperating, trying to figure out why everything they wished on you slipped into their own lives instead. And the answer is simple. Their intentions were visible to the only force that mattered, and that force is riding with you, not them. Keep moving. Reality already defeated their illusions. Number 5. The puppet master is about to get dragged into the spotlight. Funny how the one pulling the strings always forgets the stage lights eventually flip on. Chosen one, this is the part where the universe stops being subtle and starts being theatrical. There's been a self-appointed puppet master lurking behind your challenges, the type who thinks they're the mastermind, because they move in shadows, whisper instructions, and push people like chess pieces. They convinced themselves they were writing your downfall, like they were some kind of director cute, delusional but cute. What they never understood is this: there's no world where a chosen one operates under someone else's script. You weren't built to be controlled. You were built to expose whoever tries. And right now, the spotlight is heating up. Every lie they whispered is echoing back. Every plot they coordinated is unraveling. Every mask they wore is cracking. Their biggest fear was always being seen for who they really are. And that moment is arriving like a camera flash they can't dodge. You might be wondering, why now? Because the universe has run the receipts. Their influence has an expiration date, and it just hit 0. The people they manipulated are waking up. The schemes they orchestrated are leaking. Their fake reputation is collapsing like cheap cardboard in the rain. And here's the poetic part. The stage they built to humiliate you is now the platform where they get exposed. Publicly, clearly, brutally. They wanted power. They're about to get attention instead. They wanted to stay hidden. They're about to become the main character of their own downfall. Meanwhile, you're rising untouched, unbothered, and backed by a universe that refuses to let anyone else hold the pen to your story. Keep watching, Chosen One. The puppet master is about to dance without strings. Number 6. The sneak thief who walked into the wrong store. They thought they were robbing you, but tababat da-da-dee accidentally broke into the headquarters of the one person who already knew every inch of the building. Chosen One, this is where the universe gets almost comedic. Someone genuinely believed they could sneak into your space, take your peace, drain your energy, copy your glow, hijack your momentum, or stain your name. They strutted in like some midnight bandit, whispering to themselves that you wouldn't notice. Meanwhile, you're the architect of the entire territory they stepped into. They didn't break into your store, they walked into your domain. That's the part that melts their brain. They thought they were hunting you, but they were strolling right into your map. Every trap. You built it without even trying. Every exit. You memorized it in your sleep. Every little shadowy corridor where they thought they could hide. That's the very corner where your intuition shines the brightest. You ever notice how thieves panic the hardest when they realize the owner is home and wide awake? That's exactly where they are right now. They tried lifting your peace, but somehow theirs started falling apart. They tried stealing your energy, but now they're the ones drained, confused and spiraling. They tried to take credit for your success, and somehow that success doubled on your end while their own lane dried up. They tried smearing your name, but their own reputation cracked first. You might wonder, why did every attempt backfire? Simple, because they weren't meant to operate in your world. You're built with sensory alarms they didn't even know existed. Your intuition is a security system. Your growth is barbed wire. Your purpose is the guard dog, and the universe itself is the silent CCTV camera watching everything they thought they hid. They walked in thinking they were going to rob a victim. They didn't realize they were trespassing into the chosen one's territory. Now look at them, looking around, lost, exposed, realizing every step they took was the wrong one because they weren't supposed to be inside your realm to begin with. They thought they were playing you, but they only proved one universal law. You can't steal from someone who was born guarded by forces you can't see. Let them scramble. Let them choke on the consequences. You're protected, elevated, and already 3 moves ahead while they're still trying to figure out how they ended up trapped in a store that was never theirs to enter. Number 7. The return of old enemies who should have stayed gone. Some people don't come back to check on you. They come back to check if their old damage finally worked. Chosen one, brace yourself, because this part hits different. There's an enemy from your past, someone who already tried it, already failed, already embarrassed themselves, and yet here they come again, crawling back into your storyline like a horror movie villain that didn't get the memo that the audience stopped being scared of them years ago. They should have stayed gone. They should have stayed irrelevant. They should have stayed quiet. But jealousy doesn't understand retirement, and fear has a long memory. This person thought time would weaken you. They assumed distance would dull your power. They hoped life would slow you down enough for their old tricks to finally land. What they didn't expect was the glow-up, the elevation, the eerie calm you carry now. The universe sharpening you in silence while they sat in the dark, replaying old losses on loop. Now imagine this, chosen one, somebody who once tried to break you, sees you again after all this time. And instead of seeing the version they tried to destroy, they see the version that survived them, thrived after them, grew because of them. That's the moment their stomach drops into their shoes. That's when their jealousy starts glitching. That's when the fear resurrects. They didn't come back by accident. This is unfinished business on their end, not yours. They're back because why are they still rising? Why didn't my sabotage stick? Why did the universe back them instead of me? Why does their name still carry power I can't touch? They're back because your success is a threat. Your evolution is a mirror they can't look into without crumbling. Your existence alone reopens the wounds they hoped time would stitch shut. The universe is laughing at this rerun. You already passed the levels they tried to trap you in. You already outgrew the identity they tried to confine you to. They're stepping into a version of you that doesn't even flinch anymore. A version protected, guided and surrounded by forces that move on your behalf like silent soldiers. This comeback isn't a warning for you, it's a warning for them. They're re-entering your storyline thinking it's the same game, but they're walking straight into a higher version of you with sharper intuition, stronger boundaries, deeper wisdom, and a universe that's been waiting to settle the score they ran from. Let them return. Let them try again. Because this time, chosen one, they aren't facing who you were. They're facing the upgraded version of the one person they should have left alone forever. Number 8. Their past failure just got replayed in HD. Their past failure just got replayed in HD. Nothing haunts a guilty conscience more violently than watching the person they tried to destroy walk in shining like nothing happened. Chosen One, this part is almost cinematic. The moment they saw you rise again, the moment your glow hit their screen, the moment your name reappeared in the group chat they swear you'll never see, boom, their old failure started replaying in high definition, loud enough to drown out whatever delusional confidence they built since the last time they lost to you. They thought they buried the memory of you, but your elevation dug it back up with a shovel. Seeing you rise wasn't just inconvenient for them, it was devastating. It reopened every wound they tried to pretend didn't exist. It reminded them of that moment they swung at you and missed so badly they embarrassed themselves. It reminded them their old plots didn't break you, they built you. And now they're panicking in circles, reviving every old tactic like a failing franchise, desperately making another sequel nobody asked for. Meetings, check-ins, updates, quick calls, just seeing what you're up to. Yeah, that's not curiosity, that's fear wrapped in obsession. They're rebooting the same rituals that failed before because your success is their worst nightmare. Your rise is their reminder that all their secret plans never touched you and the fact you didn't crumble. That's the part that keeps them up. That's the part that makes them start whispering again. That's the part that makes them compare notes in dark rooms like terrified interns running from a deadline they can't escape. The universe is savage with this timing. You didn't just rise, you rose right when they thought the file on you was closed. Now their failure is replaying on loop, Ultra HD, full volume, with no option to skip. Let them panic. Let them resurrect old schemes. Because the more they try to repeat history, the faster they realize you're not the same character they fought before, and their sequel will flop even harder than the original. Number 9. The funhouse moment, when they realized you played them first. They thought they put you in a maze until the walls started bending and they realized you were the one controlling the mirrors. Chosen One, this is the part that makes the enemy's soul glitch. They walked around so confidently, thinking they had you figured out, thinking you were reacting to their moves, thinking you were trapped in their world. Meanwhile, you were standing there, quiet, calm, smirking like a villain who already read the final page of the book they're still struggling to decode. They thought they were directing the game, but they were in the funhouse you built with your silence, your intuition, your growth, your emotional intelligence. The universe didn't just protect you, it turned their tricks backward. Every lie they told bounced back. Every illusion they tried to weaponize warped in their hands. Every psychological trap they set twisted into something confusing they couldn't escape. You ever notice how guilty people panic when the environment stops behaving the way they expect? That's what happened. The room started bending. Reality started mirroring their own intentions. Suddenly, they weren't manipulating you. They were fighting their own reflection. They thought you were naive, soft, unaware. They assumed your silence meant weakness. They couldn't comprehend that you were letting them think they had control so the universe could reveal exactly how incompetent they truly were. They didn't know that chosen ones don't chase battles. We change the battlefield. Now they're looking around like, why does everything feel off? Because this isn't their world. It's yours. It always was. They just didn't notice the giant standing behind you. The unseen force elevating your perspective, the protection wrapped around you like invisible armor. While they slithered in the dark, you pulled them into the light without lifting a finger. Let them choke on the realization. Let them tremble when the mirrors stop lying for them, because this is the moment they finally understand. You were never in their trap. They were trapped in your realm, and you were the one holding every exit. Number 10. Your calm is the chill that haunts them. Nothing slices deeper than a person who's supposed to be broken, sitting there calm, unbothered and glowing like the plot twist they never saw coming. Chosen one, your calm is their punishment. Your silence is their karma. Your peace is the bone-chilling message that keeps replaying in their head like a nightmare they can't wake up from. You think you're just minding your business. But on their side of the fence, your composure feels like the universe is dragging a cold finger down their spine. They expected screaming, chaos, rage. They wanted you to fall apart so they could celebrate behind closed doors. Instead, you showed up with that villain-level serenity, that quiet smirk that says, "I already won, sweetheart." And that's the part that breaks them. Because now they're forced to face a truth they never wanted to admit. All their rituals, all their gossip, all their plots, all their psychological tricks did nothing but expose how weak they actually are. They ask themselves, how are they still peaceful? Why aren't they reacting? Why didn't the trap trigger them? Why does the universe protect them like that? Your calm is a mirror. And every time they look into it, they see their own insecurity, their own obsession, their own failure staring back. They don't see a victim. They see a chosen one who stepped out of their reach and out of their league. That serenity you carry, it's the mark of someone the universe supports, someone the universe whispers to, someone the universe lifts even when chaos tries to pull them down. Your peace exposes their chaos. Your stillness reveals their instability. Your composure confirms what they feared most. You were never intimidated by them. They were intimidated by you. Let them shiver. Let them spiral. Let them replay your calm like a horror soundtrack, because they finally get it. The one thing they can't steal from you is the one thing they fear the most. Number 11. The cup runs dry for the ones who tried to drain you. The cup runs dry for the ones who tried to drain you. When you try to starve a chosen one, the universe flips the table, and suddenly you're the one choking on the famine you ordered. Chosen one, this one hits like poetic justice with a steel-toed boot. The people who tried to drain you dry are now watching their own cups crack in their hands. Everything they tried to take from you, energy, confidence, reputation, opportunities, support, is evaporating on their side faster than they can blink. They thought they could siphon your glow like some cosmic leech, but the universe was quietly setting up a reversal that even karma would applaud. Look at their life right now, their resources shrinking, their confidence shaky, their luck dead battery, their allies ghosting them harder than a bad date. Because when someone targets a chosen one, everything they touch starts glitching. It's a universal law. The drain they aimed at you becomes the drain that swallows them. They're confused, asking themselves, why is everything going wrong? Simple, because you were the blessing they tried to sabotage. You were the protected one they mocked. You were the torch they tried to dim without realizing the flame wasn't just yours. It was backed by forces they can't bargain with, manipulate, or outrun. Now their plans are collapsing, their rituals are failing, their stability is leaking through their fingers like sand. Meanwhile, you're rising, you're glowing, you're rebuilding, because the universe doesn't let chosen ones walk through life empty-handed, especially not because of someone else's cruelty. What they planned for you, it's happening to them instead. not because you wished it, but because the universe doesn't let thieves drink from cups they tried to smash. Let their cup run dry. Yours is being refilled in ways they never had access to. Number 12. Final judgment. The universe drops the curtain. They thought the show would end on their cue, until the universe ripped the script out of their hands. Chosen one, this is the part where everything accelerates, not slowly, not softly, not politely. This is the snap, the shift, the final curtain drop. The moment where the universe stops giving warnings and starts issuing consequences like lightning strikes. Their season is ending with the same speed and cruelty they aimed at you, and the timing is not a coincidence. It's precision. The moment they stepped into your realm, the moment they played in energies they didn't understand, the moment they tried to twist destiny like it belonged to them, that was the moment their landing spot disappeared. There's no soft fall for people who climbed into clouds they didn't have the wings for. And now, every illusion they hid behind is evaporating under the spotlight they never wanted. You feel the momentum building in your life, fast, sharp, unstoppable. That's not random. That's the universe clearing your path now that the parasites, shadows, and puppeteers have been dragged out of your orbit. It feels like doors that were once welded shut are suddenly swinging open, like they've been waiting for you all along. Because they have. Meanwhile, on their side, everything they leaned on is collapsing with embarrassing speed. Their alliances crumble, their fake confidence fractures, their manipulations backfire, their rituals glitch, their tools fail, their protection disappears. They're falling through the air they were never meant to enter in the first place. Chosen one, this is the payoff for surviving what you weren't meant to survive. This is the victory lap after battles nobody knew you were fighting. This is the beginning of a life that moves with force and clarity, because nothing's pulling you backward anymore. Their season ends. Yours begins, violent in speed, brilliant in direction, and completely out of their reach. And now that every mask has fallen, every plot has folded, and every enemy has exposed themselves without you lifting a finger, you can breathe. This chapter closes on your terms. Their ritual ends. Your rise begins. The universe is clearly backing your every step, and nothing they tried could touch the path meant for you. And thank you, Chosen One, for walking this journey with that quiet, unstoppable fire. Pay this message forward. Hit like, smash subscribe, drop the number 77 in the comments, and share this with another rising soul who needs the reminder. Oh, look at them, shaking, because you just detonated the one trap they were so sure you'd walk into. That's the kind of sentence that should be echoing inside the enemy's skull right now. That quote belongs taped to their wall as a warning sign, because it sums up exactly what happened. You didn't just rock somebody's whole world. You didn't just disrupt their little scheme. You blew up their entire secret operation without even trying. One wrong glance from you, one moment of clarity, one shift in your energy, and their whole blueprint turned into confetti. They're still coughing in the smoke while you're standing there like, oops, did my awareness ruin your evil agenda? Now imagine this for a moment, Chosen One. You walk into a room where everyone thinks you're clueless. They're passing signals, swapping glances, coordinating a setup right under your nose. You're supposed to miss it. You're supposed to be the sweet one, the soft one, the easy-to-play one. They think you're a page while they're the mastermind. But then you tilt your head, raise an eyebrow, and suddenly the whole cast realizes the script isn't going the way they rehearsed. Their smiles crack, their timing slips, their plan collapses like wet paper, all because you saw what you weren't supposed to see. And here's the fact that hits them harder than any metaphor. Psychologically, most manipulative people overestimate their intelligence and underestimate their target. Studies show that con artists get caught not because the plan was weak, but because they assumed the victim wasn't paying attention. That's exactly what happened here. They underestimated the wrong one. You became the glitch they never predicted, the variable they never accounted for. You were supposed to be fooled, but instead, you were watching them watching you. That alone sent their entire agenda spiraling into panic mode. And thank you, Chosen One, for being here, for being sharp, for being awake in a world that tries so hard to keep you blind. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, Chosen One, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force that shakes rooms simply by standing in them. Now let's slide right back to our topic, because this intro isn't about hype, it's about clarity. This whole video, this whole message is about the exact moment you unknowingly blew up their secret operation. The moment your awareness snapped into place and the enemy realized they were dealing with someone far more dangerous than they assumed. You didn't stumble into the truth. You recognized the pattern. You felt the energy shift. You noticed the timing, the inconsistencies, the weird coincidences that weren't coincidences at all. You sensed the trap because Chosen Ones don't just see, they perceive. You didn't need proof. Your intuition was the proof. And the moment you honored that feeling, you cut the red wire on their entire setup. The explosion didn't happen to you, it happened to them. The truth is, they had already celebrated. They spent the money you never agreed to give. They rehearsed the story you never intended to believe. They told people they had you wrapped up, locked down, fooled, manipulated, handled. They sat on the edge of their seat, waiting for you to take the bait. They even bragged about the results before the game started. That's how confident they were in your blindness. But the moment you hesitated, the moment you stepped back, the moment you questioned something that didn't sit right, their stomach dropped. It's wild how the tiniest shift from you can send shockwaves through their whole world. You don't even need to fight them. You simply wake up and their plans turn to dust. They thought they were hunting you, but they were exposing themselves. They thought they were setting you up, but you were studying the setup. They thought you were the target, but you were actually the mirror reflecting every one of their intentions back at them. Chosen Ones don't walk into traps. Traps collapse under the weight of Chosen One's awareness. You're not the victim in this story. You're the plot twist. You're the moment the villain starts sweating. You're the one variable they couldn't manipulate, couldn't predict, and definitely couldn't control. You didn't disrupt their agenda accidentally. You disrupted it because the universe wired you to break illusions just by existing in your sharper, upgraded form. They were counting on your confusion, but you're too observant, too evolved, too alert. You caught on right in time, and that alone rocked someone's entire world. They're sitting there right now staring at the wreckage of their own plan, wondering how the person they thought they could deceive ended up being the one they should have feared the most. This intro is your confirmation. You didn't dodge danger by luck. You dismantled danger by intelligence, and they know it. The enemy is flinching because you didn't fall for the performance. You saw the hands behind the curtain. You watched the puppeteer panic, and now they're scrambling in the dark while you walk in the light. You just rocked somebody's whole world, and that is only the beginning. And Chosen One, lean in for a second, because what you just heard was the opening scene, not the climax. That was the smoke before the fire. You just rocked somebody's whole world and totally disrupted their evil agenda, and we're only warming up. If you're really built for this, if you're truly carrying that rare awareness that makes the shadows panic, then stay right here with me. This breakdown is about to get deeper, sharper, and way more uncomfortable for the enemy. And if you're riding with this message, pay it back by pressing like and subscribe, because it pushes this truth into more hands that need it. And if you feel called to bless this mission with a super thanks, know that your support fuels the people behind this and helps amplify the light in a world drowning in noise. Drop the number 99 in the comments if you're ready to keep dismantling their agenda piece by piece. And now let's step right into the real story. Because if you are a genuine chosen one, you're going to feel that instinctive pull to hear every detail. Something in you already knows this story mirrors your own. Stay with me. The deeper we go, the clearer everything becomes. Let's get started. Number 1. They didn't plan for you to see the room shift. Funny how they practiced their lies for weeks, only for you to ruin everything with one raised eyebrow. That line alone should make the enemy twitch, because it perfectly exposes what they never expected, you seeing the room shift before they even executed the plan. They didn't plan for your awareness. They didn't plan for your intuition. They didn't plan for the quiet brilliance you carry without bragging about it. They thought you were simple, soft, predictable. But chosen ones have a way of sensing the temperature change before anyone else even notices the thermostat moved. And this time, you didn't just sense it, you acted on it. You pulled yourself out of their trap so fast, it gave them emotional whiplash. This is the moment they realized they misread the script. The moment they understood they weren't dealing with some clueless extra in the background. They were dealing with the main character who suddenly started reading their lines out loud with a smirk. Chosen ones always see the glitches. You notice the tone shift, the awkward pause, the way someone's story changes by 2 inches each time, the way a room gets too quiet when you walk in. You see everything because you were built to see what others pretend not to notice. Now imagine this, chosen one. You're sitting at a table where everyone thinks you're naive. They're exchanging glances, giving subtle nods, shifting their body language to signal each other like a bunch of low-budget actors in a bad movie. But instead of falling for it, you tilt your head and your eyes sharpen just enough for them to feel it. That one tiny gesture from you is enough to make the entire scheme collapse. They freeze, their timing stutters, their confidence slips through their fingers, because nothing terrifies a manipulator more than realizing their target is finally reading the room. Psychologically, this is a textbook moment. Research shows that people who rely on deception tend to miss one critical detail. They assume the other person isn't paying attention. Manipulators live off the belief that they are the smartest in the room. They build entire traps around that ego. But chosen ones, you have a pattern recognition ability they cannot comprehend. Call it instinct, call it awareness, call it experience. Whatever it is, it makes you dangerous to people who rely on subtlety and secrecy. And here's a fact to sit in your bones. Some of the most powerful people in history were underestimated for the exact same reason. Look at Albert Einstein. Teachers thought he was slow because he didn't learn like everyone else. Yet, he saw patterns no one else could grasp. Look at Harriet Tubman. She sensed danger and betrayal faster than any trap could catch her. Look at Steve Jobs, brutally aware, reading energy instead of words, always catching what others glossed over. The great ones notice micro-shifts, invisible tells, weird coincidences, and they trust them. That's what you did. That's what terrifies your enemies. You trusted the shift. Now I know what question might be floating through your mind. Did I really see what I think I saw, or am I overreacting? That's the enemy's favorite trick. They depend on your doubt. They want you to think you're paranoid so they can keep moving behind the scenes. But the truth is, Chosen One, your awareness has saved you more times than you even realize. You're not overreacting. You're perceiving. You're not imagining things. You're confirming things they hoped you'd never detect. Trust it, because the moment you do, their whole setup begins to break apart. Another question you might wonder is, why me? Why do I always sense things others miss? Because your mind doesn't operate at surface level. You weren't built for shallow living. You read undertones, body language, voice inflection, pacing, energy, motives. You spot the tiny misalignment in someone's story. You hear the silence behind the words. And whether they admit it or not, people feel it. They feel exposed around you. They feel naked. They feel predictable, and that scares them more than anything. Think about how many times you've been in a situation where something felt off and you couldn't explain it. But later, everything you sensed turned out to be true. That isn't luck. That's pattern recognition mixed with intuition. Chosen ones don't just see the room. They feel its pulse. They sense when a story is too polished. They sense when someone suddenly becomes overly helpful. They sense when the timing is weird. They sense when a person's actions don't match their words. That's your superpower, and it's the exact power that ruined the enemy's entire operation. And let me give you a metaphor they'll never recover from. Imagine a chess master trying to play a match against someone they assume is a beginner. They underestimate them. They don't study their moves. They rush. They gloat. They're sloppy. But the beginner has been quietly studying strategy for years, so when the master makes a greedy move, expecting an easy checkmate, the beginner flips the board with a clean, elegant, unexpected sequence that leaves the master staring at the pieces like they've forgotten the rules. That's you. You're the unexpected checkmate. Chosen ones don't attack first. They watch, they observe, they wait to see who shows their hand, and in your stillness, the enemy grows confident, too confident. They forget that the quietest presence in the room is always the most dangerous. They forget that you don't move unless you know you're right. They forget that you've survived too much to be caught slipping by amateurs. And then, when you catch the shift, the whole illusion shatters. They didn't plan for the way your eyes track inconsistencies. They didn't plan for the way you remember tiny details without meaning to. They didn't plan for your ability to compare today's behavior to last week's behavior. They didn't plan for your silence, not knowing that silence is your scanning mode. They didn't plan for the moment your energy changed, and theirs exposed the truth. And here's the part that hurts them the most. You didn't have to confront them. You didn't have to yell. You didn't have to cause a scene. You simply stepped back, opted out, or chose not to play. And that single decision destroyed the architecture of their plan. That is the power of a chosen one. Your no is nuclear. Your distance is devastating, your awareness is a weapon, and your refusal to ignore the room shift is the exact reason you're protected. You saw the room shift because you were meant to. You caught the weird timing because you were built to. You recognized the subtle signs because you've been warned by life, sharpened by pain, trained by betrayal, molded by adversity. Your entire story prepared you for this moment. This is why the enemy's agenda collapsed the second you opened your eyes. They didn't plan for your intelligence. They didn't plan for your intuition. They didn't plan for your resilience. They didn't plan for your growth. They didn't plan for your silence. They didn't plan for the way you walked in with a higher awareness than their entire group combined. They didn't plan for you to see the room shift, but you did, and that's exactly why their whole world is shaking. Number 2. Your value was way higher than their little minds could process. They thought you were small, until they tried to control you and realized you were the whole storm. That line alone should send a cold chill down the spine of every person who underestimated you. Because that's the truth they're wrestling with right now. Your value wasn't just higher than they assumed, it was miles beyond the limits of their imagination. They looked at you with cheap eyes, shallow perception, and an ego that made them believe they could size you up in one glance. They thought they knew your worth, but chosen ones never fit inside the tiny mental boxes people build for them. Your power, your potential, your influence, it all existed far outside their league, and that miscalculation is exactly what collapsed their entire agenda. The enemy always underestimates what they can't understand. They saw your kindness and called it weakness. They saw your silence and labeled it fear. They saw your humility and mistook it for a lack of capability. People with limited minds always shrink the world around them. They can't help it. They project their smallness onto others. But chosen ones, you're built with a depth they can't measure and a resilience they can't destroy. You operate at a frequency they can't decode. And that's the part that shattered them, because everything they planned depended on you being less than you are. They expected you to be predictable. They expected you to be impressed. They expected you to be needy, desperate, confused, blind, or dependent. But you came in with a completely different energy. You came in with dignity they didn't account for. You carried self-respect they didn't expect. You held boundaries they didn't prepare for. And the moment they felt your value, instead of just seeing it, their stomach dropped. Because it meant their plan was never going to work. Now imagine this for a moment, a group of people designing a trap for someone they assume is fragile. They whisper, plan, rehearse, manipulate, and calculate every detail based on the belief that the target is naive. But what they don't realize is that the one they're plotting against has already rebuilt themselves from places those people couldn't even survive. You've already walked through moments that could have broken anyone else. You've already endured losses, betrayals, storms, and situations that forged you into something sharper. So when their little scheme crosses your path, it's laughably small in comparison to what you've conquered. Psychology calls this phenomenon value blindness. People with insecure or manipulative tendencies often cannot recognize genuine greatness because their internal filters distort what they see. They assume everyone is as unaware as they are. They assume everyone is operating from the same shallow motives. They assume everyone can be tricked with the same cheap tactics, and that blindness is exactly what destroyed their plan. They thought they could play you. They didn't realize you're the type who studies the entire board, not just the next move. Another fact they never saw coming. Chosen ones tend to hide their strongest traits until the moment it matters. You don't walk around broadcasting your intelligence. You don't brag about your intuition. You don't show off your strength. You move quietly, subtly, observing everything while pretending to observe nothing. That's how people misjudge you so easily. They think the quiet one is harmless, until the quiet one flips the entire situation with one decision. And here's something that should make you smirk. Some of the greatest figures in history were underestimated by the exact same type of people. People thought Nikola Tesla was too eccentric to matter, until he reshaped the entire modern world. People thought Oprah was just a talk show host, until she built one of the most powerful media empires alive. People thought Michael Jordan was average when he didn't make his high school team, until he became the icon every athlete studies. Underestimation is never a reflection of your value. It's a reflection of the enemy's tiny, underdeveloped perception. The question you might be asking yourself is, why do people always assume I'm less than I am? Because you don't lead with ego. You don't shove your greatness in people's faces. You don't need to scream your worth. It radiates naturally. And quiet greatness intimidates the insecure more than loud confidence ever could. Your value threatens people who have none within themselves. Your presence exposes their lack of depth. Your integrity exposes their deceit. Your growth exposes their stagnation. And instead of rising to your level, they try to drag you to theirs. But here's where it gets interesting. The entire collapse of their plan happened the moment they realized they couldn't reduce you. Their whole strategy depended on you being easy to manipulate. Their confidence depended on you believing their lies. Their success depended on you shrinking yourself down to fit their narrative. But you didn't play small, you didn't fold, you didn't bend, you didn't abandon your self-respect. And it shocked them, it shook them. It rattled something inside them so deeply that they're still trying to figure out how everything slipped from their control. You didn't fight them with force, you beat them with value. The value they never saw, the value they never respected, the value they never accounted for. You destroyed their agenda simply by refusing to lower yourself to match their expectations. Your worth was too high for their manipulation to reach. Your awareness was too sharp for their tactics to hide. Your presence was too strong for their plan to breathe. And the moment your real value revealed itself, their entire operation suffocated under the weight of their own ignorance. Let me give you another metaphor that should sting them deeply. Imagine someone trying to rob what they think is an abandoned house. They sneak in, careless, overconfident, bragging about the treasures they're about to find. But when they step inside, alarms snap on, lights flood the room, and security systems activate because the house was never abandoned. It was protected by technology they didn't even know existed. That's you. They walked into your life assuming you were unguarded. But your value triggered alarms they weren't ready to face. And the part that breaks them the most, you weren't even trying, you weren't on the attack, you weren't playing games, you were just being who you are. And that alone was powerful enough to dismantle everything they built. Chosen ones never need to prove anything. Their existence is the proof. Your value speaks for itself. Your energy speaks for itself. Your presence speaks louder than any warning you could ever give. They miscalculated because they measured you with their tiny ruler. They thought they were dealing with a lightweight. They thought you were basic, simple, easy, predictable. They didn't realize they were dealing with someone layered, evolved, intelligent, intuitive, powerful, and unbreakable. They didn't realize you carried history inside you. They didn't realize you carried lessons that sharpened your awareness. They didn't realize you were built differently. And not in the cliché way, but in the literal psychological, emotional, and energetic sense. You were never who they thought you were. You were far more, and that more is what crushed their agenda. Their plan didn't collapse because you fought back. It collapsed because your worth was too high to manipulate in the first place. You were the wrong target, the wrong victim, the wrong person to test. They aimed low because their mind is low. They thought small because they are small. But your value, it stood tall, unshaken, untouched. Your value was way higher than their little minds could process, and that truth alone is what destroyed everything they tried to build against you. Number 3. Their trap needed a fool, and you refused to audition. Wild how they built an entire trap, only to realize you're not dumb enough to play the part they cast you in. That line alone should make the enemy bite their tongue, because it exposes the exact humiliation they're drowning in right now. Their trap needed a fool. Their plan needed someone blind, desperate, predictable, and easy to steer. They needed someone who would nod along, follow instructions, fall for the act, and walk straight into the hole they dug. But you refused to audition for the role. You weren't about to play the clown in their circus, and that decision alone destroyed everything they prepared behind your back. The funniest part? They already spent the money. They bragged about the outcome before it happened. They rehearsed their fake apologies, their guilt trips, their sweet talk, their manipulative scripts. They coordinated timelines, messages, and lies. They built an entire story around who they thought you were. That's the part that stings them most. Their trap wasn't based on reality, it was based on their delusion. They planned for a version of you that doesn't even exist anymore. Now imagine this: chosen one, a director casting actors for a play, confidently assuming you'll accept the role of the gullible one. They print the script, dim the lights, set the stage, and tell the other actors, don't worry, they'll fall for it. They always do. But when you show up, you don't read your lines. You don't perform. You don't even sit in the audience. You walk right past the theater altogether, and the whole production collapses because their entire performance depended on you participating. That's how fragile their plan was. One no from you turned their whole operation into dust. Psychologically, manipulators rely on prediction. They study patterns, not growth. They assume you'll behave the way you did years ago. They don't notice your evolution because they never bothered to look deeper. But the universe is with you now, sharpening your intuition, guiding your instincts, and clearing your path long before their traps even show up. You are protected by timing, clarity, and awareness they can't touch. And you might be asking yourself, did I overreact by pulling away? No, you outsmarted them. Did I ruin something that could have been good? No, you saved yourself from something designed to break you. Did they really think I wouldn't see it? Yes, because small minds confuse kindness with stupidity every time. The truth is simple. Their trap wasn't strong. Their plan wasn't brilliant. Their manipulation wasn't clever. It only looked that way in their imagination. The second you stepped out of their narrative, the entire scheme fell apart like a cheap stage prop. You didn't audition because you were never meant to play a role in their story. You're the chosen one. The universe has bigger scenes for you, higher stages, louder applause, and real purpose waiting. Leave them in their broken theater. You have your own show to steal. Number 4. You were supposed to show up, but destiny stalled the car. They waited for you to walk into the trap, but the universe cut the engine before you could even turn the corner. That line alone should make the enemy flinch, because it exposes the exact cosmic embarrassment they just experienced. You were supposed to show up. You were supposed to walk into that room, answer that message, agree to that meeting, fall for that apology, sign that deal, or trust that person one more time. According to their little schedule, you were the final piece needed to lock their plan in place. But destiny stalled the car. Instinct slammed the brakes. The universe grabbed your steering wheel and yanked you out of harm's way before the jaws of the trap snapped shut. This is the part they'll never admit out loud. The timing was too perfect for it to be coincidence. You suddenly felt tired, distracted, uninterested, uneasy, or off. Something told you not to go. Something told you not to reply. Something told you to wait. You didn't even know why. You just felt it. And that feeling was the shield that saved you. Manipulators hate this because they can plan around weakness, predict confusion, exploit trust, and take advantage of desperation. But they can't defeat timing. They can't overpower intuition. They can't control the universe aligning in your favor. Now picture this for a second. A hunter waiting in the woods, convinced their prey will walk the same path it always does. They sharpen their tools, steady their breath, and grin with confidence. But on that exact day, the wind changes. The forest shifts. The path redirects. Nature pulls the prey in a completely different direction. The hunter is left sitting there looking ridiculous, realizing the world they tried to dominate is bigger, smarter, and faster than their intentions. That's what just happened. Their entire plan depended on you being predictable, but you've outgrown predictability. And here's the question you might be asking yourself: why did I get that sudden feeling? Because chosen ones are wired differently. Your instincts activate before your conscious mind catches up. You sense danger in silence. You feel betrayal in tone. You detect bad energy like a radar. The universe doesn't whisper to everyone, but it shouts to you when something is wrong. Your absence destroyed their opportunity. Your delay dismantled their plan. Your hesitation protected your future. You were supposed to show up, but destiny stalled the car, and that single glitch in timing saved your entire path. The universe is with you, chosen one. Let the enemy choke on that truth. Number 5. They bet on your head before you even agreed to play. They shook hands on your downfall before you even stepped onto the field. That's the level of clownery we're dealing with, chosen one. They literally bet on your head before you even agreed to play the game. That's how overconfident these amateurs were. They made promises, cut deals, whispered guarantees, took payouts, and strutted around like they already owned the ending of your story. Meanwhile, you were just minding your own business, sipping your water, thriving in your lane, completely unaware that a bunch of small-minded schemers were backstage placing bets like you were some predictable character in their script. The funniest part? They weren't betting on your failure because you're weak. They were betting on your failure because they thought you were easy. They assumed you'd react exactly the same way you reacted years ago. They assumed the old version of you still existed. They assumed you'd be naive, emotionally open, trusting, desperate for connection, or too kind to recognize a setup. They completely missed the memo that the universe has been upgrading you every single season. They planned this whole circus while you were quietly evolving into someone they no longer have the range to manipulate. Now, imagine this for a moment. A group of gamblers sitting around a table, hyped, sweaty, overconfident, throwing money into the pot. They're laughing, trash-talking, bragging about what they'll gain once you fall for the trap. They're celebrating a win that hasn't even happened. And then, you don't show up. You don't bite the bait. You don't respond to the message. You don't attend the setup. The entire scheme collapses like a house built out of wet tissue paper. They're left staring at each other, asking, "So, who's paying me back?" That's the moment their stomach drops. That's the moment they realize they weren't betting on your failure. They were betting on your obedience. And here's the delicious truth they never expected. The universe is loyal to you in ways they will never understand. You're protected from deals you never saw, traps you never entered, conversations you were never meant to hear. They counted on your silence, but didn't count on your intuition. They counted on your kindness, but didn't count on your boundaries. They counted on the old you, but the upgraded you is practically untouchable. If you're wondering why this happens to chosen ones, here's the real answer. Your value multiplies in rooms you've never walked into. Your name circulates in conversations you don't even know about. People gamble on you, because even your energy is currency. They try to claim you before they understand you. They try to profit off you before they respect you. They try to predict you before they even meet the real version of you. Let the enemy choke on the fact that betting against a chosen one is the fastest way to lose everything. They gambled with your name like it was cheap. The universe treated it like royalty. Number 6. They celebrated too soon and look stupid now. They threw a victory party for a battle they never won. That's the embarrassing part, chosen one. They popped their imaginary champagne, bragged to the group chat, strutted around like they already had you tied up in their little scheme. And then the universe hit them with the most disrespectful plot twist of all time. Their confidence wasn't earned. It was delusion dressed as strategy. They ran their mouths before reality even happened. Rookie move. The truth is, they thought your path was predictable. They thought your loyalty made you blind. They thought your heart made you easy. So they bragged, they flexed, they whispered to their friends, "Yeah, I got them. Watch this." And then destiny stepped in like, "Relax, clown. This one's protected." Suddenly, all that loud energy turned into awkward silence. Now they're the ones dodging questions. Now they're the ones explaining why the big plan never landed. Now they're the ones sweating because the universe basically pulled the chair out from under them in front of an audience. If you're wondering why they celebrated early, it's simple. They were counting on the old version of you. They didn't realize the universe upgraded you while they were plotting. Let them sit in their humiliation. Their downfall is proof of your protection. Number 7. The enemy mistook kindness for stupidity. They saw your kindness and assumed it meant permission. That was their fatal error. They looked at your softness and thought it meant weakness. They looked at your patience and mistook it for ignorance. They looked at your empathy and assumed you had no boundaries. That's what small minds do. They confuse emotional intelligence with vulnerability, not realizing it's actually discipline. Here's what they never understood. Kindness is a strategy. Restraint is a form of power. Staying calm is a weapon they can't predict. The enemy expected you to fall apart, lash out, get messy, or defend yourself in ways that exposed you instead. You stayed silent. You stayed observant. You stayed aware. You saw the shady glances. You caught the energy shifts. You read the room better than any of them. And the universe? It moves with people like you. Your kindness aligns you with protection. Your heart puts you on a different frequency. That's why their schemes slip, their lies glitch, and their masks fall off around you. So if you're asking, why do people always try me? The answer is simple. Parasites always test the strongest hosts. But the moment they mistake your kindness for stupidity, that's the moment they lose. Number 8. The real puppet master hid in the shadows, watching you rise. They watched you like prey and ended up witnessing their replacement. That's the twist they never accounted for. While you were focused on growth, healing, and leveling up, Someone else was hiding behind the curtain, pulling strings, whispering poison, studying your every move like some dollar store mastermind. They positioned themselves in the dark, convinced you were easy to predict, easy to control, easy to corner. But here's what cooked them. They weren't watching a victim. They were watching a chosen one evolve in real time. The puppet master could have been anyone. The jealous boss who hates how naturally you outshine them. The coworker who melts every time people praise you. The ex who can't believe you healed without begging for closure. The bitter friend who always clapped a little too soft when you won. Or a random opportunist who saw your light and thought, how do I drain that? They all have one thing in common. They saw you as a resource, not a person. But something unexpected happened. While they tracked your every step, you kept rising. While they plotted detours, the universe cleared your path. While they tried to dim you, your glow only got brighter. And now they're stuck watching the very thing they were trying to stop, your elevation. If you're wondering, why would someone secretly study me? Here's the answer. Power attracts parasites. Talent attracts jealousy. Purpose attracts enemies. People observe what they fear, and they study what they want, but can't become. You are everything they hoped you'd never figure out. Let the puppet master watch. Let them sit in the shadows, because every level you rise to becomes another reminder that no amount of manipulation can outrun a destiny protected by the universe itself. Number 9. Their whole mission was to drag you down a level. They weren't trying to beat you, they were trying to shrink you. That's the part that exposes them. These people didn't want to rise. They wanted to pull you down so they'd feel taller. They weren't aiming to grow. They were aiming to downgrade your reputation, your peace, your stability, your confidence, your lifestyle. Anything that would knock that invisible crown off your head, because nothing scares a small soul more than a chosen one standing in full power. They tried to bait you into chaos. They tried to make you look unhinged. They tried to get you emotional, reactive, messy, or desperate. They wanted to drag you from Empress-level energy into Page-level confusion. They wanted you arguing, chasing, proving, explaining, because the moment you sink to their level, you stop being a threat. But you didn't fall for it. You stayed grounded, elegant, and aligned, while they scrambled to sabotage what the universe already stamped as yours. If you've been asking yourself, why me? Why do people try so hard to tear me down? It's simple. You carry a level of dignity they can't imitate, and instead of elevating themselves, they'd rather destroy the one who already made it. Let their failure sit heavy. The universe is lifting you higher precisely because someone tried so hard to drag you down. Number 10. The parasites smelled success and started swarming. Nothing attracts parasites faster than a chosen one stepping into abundance. That's the unfiltered truth. People don't swarm empty shells. They swarm sources. They target whoever has something worth stealing, draining, or ruining. Your glow, your grind, your discipline, your elevation. It all acted like a beacon, and the moment your blessings started forming, the users, leeches, opportunists, and fake supporters started circling like flies around a feast they didn't earn. They didn't show up because they liked you. They showed up because they sensed opportunity. They wanted access to your energy, your resources, your connections, your peace, your heart, your generosity. Anything they could latch onto. Parasites don't come for the weak. They come for the powerful and chosen ones. You're basically a walking power source. That's why these people acted as if you owed them access to your life. If you're wondering, why do I attract so many opportunists? Here's your clarity. You're evolving into someone valuable. You're glowing louder than you realize, and the universe is exposing the parasites so you can level up without them. Let them swarm. Let them reveal themselves. Not one of them can drain a soul that's protected. Number 11. They trapped themselves in their own bad plan. They dug a hole for you and fell into it head first. That's karma in its purest, most cinematic form. Their entire strategy collapses under its own stupidity. They didn't think ahead. They didn't consider consequences. They didn't prepare for you to wake up, resist, or walk away. They built a plan, assuming you were predictable, and the universe turned that assumption into their downfall. Now they're stuck with the mess they created. The fear, the anxiety, the confusion, that's all theirs. They're the ones replaying every mistake. They're the ones explaining themselves to people they brag to. They're the ones losing sleep because everything they tried to weaponize against you ricocheted straight back into their life. If you've been thinking, did they really think this through? No, they didn't. People driven by envy never strategize, they react. People obsessed with your downfall never calculate, they assume. And when the universe is standing with the chosen one, every trap becomes a self-inflicted wound. Let them deal with the chaos they created. You're rising, they're unraveling. That's the story. Number 12. The dog in you woke up and spooked everyone. They thought you were soft until your spirit growled. That's the moment everything shifted, chosen one. They weren't scared of your kindness. They weren't scared of your silence. They weren't scared of your peace. But the second that inner power, that instinct, that backbone, that untouchable aura snapped awake, every single one of them felt it. The room shifted. The vibe cracked. Their confidence drained. Suddenly, the same people who were planning to play you started looking at you like, hold on, who is this? See, the dog in you isn't aggression, it's presence. It's that unshakable energy that says, I don't start problems, but I end them. It's your boundaries standing tall, your intuition razor sharp, your posture unbothered. Your aura heavy enough to make manipulators rethink their life choices. You don't have to yell, you don't have to threaten, you just exist differently now. And the universe made sure they sensed it before they made their final move. Imagine someone trying to walk up on a house they thought was empty, only to hear a deep growl from inside. That's what happened spiritually. They were approaching you with schemes, masks, and fake intentions, expecting a pushover. But the power inside you stood at the door first, and that presence alone sent them backing up like they saw a ghost. If you're wondering, why did they suddenly pull back? Why did they switch up? Because chosen ones don't need to fight to be feared. Your growth, your glow, your alignment with the universe, that's the dog. And once it wakes up, the enemy doesn't attack. They retreat. Number 13. You walk away, protected, solid, and untouched. They tried to shake your world and only managed to collapse their own. That's the closing chapter, chosen one. After all the plotting, the whispering, the fake smiles, the silent signals, the setups, the traps, the hidden agendas, the jealous eyes, the greedy hands, the little conspiracies that weren't nearly as clever as they thought. Look at the scoreboard. You walk away protected, solid, stable, and untouched. They walk away stressed, exposed, and carrying the fallout of every choice they made. Your peace didn't crack. Your foundation didn't move. Your home, your mission, your path, your energy, all of it stayed intact because the universe surrounded you like armor. Every delay, every instinct, every sudden change of plans, every weird feeling, every moment you hesitated, it was all divine protection, disguised as inconvenience. The enemy thought you were drifting off course. But no, the universe was repositioning you to avoid impact. Meanwhile, the same people who swore they had you figured out are now sitting with consequences they never prepared for. They're obsessing over what went wrong. They're replaying every step. They're re-examining every assumption. They're explaining to whoever they bragged to why nothing went according to plan. Their mask slipped. Their reputation cracked. Their fake confidence shattered. They wanted you unstable. But now, they're the ones who can't sleep. If you're wondering, how did I make it through all that without a scratch? It's simple. Chosen ones aren't protected halfway. You're protected completely. Your aura hits first. Your intuition warns first. Your path is buffered by timing, instinct, and cosmic interference that no enemy can override. You didn't survive by luck. You survived by alignment. And here's the villain smirk truth they'll never swallow. You walked away with your dignity. You walked away with your blessings intact. You walked away with your mission untouched. You walked away stronger, sharper, wiser, elevated. They walked away exposed, embarrassed, empty-handed, and forced to live inside the mess they created for you. That's the final punchline, chosen one. They tried to break you. All they did was prove you're unbreakable. And here we are, flowing back into the final moment of this story. Chosen one, here's the truth. Everything they threw at you became proof of your resilience. You didn't just survive the setup. You outgrew it, outclassed it, and outshined every enemy who swore they had you cornered. Your rise is the part they never saw coming, and now the universe is clearing your path for the next chapter. And thank you, chosen one. If this message hit your soul, pay it forward. Press like, subscribe, drop the number 777 in the comments, and share this with someone who needs the reminder your support pushes this mission forward. They laughed at you because they thought the universe forgot you. They didn't realize the universe was only quiet because it was planning your comeback. Chosen one, let me say this straight. The people who doubted you didn't just underestimate you. They underestimated the entire universe that stands behind you. They looked at your pain and decided it meant you were finished. They saw your heartbreak and treated it like entertainment. They thought your lonely moments were proof that you weren't meant to be loved. They acted like you were stuck, like you were some leftover story that nobody would care about. They were so sure you'd never rise again that they didn't even bother to hide their smirks. But the joke's on them, because the moment they tried to bury you was the moment the universe started preparing the version of you they could never predict. Think of it like this. They tried to treat you like a broken phone they tossed aside, but they didn't know you were just rebooting. They mocked the loading screen and forgot that updates always take time. They couldn't see the upgrade that was happening behind the scenes. That's the wild thing about people who judge too fast. They stare at the surface and miss the entire process that's transforming you. And here's a cold fact that stings your enemies every time. People love to call you weak right before you prove them wrong. It's the oldest trick in the universe. The same mouths that say you'll never be loved are always the first ones stunned when the universe hands you someone who sees your worth instantly. And thank you, chosen one. Seriously, you being here makes this message stronger. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's all of our responsibility to spread the light. And thank you for being part of this mission. You're part of a force, even if you don't see it yet. Now let's get back to your story. Chosen one, your heartbreak didn't break you. It awakened you. Every night you cried, every moment you felt unwanted, every time someone treated you like a joke, the universe was watching, not judging, watching, studying your strength, measuring your patience, recording every time you stood back up when people expected you to stay on the floor. You weren't abandoned. You were being redesigned. You were separated from the wrong people, so the universe could align you with someone who actually fits your soul. Your enemies never understood that. They saw you alone and assumed you were unwanted. They saw you quiet and assumed you were defeated. They never realized silence is where the universe does its best work. They never realized isolation is often preparation. They never realized heartbreak can be the doorway to the best love of your life. They didn't know that the universe pulls people out of your life not to punish you, but to protect you from them. They didn't know that being chosen means your story takes longer because it ends better. That's the part that bothers them the most. That you didn't stay broken like they predicted, that you didn't collapse under their words, that you didn't internalize their lies. They tried to convince you that true love wasn't coming, that you'd be alone forever, that you'd never meet someone who sees your heart. But deep down, they feared the opposite. They feared that if you ever healed, if you ever leveled up, if you ever realized your worth, the universe would send you someone powerful, someone aligned, someone who loves you in a way that makes their betrayal look ridiculous. And here's the part that hits them right in the ego. You're not just going to find love. You're going to attract a love so real, so stable, so aligned with your heart that it cancels out every insult they used against you. The universe has already signed off on it. Your true love is coming, and it's coming in a way that makes every person who doubted you question their entire judgment. The love they swore you'd never receive is the love that's already moving toward you. You're not cursed, you're not unlucky, you're not forgotten, you're chosen, and chosen ones don't get leftovers. Chosen ones get delayed blessings that hit harder. They get partners who understand their depth. They get relationships that feel like home and evolution at the same time. The universe doesn't rush that kind of connection. It prepares it carefully. It aligns it slowly. It waits until you're ready to hold something real without dropping it like the people of your past did. Your enemies never understood that your heartbreak was never proof you'd never be loved. It was proof that your love is too precious to waste on the wrong people. The universe watched the ones who hurt you. It saw the ones who played games, who manipulated your feelings, who took advantage of your gentleness. And the universe is correcting every one of those wrongs with a single blessing, the arrival of your true love. Chosen one. Someone is coming who speaks your language without you having to translate your soul. Someone who gives effort without you begging for basic respect. Someone who knows your worth without you performing for it. Someone who sees you clearly, deeply, honestly, and that person is already on their way. While your enemies are still gossiping about who they think you are, the universe is connecting you with someone who sees who you actually are. They called you unlovable. They called you desperate. They called you naive. But the universe calls you rare, and rare people attract rare connections. That's why your love story is taking time. That's why your heart had to be rebuilt. That's why your path felt lonely. You were being prepared for a love that people who hurt you would never understand. A love that only someone aligned with your soul is capable of giving. And when this love arrives, chosen one, it's going to silence every enemy you've ever had. Because nothing destroys a hater faster than watching the person they tried to break step into a relationship they swore you'd never experience. You're about to embarrass every person who used your loneliness as a punchline, because the universe didn't forget you. It was shaping you. Chosen one, your true love is coming, and the universe has already approved it. Chosen one, before we go any deeper, I just want to say this straight. Thank you for showing up. Your presence isn't random. If your true love is already moving toward you, then you being here right now is part of that alignment. This message didn't land on your screen by accident. It found you because the universe thought you were finally ready to hear what's coming next. And trust me, If you click away now, you're going to miss the part that ties everything together. So do yourself a favor. Stay locked in. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're ready to claim the love that's been written for you since the moment your heart first cracked. And if you want to pour some energy back into the team behind this message, a super thanks of any size keeps this mission alive. 1 cent or 1,000, it's the intention that fuels the light. And now, Chosen One, let's actually get into it step by step. If you're truly aligned with the love the universe is preparing for you, you'll feel a pull to stay until the very last word. Let's get started. Number 1, they laughed at you, but the universe was taking notes. They mocked you because they thought no one would ever choose you. They didn't realize the universe was quietly setting you up to be chosen by someone they could never measure up to. Chosen One, let's drag the truth into the light. The people who mocked you didn't just tease you for fun. They were hoping their words would break you before the universe could bless you. They weren't laughing because they were confident. They were laughing because they were scared. Scared that one day you'd wake up, rise up, and receive the kind of love they secretly wished someone would give them. And nothing burns an enemy more than knowing the universe is preparing a love for you that makes their entire existence look small. They rolled their eyes when you spoke about wanting something real. They called you delusional for believing someone out there could actually match your heart. They threw shade like it was their profession, whispering things like, "Who would want someone like them?" They acted like your desire for true love made you weak, needy, or out of touch with reality. They thought the universe had nothing planned for you because you weren't wearing the approved mask they pretend to wear. And the worst part? They thought you believed them. You heard their comments. You caught every smirk, every sideways glance, every low-key diss disguised as just joking. They wanted you to feel embarrassed for having hope. They wanted you to feel stupid for believing the universe might actually be preparing someone aligned with your heart. They wanted your dreams to shrink down to their level of imagination because your vision was too big for their tiny minds. But here's the part they could never see. The universe was watching the entire time. While they were laughing at you, the universe was listening to you. While they tried to shame you for wanting love, the universe was shaping the very person who is going to choose you effortlessly. They thought their opinions mattered, but their opinions have the same value as a broken USB cable. Looks useful, works for nothing. Chosen One, I know what's creeping through your mind at this point. Why did they treat me like that? Am I actually unlovable? Was I dumb for wanting something so pure? These questions hit hardest at night, when silence gets loud and the past starts replaying itself like a cheap rerun. But let's set the record straight. You weren't rejected because you're unworthy. You were rejected because you're too rare for the wrong people to hold. The enemy doesn't mock garbage. The enemy mocks gold. People ridicule what they know they can't have. They laugh at hearts they cannot match. They insult the very qualities they secretly wish they had. You weren't mocked because you were weak. You were mocked because you had the courage to believe in something bigger than their limited, boring, watered-down idea of love. That's what annoys them. That's what exposes them. Your hope revealed their emptiness. Every time they snickered about your dreams, the universe took notes. Every time they made you feel unworthy, the universe added another blessing to your timeline. Every insult they threw didn't dim your future. It sharpened it. They didn't know mockery as a form of confession. When someone laughs at what you believe in, they're admitting they never had the guts to believe in it themselves. And here's the kicker. The universe used their laughter as fuel. While they were trying to crush you, you were being refined. While they were hoping you'd quit, the universe was making sure you'd glow in a way that would haunt them. Their negativity didn't break you. It seasoned you. It carved you into someone who can now receive a higher standard of love. Chosen one, picture yourself as a seed. They stomped on you thinking the pressure would destroy you. They didn't know seeds are supposed to be buried. They didn't know darkness is part of your growth. They didn't know silence is where your roots formed. They didn't know isolation is where the universe prepares the strongest souls. They thought they buried you, but the universe planted you. And now you're rising, quietly, powerfully, inevitably. The love that's coming into your life isn't normal. It isn't rushed. It isn't forced. It isn't something you'll have to chase or beg for. It's aligned. It's intentional. It's cosmic. It's the kind of love that fits your soul so perfectly it makes your past look like a joke. The universe didn't ignore you. It was protecting you from the people who would have mishandled you, protecting you from relationships that would have damaged your heart more than healed it, protecting you from settling for someone who couldn't handle the real you. Your enemies misread your loneliness as failure, but the universe knew it was preparation. The universe pulls away the wrong people so the right one can see you clearly. Your heartbreak wasn't punishment. It was calibration. The universe was aligning you with someone who can meet you where you are, not drag you down to where they sit. And when this love arrives, the people who laughed at you will choke on their words. Because nothing hurts a hater more than watching the person they tried to break walk into a love story they swore would never exist. The partner the universe is sending your way is going to love you so well, so deeply, so undeniably that it will expose every lie spoken against you. You will become living proof that the universe favors those who refuse to give up. Chosen one, let me answer the question that keeps stinging inside you. Why didn't they see my worth? Because your worth wasn't meant for them. Your heart wasn't built for their limited capacity. You are not a discount version of anything. You are the full price, rare edition, high-value soul they simply couldn't handle. The universe didn't let them stay because they would have wasted you. Look at the pattern. Every person who mocked you is stuck in the same emotional place they were years ago. Same mindset, same drama, same insecurities disguised as confidence. Meanwhile, you've been evolving, healing, growing, rising. Their laughter froze them in place. Your pain elevated you. The universe is bringing you a partner who sees your depth without needing an explanation. Someone who doesn't get scared when you love deeply. Someone who doesn't punish you for your honesty. Someone who doesn't run when things get real. Someone who isn't intimidated by your heart. Someone who makes you feel chosen instead of tolerated. And when that love enters your life, chosen one, you'll understand why the universe didn't let those people stay. You'll realize they weren't the loss. You were. You'll realize they didn't walk away because you were unlovable. They walked away because they were unprepared. Your heart needed someone evolved, someone aligned, someone brave enough to handle love at your level. So let them laugh, let them gossip, let them misjudge you. Because the universe has already approved a love that will silence all of them. And when it arrives, they won't just regret how they treated you. They'll fear the moment you finally realize they were never even worth the pain. Chosen one, your true love is coming, and the universe took notes on every person who doubted it. Number 2, rejection was never failure. It was the universe forcing an upgrade. They didn't reject you because you were unworthy. They rejected you because your worth demanded a level they couldn't reach. Chosen one, let's tell the truth they tried to bury. The rejection that shattered you wasn't the universe punishing you. It was the universe redirecting you. The people who walked out weren't powerful. They were placeholders. Their exit wasn't a loss. It was a clearance sale. But of course, when the door slammed in your face, all you felt was the sting. They left you in a pile of emotional rubble and walked away like their decision defined your whole destiny. They watched you crumble and probably smiled a little too much. They acted like rejecting you was some grand achievement, as if breaking your heart made them superior. But they had no idea the universe was standing right behind them, quietly saying, "Perfect. Now I can bring in what actually matches." They didn't leave gracefully either. They left with a smug little bounce in their step, as if choosing not to love you somehow proved you weren't enough. "You'll never be wanted." That's what their silence screamed. "You're not worthy of the love you dream about." Their body language said it louder than their words ever could. Rejection cuts deep. It crawls into the cracks of your confidence and whispers poison. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I expected too much. Maybe no one will ever choose me. Those thoughts stick like glue, especially on lonely nights when your brain becomes a courtroom replaying every mistake. But hear this clearly, chosen one. Rejection wasn't your ending. It was your rerouting. Their exit wasn't the universe abandoning you. It was the universe removing the wrong souls so you don't sabotage your own future. You weren't being punished. You were being positioned. They didn't reject you. They revealed themselves. Imagine this. You're walking down a road thinking it leads to your future, but halfway through, the ground starts cracking. You panic, thinking you're losing everything, but really the universe is trying to stop you from walking straight into a disaster. Their rejection was the road closing. Your protection didn't look pretty, but it was real. They left because they couldn't keep up with where you were headed. What felt like abandonment was actually alignment. Another one. Imagine you're carrying a cracked glass full of water. Every step spills more. You're trying to save it, trying to hold it together, unaware the universe is pushing it out of your hands because it knows you deserve a crystal cup that won't break under pressure. That person who walked away was the cracked glass. You were never meant to hold them forever. And here's one more. Imagine a locked door refusing to open no matter how hard you push. It feels humiliating. It feels unfair. But what you didn't know is that behind that locked door was chaos. The universe locked it because you were meant to walk toward the one that opens effortlessly. That's what rejection did. It turned you around so you'd stop forcing what was never meant to fit. Chosen one, I know the question burning inside your mind. If I was good enough, why didn't they stay? Because staying requires capacity, courage, and maturity. They didn't have it. People don't leave because you lack value. They leave because they lack vision. They leave because nurturing a soul like yours requires emotional muscles they simply never built. You weren't too much. They were too little. Rejection exposes their limits, not yours. They saw how deeply you loved. They saw how real your intentions were. They saw how honest your heart was. And instead of rising to meet that level, they ran from it. They rejected what they were incapable of sustaining. That's not your flaw, that's their ceiling. Chosen one, your heartbreak wasn't a sign that love isn't meant for you. It was proof that the love meant for you is too powerful, too aligned, too life-changing to be handled by the wrong people. The universe wasn't going to let you waste your soul on people who treated your heart like a temporary hobby. You were being pulled away from mediocrity so you could collide with destiny. Imagine this final one. You're a rare book worth a fortune. Not everyone who touches you knows how to read. Some will flip through the pages carelessly, not understanding the value they're holding. And when they put you back on the shelf, they think it's because you weren't interesting. But really, they were never meant to understand a masterpiece. The next person who picks you up will know exactly what you are. The universe wasn't letting you settle. That rejection you cried over was the universe whispering, not this, something better. Every no was a GPS recalibration. Every heartbreak was the universe putting you back on the route to a love you actually deserve. You wanted commitment. They wanted convenience. You wanted connection. They wanted attention. You wanted depth. They wanted distraction. There was no alignment, no future, no stability. Rejection wasn't a doorway closing. It was dead weight being cut off. Chosen one, the love on the way, is going to make everything click. It's going to explain every unanswered question you've been living with. The universe is sending someone who doesn't flinch at your depth, someone who won't punish your loyalty, someone who matches your frequency without you shrinking yourself, someone who doesn't get scared when things get real, someone who sees you and chooses you on purpose, not by accident. What walked away wasn't meant to join your future. What's coming won't walk away at all. Because here's the truth, they never want you to know. If you had stayed where you were rejected, you would have shrunk into a version of yourself that didn't fit your destiny. You would have bent your value to fit someone who barely knew their own. You would have accepted crumbs while the universe was preparing the feast. The love coming toward you, it's not ordinary, it's not halfway, it's not complicated. It won't drain your energy or crush your self-worth. It will feel like arrival, like alignment, like the universe saying, finally. Every heartbreak sharpened you, every lonely night strengthened you, every rejection rerouted you. You weren't discarded, you were promoted, and the people who didn't choose you, they will watch, quietly, painfully, as someone else treats you like the rare soul you always were. They'll finally understand that rejecting you was their mistake, not your flaw. Chosen one. Rejection didn't end your story. It redirected it. And the universe is sending someone who will prove that every detour was worth it. Number 3. They tossed you out, but the universe marked you as premium. They didn't throw you away because you were trash. They threw you away because they had no idea they were holding gold. Chosen one, let's rip the mask off this lie they planted in your head. The people who treated you like you were disposable didn't do it because you lacked worth. They did it because they lacked the emotional intelligence to recognize what was in front of them. They handled you the way people handle things they think they'll never lose, carelessly, thoughtlessly, blindly, and then they acted shocked when the universe eventually snatched you out of their hands. They called you replaceable, but here's the truth. People only replace what they never deserved in the first place. They used your heart like a vending machine, pressing buttons only when they wanted something. Then they walked away like you were empty. And of course, that kind of disrespect makes you ask dangerous questions in the dark. Was I really that easy to leave? Was I really not worth holding on to? But those questions only come from pain, not truth. Imagine this. Someone finds a diamond on the ground, but assumes it's just a shiny rock. They toss it aside, and later someone with trained eyes picks it up, cleans it, and suddenly it's worth millions. The first person didn't throw away a rock. They threw away a fortune. That's exactly what happened with you. Or picture this. You're a rare vinyl record, the kind collectors would travel across continents for, but someone with cheap taste tossed you out because they didn't know how to work a record player. Their ignorance doesn't downgrade your value, it just exposes how unqualified they were to hold you. Their inability to see your worth says everything about their vision and nothing about your value. Chosen one, you weren't overlooked because you were small. You were overlooked because their mindset was. People drowning in their own emptiness can't recognize someone full of depth. Their treatment of you wasn't a reflection of who you are. It was a reflection of the limits they never grew past. The universe never labeled you trash. It labeled you not for them. And sometimes the only way to get you away from the wrong hands is to let them drop you. The love coming toward you is the kind that sees your worth instantly, no convincing, no performing, no begging for basic appreciation. The person the universe is aligning you with is going to look at you like treasure they refuse to mishandle. You were never trash. You were hidden treasure, waiting for someone worthy enough to recognize it. Number 4, the fool who played the long game and won. They didn't call you a fool because you were wrong. They called you a fool because they were terrified you'd end up being right. Chosen one, let's drag this story into the light. They mocked you for waiting. They mocked you for holding on to a standard they couldn't reach with a ladder. Every time you said you wanted real love, not the cheap fast food version everyone else settles for, they smirked like you were the joke in the room. They rolled their eyes when you refused to lower your standards. They laughed when you said you believed the universe had someone aligned for you. They labeled you naive, delusional, even desperate, as if patience was a mental illness. But here's the twist they weren't ready for. The fool they mocked is the one who's about to outsmart every last one of them. Imagine this, a crowd sprinting toward a prize box, ripping it open and bragging about what they got, only to realize they grabbed cheap plastic toys while you calmly walked toward the real treasure being delivered to you. That's what your patience did. While they were rushing into shortcuts and temporary people, you were holding space for something real. Or picture this. They're all fishing in a tiny puddle, fighting over minnows while you're waiting by the ocean. And now the tide is coming in. Your patience wasn't weakness. It was strategy. Chosen one, I know the doubts that tried to creep in. Am I stupid for hoping? Am I wasting my time? Should I just become like everyone else? But every one of those questions came from exhaustion, not truth. The universe wasn't ignoring you. It was lining up something that wouldn't collapse under pressure. They called you foolish because rushing is all they know. Settling is all they've ever done. They can't understand patience because patience requires courage, self-control, and vision. And vision terrifies people who live in emotional darkness. Your waiting exposed them. While they jumped from connection to connection like broken Wi-Fi, you stood firm. And now the universe is sending you a love that makes their entire lifestyle look embarrassing. The joke isn't on you. It's on the ones who thought shortcuts lead to destiny. The love coming your way will prove your patience was the smartest move you ever made. You weren't a fool. You were playing the long game, and you won. Number 5. They tried to break you, but the universe turned the wreckage into your weapon. They left you in ruins expecting a funeral. The universe took those same ruins and built you a throne. Chosen one, look back, not to suffer, but to understand the flex. Do you remember the mess they left you in? The heartbreak, the betrayal, the humiliation that hit harder than you wanted to admit. They didn't just hurt you. They threw you into emotional rubble and walked away like they expected you to stay there forever. They counted you out before you even understood what was happening. In their eyes, you were done, finished, over. But their biggest mistake wasn't the damage they caused. Their biggest mistake was assuming the universe wasn't watching. Imagine this, a building collapses and everyone walks away shaking their heads. But underneath the rubble, a blueprint is waiting, a better structure, a stronger foundation. That was you. They saw destruction. The universe saw reconstruction. Another picture, they smashed you like a vase and laughed at the pieces, but they didn't know those pieces were going to be reforged into something sharper, like a blade. The very fragments they broke are the ones you're now using to cut through every limitation they tried to place on you. Chosen one, I know the questions that haunted you. How do I recover from this? Why did they get away with what they did? Why did it hurt so much? But recovery wasn't the goal. Revival was. The universe didn't let you stay in ruins because ruins are fertile ground for rebirth. What felt like an ending was a reset. Your heartbreak wasn't your burial. It was your reboot. They wanted the ruins to silence you. Instead, the universe used them to amplify you. They saw you as rubble. The universe saw you as raw material. They underestimated the power of someone who refuses to die where they were dropped. And now, you're rising in a way they never predicted. Stronger, sharper, louder, cleaner. The same pain they designed to break you is the reason you've evolved into someone they can't touch. The love coming toward you isn't random. It's part of your revival. It's the universe saying, this is why they had to leave. This is what you were being rebuilt for. Chosen one. You're not defined by ruins. You're defined by the comeback they never saw coming. Number 6. They laughed too soon. But you're the one who'll finish the story. They didn't laugh because you were wrong. They laughed because they were terrified you'd end up being right. Chosen one, let's tell the truth they hoped you'd never discover. They mocked you. They cackled every time you spoke about real love. They rolled their eyes like your dreams were comedy. Every time you refused to settle for a half-hearted connection, they whispered, who do they think they are? Love like that doesn't exist. They thought your hope made you naive. They thought your patience made you weak. To them, you were a walking joke waiting for a punchline. But the plot twist, you are the punchline. Just not in the way they assumed. Imagine this. Someone stands outside during winter, laughing at a seed buried in frozen soil. It's dead, they say. It'll never grow. But spring arrives. The seed cracks open, and everything they mocked becomes everything they can't outrun. That's you. They mocked the seed, not knowing the universe had already scheduled your bloom. Or picture this. A group pointing at a blueprint, laughing because they can't see the skyscraper it's going to become. Their lack of vision doesn't stop the construction. It just exposes their limits. Chosen one, I know the questions buzzing in your mind. Why did it hurt so much? Why did their laughter stick with me? Why did they want me to fail so badly? Because your hope highlighted the emptiness in their own lives. Your belief exposed their disbelief. Your patience revealed their shortcuts. And nothing threatens insecure people more than someone who refuses to bend. Mockery is the last weapon of the powerless. They laughed because they couldn't see what the universe was aligning behind the scenes. While they were loud, the universe was working silently. While they doubted you, the universe was preparing someone who sees your heart as a home, not a joke. They confused your waiting with wasting. They mistook your hope for hallucination. Let them laugh. Let the noise echo. Their laughter has an expiration date, because the moment your love story steps into your life, the entire room that used to mock you will go quiet, stunningly quiet. The universe always gives the last word to the one who stayed true. And that last word, it's your comeback. Number 7. Your pain wasn't punishment. It was the price of becoming unstoppable. They thought pain would break you. The universe used the same pain to build the version of you they can't touch. Chosen one, let's stop pretending the pain you carried was mild. It wasn't character development. It wasn't a cute little lesson. It was the kind of pain that squeezes your lungs until you feel hollow. The kind that makes you stare at the ceiling and wonder why the universe kept handing you storms while everyone else seemed to get sunshine. You weren't asking small questions either. You were asking the dangerous ones. Why me? Why does it hurt this much? Why do I keep losing? And while the world told you to move on and stop being dramatic, they had no clue what that pain was doing inside you. Because your pain wasn't pointless. It was expensive. It was the price for purpose, for depth, for strength, for wisdom. The universe wasn't trying to destroy you. It was trying to prepare you. Imagine this. Your heart was soil, but nothing grows in untouched soil. It has to be cracked, broken, turned over, disrupted. Every tear you cried was water. Every heartbreak was pressure. Every loss was a seed, and now the garden is beginning to rise. Or picture this, a blacksmith heating metal until it glows. The flame isn't there to torture it. It's there to shape it into something stronger than it was before. That was you in the fire. You weren't being burned. You were being reforged. Chosen one, I know what you wondered in the silence. Does anyone see me? Does the universe even care? Yes, your pain was witnessed. Not a single tear went unnoticed. Every breakdown you hid from the world was part of your transformation. You weren't being ignored, you were being upgraded. Pain is the universe's most ruthless teacher, but also its most loyal one. The love coming your way couldn't meet the old version of you. You needed the clarity, the boundaries, the spine, the softness, the strength. And now, you have all of it. Your pain didn't weaken your heart. It prepared it for a love that actually matches your capacity. Chosen one, your pain was the price for purpose. And now you're about to collect everything you paid for. Number 8. Their rejection means nothing. When the universe already chose you. They rejected you because they thought they had a say in your destiny. The universe already made its choice long before they opened their mouths. Chosen one, let's clear this up with zero sugarcoating. The people who walked away, doubted you, or rolled their eyes at your dreams had absolutely zero authority over what the universe already lined up for your life. Their no wasn't a verdict. It wasn't a loss. It wasn't even valuable. It was background noise, because while they were busy rejecting you, the universe had already stamped your love story with a cosmic approved. Imagine this. You hand someone a blank page from a masterpiece novel and they throw it out thinking it's nonsense. They didn't know it was just one page of a story already written start to finish. That's your life. They judged you off a single moment they barely understood. Or picture this. Someone walks past a closed treasure chest and calls it worthless because they don't know what's inside. Their ignorance doesn't change the treasure. It just exposes their lack of vision. Chosen one. The universe's yes drowns out every human no ever thrown at you. I know the thoughts that try to corner you. If they rejected me, does that mean I'm not enough? Does their no mean something is wrong with me? The answer is simple. No. Rejection only reveals their limits, not your destiny. The universe will never let the wrong people approve what was never theirs to control. They thought their opinion mattered. They thought dismissing you downgraded your value. They thought their rejection was the end of your story. Meanwhile, the universe was already aligning someone who sees your worth instantly, without hesitation, without confusion, without needing to think about it. The love coming your way isn't luck, it's alignment, it's timing, it's cosmic precision. It's the universe placing the right person in your path when you're finally evolved enough to receive them. So hold your head high. Their rejection is irrelevant. The universe already chose you. And when your love story unfolds, they'll realize their no never had any power in the first place. Number 9. The lies they fed you are crumbling, and the truth is taking the throne. The lies they told you about yourself are falling apart, and the truth is outgrowing every corner they tried to shrink you into. Chosen one, let's expose this mess right now. The people who tried to break you never swung openly. They used whispers. They slid poison into your thoughts when you were at your lowest. They planted lies in the dark on purpose, hoping you'd never question where those thoughts came from. You heard that voice telling you you'd always be alone, that no one would choose you, that love just wasn't in your cards. But that voice wasn't truth. It was fear wearing a mask. It was insecurity trying to rewrite your destiny. Imagine this, someone scribbling ugly graffiti on a masterpiece and hoping no one notices the original beauty underneath. That's what they tried to do to your identity. But paint fades, lies fade, truth doesn't. Or picture this, someone slipping weights into your pockets so you walk slower, thinking you're naturally heavy. But the moment you check your pockets, everything makes sense. That heaviness was never yours. Those doubts were never yours. Those lies were never yours. You were never the problem. You were the target. Chosen one, I know the questions that hit you late at night. Why did those thoughts feel so real? Why did I believe them for so long? Why did I feel so unworthy? Simple, because you were hurting and lies stick easiest to wounded places, but the universe didn't leave you in that fog. The truth is rising now, louder than anything they tried to drown you in. You were never unlovable. You were never invisible. You were never too much or not enough. You were simply surrounded by people who couldn't recognize value if it slapped them across the face. Lies collapse the moment evidence walks in, and your evidence is coming. The love aligning with you is going to expose every false narrative they fed you. When someone finally chooses you with clarity, devotion, and certainty, you'll see how ridiculous those old lies were. Your truth is louder. Your heart is stronger, and your worth is undeniable. Chosen one, they lied. The universe didn't, and the universe always wins. Number 10. Your waiting wasn't weakness. It was the weapon that outplayed them all. They thought your waiting made you vulnerable. They didn't realize it made you dangerous. Chosen one, let's expose the truth they never expected you to figure out. Your waiting wasn't wasted time. It wasn't you being clueless, gullible, or naive. It was strategy. It was strength disguised as stillness. While they mocked you for being too patient, you were sharpening something they couldn't see: alignment. People looked at your quiet seasons and misread everything. They assumed standing still meant you were stuck. They thought not rushing into random people meant you were afraid of love. They convinced themselves that your standards were delusion, not discipline. They didn't understand your silence was training, your patience was protection, your refusal to settle was warfare. Imagine this. Two fighters enter a ring. One swings wildly, wasting energy. The other stands still, studying, waiting for the opening that ends the fight with one hit. That was you. Stillness wasn't weakness. It was intention. Or picture this, archers pulling back their bows. The longer the pull, the farther the arrow flies. Your waiting didn't hold you back. It increased your impact. Chosen one, I know you've asked yourself, was I stupid for holding on? Should I have moved faster? Did waiting slow my life down? The answer is no. Your waiting filtered out the wrong people automatically. It protected your heart from detours disguised as opportunities. It forced the universe to align someone actually worthy of you. Waiting is not empty time. Waiting is time the universe uses to sharpen you. The world chases distractions because standing still scares them. They rush into temporary connections thinking speed equals success. You didn't. You chose alignment over adrenaline. That's why you're about to receive what they rushed past. Your patience was pressure. It forced the universe to match you with someone who won't waste what you've become. Someone who respects your pace. Someone who steps into your life with intention, not confusion. The wait wasn't a pause, it was preparation. And now your preparation is about to turn into arrival. Chosen one, your weapon already won. Number 11. Their mouths were loud, but nothing they said can touch what's meant for you. They ran their mouths like they controlled your future, not realizing the universe doesn't take orders from insecure people. Chosen one, let's not pretend their words didn't sting. People spoke negativity over you like it was their hobby. They tossed doubts at you like confetti. They mocked your standards, your dreams, your heart. They acted like your future was theirs to predict, like their opinions carried cosmic authority. They said your dream of real love was unrealistic. They said your hope made you pathetic. They said the connection you wanted didn't exist. They wanted their words to shrink you, to stop you, to make you give up on the love the universe is aligning for you. They hoped their comments would echo in your mind so loudly that you'd start believing them. But here's the plot twist. Their opinions don't matter. Their words hold no power. Their predictions aren't prophecy, they're projections. Imagine this. Someone shouting at a seed buried underground. You'll never grow. The seed doesn't care. It grows anyway. That's you. You're growing in silence where their words can't reach. Or picture this. People yelling at the ocean, telling it not to rise. The waves aren't listening. They rise anyway. That's your destiny. It's already moving. Words only have power when you believe them. You stopped believing. Now they're powerless. Chosen one, I know you replayed some of those comments. What if they're right? What if I'm hoping for too much? What if love isn't meant for me? But those doubts weren't truth. Those doubts were borrowed voices. You only heard them because you were hurting. Now you're healing, and their words are fading. The universe already wrote your next chapter. Your love story is already in motion. Nothing they say can cancel alignment. Nothing they predict can block arrival. Nothing they whisper can interfere with what's meant for you. Soon, the same people who said, "It'll never happen," will watch it happen right in front of them. And they'll go silent. Not because they suddenly believe in you, but because reality will prove every word they spoke was useless. Let them talk. Their noise is temporary. Your blessing is inevitable. Number 12. The union that will shut every doubter's mouth. They doubted your future because they couldn't imagine a love big enough to match your heart. The universe could, and now it's sending exactly that. Chosen one, the moment you've been holding space for, the love you kept believing in even when people mocked you for it, is approaching. And this connection isn't ordinary. It's not one of those flimsy relationships people rush into out of boredom. This is alignment, a union crafted with intention, precision, and timing so sharp that it exposes every person who ever said, "You're dreaming too big." They mocked your standards because they couldn't meet them. They called your patience foolish because they had none. They said you'd never find someone like that because they never could. But this wasn't just a dream you made up in desperation. This was the universe quietly carving out a path for a love that fits you perfectly. Imagine this. People laughing at a blueprint because they see lines while the architect sees a skyscraper. That was your life. They saw nothing. The universe saw everything. Or picture this. Someone holding two puzzle pieces they insist don't fit. They shove it, twist it, give up, and throw it aside. But the person with patience picks up the same pieces later and clicks them together effortlessly. That's your union. Effortless alignment after a long, painful mismatch with the wrong people. The love coming toward you is the kind that silences doubters simply by existing. This connection won't just heal you, it will prove what the universe has been preparing. It will make sense of every painful delay, every rejection that felt unfair, every lonely night that made you question your worth. This love is going to restore the parts of your heart you thought were permanently damaged, not with grand gestures, but with consistency, clarity, and presence. And when it arrives, the doubters will fall silent. Not because they suddenly believe in you, but because they'll be staring at evidence they can't argue with. They laughed at your hope. But hope is exactly what aligned this love. They mocked your patience. But patience is exactly what attracted someone who can handle you. Chosen one. The union coming your way will end every debate about your destiny. Let them watch. Let them choke on their disbelief. Your love story is the proof. They couldn't destroy you, so they started studying you. That's the part they never admit out loud. They smile when you walk in, but their eyes, they scan you like data. Every move you make, every win you take, it's getting documented. You've become their unsolved equation, their late-night search history. The irony? You never asked to be a mystery. You just made it out of the maze they built to trap you. Now they're dissecting your glow like it's some kind of glitch in the system. Think about it. When a bird escapes the cage, the other birds don't celebrate. They panic. They start studying how it happened. That's you, chosen one. You broke patterns that were meant to keep you average. You proved that silence can be louder than noise, that peace can be power, and that not everyone needs permission to win. Here's the fact that drives them insane. According to studies in social psychology, when someone rises beyond what others expected, it doesn't inspire admiration, it triggers obsession. People can't handle seeing someone succeed without the usual compromises, without the fakeness, without selling out. You didn't just rise, you rewrote their entire sense of normal. And thank you, chosen one, for even being here right now. Don't forget to give this message the energy it deserves. Hit the like, subscribe, and help this message reach more souls who need to hear it. You're part of something bigger, a force that refuses to bow down or blend in. Your energy isn't just surviving, it's spreading. Back to where we were. Let's be real. Your success wasn't supposed to exist. You weren't supposed to make it without crawling through their systems or selling your soul for a seat at their table. But you did it with your integrity untouched. You did it with your hands clean and your vision clear. That's why they're stuck between confusion and fascination. They don't know if they should applaud you, copy you, or cancel you. The truth is, you didn't follow their formula. You became the formula. You see, when you stop playing by their rules, you force them to question their own. It's psychological chaos. They can't understand how someone can stay kind and still win, how someone can take betrayal and still build, how someone can be underestimated and still outlast them all. So they turn you into a case study. They replay your life in their heads like a documentary, every loss, every comeback, every silent victory. They want to know how you did it, but they don't have the emotional range to comprehend the answer. Because what they don't realize is, you didn't make it by luck. You made it by alignment. You trusted the process, even when nothing made sense. You kept going when others laughed. You built in silence when others doubted. You carried pain that would have folded most people in half. And that's exactly what unsettles them. You made surviving look elegant. You made strength look effortless. Every time they whisper your name, it's not admiration, it's research. Every time they watch your page, your post, your progress, it's not curiosity, it's confusion. They're looking for your weakness, the crack in your armor, the human error that'll make them feel safe again. But here's the thing, they can't find what doesn't exist. You don't operate from ego or envy, you move from evolution. You're not competing with anyone. You're becoming everything they said was impossible. You've turned into what sociologists call a disruptive presence. Someone who bends perception just by existing. You make people confront the lies they tell themselves. That's why the room feels heavier when you enter it. You're not just a person anymore. You're proof. Proof that authenticity wins. Proof that peace is a weapon. Proof that integrity still holds power in a fake world. They study your patterns, your silence, your timing. They want to replicate your calm under pressure, but no experiment can recreate what was born in real pain. You didn't come out of a lab, you came out of lessons. You didn't follow a manual, you followed your intuition, and that terrifies them because it means their structure, their system, their rules don't guarantee success anymore. You do. So yes, chosen one, you're being studied. Every time you walk away instead of reacting, they take notes. Every time you heal instead of hate, they rewind. Every time you win without noise, they start losing control. You are living proof that the universe plays favorites with those who never stop trying. You are the living glitch in their code, the proof that energy doesn't lie. But here's the twist. They think they're observing you. They're wrong. The universe is observing them, watching how they treat someone who made it without stepping on others. Every projection, every whisper, every fake compliment, it's being noted. The balance always keeps score. You didn't come this far to shrink now. You've already survived being misunderstood, underestimated, and mislabeled. The microscope they use to study you, it's starting to reflect back at them, because when you live in truth, your light becomes the test. They all keep failing. So don't dim, don't hide. Let them analyze every move. Let them wonder how you keep glowing after every storm. Because the truth is, they'll never understand the power of a chosen one who didn't need validation to rise. You didn't need their permission. You just needed your purpose. And now you've become the lesson. And hey, chosen one, thank you for making it this far. You're not just listening, you're decoding the truth they never wanted you to see. What comes next will expose why your success makes them uncomfortable and why your presence feels like a mirror they can't look into for long. Believe me, if you've ever felt like you're being watched, whispered about, or quietly analyzed, what's ahead will hit home. So before we dive deeper, drop 777 in the comments if you know you're not crazy. You're just noticed. And if you can, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks. Every bit of energy you give keeps this mission alive and helps us keep revealing what others are too afraid to say. Whether it's a cent or 1,000, it's all part of the same frequency that's breaking illusions. Now, take a breath, because what's coming next isn't theory. It's the truth about why they can't stop studying you. Let's dive in. Number 1, they're not curious, they're terrified. You figured it out. They thought they buried you, but all they did was plant a seed that learned how to grow through concrete. That's why they're watching, not out of interest, but out of panic. You were supposed to stay broken, quiet, predictable. You were supposed to play small so they could feel big. Instead, you rose from their mess like evidence that every rumor, every smear, every attempt to kill your spirit only built your legend. They don't study you because you're fascinating. They study you because you're proof that their control failed. Let's be clear. This isn't curiosity. It's confusion mixed with fear. You broke their algorithm. You did what wasn't in their plan. You weren't supposed to rise without crawling back for approval. You weren't supposed to find peace without their validation. Yet here you are, walking with calm power. No need to explain, no need to prove. That's the part they can't process. You were their experiment that went rogue, their projection that refused to conform. The version of you they created in their heads was never supposed to escape. And yet you escaped and upgraded. They call it observation, but it's really insecurity in disguise. They're hoping to find the glitch in your glow, the why behind your peace. They replay your story like a scene that doesn't make sense. How did someone so underestimated, so dismissed, become untouchable? They can't compute the answer because the formula was never logical. It was spiritual alignment, discipline, and pain turned into power. You didn't just rise. You rewrote the rules silently while they were too busy mocking your downfall. They expected you to beg for understanding, but you built understanding within yourself. They wanted you to collapse under pressure, but you learned to breathe in chaos. You became calm in storms, focused under fire. That terrifies them because people like you aren't supposed to exist. You weren't supposed to survive the smear campaigns, the fake love, the sabotage, but you did. And not just survive, you thrived. You walked out with your energy cleaner, your boundaries sharper, and your silence louder than their gossip ever was. So now they hover, watching your social media, asking mutual friends, "What's up with you?" Pretending it's casual when really they're looking for cracks. They can't accept that your glow isn't borrowed, it's earned, that your smile isn't performance, it's recovery. They're used to people needing attention to feel relevant. You don't. You learned how to be seen without seeking, how to be powerful without noise. That's why they're confused. You're everything they pretended to be but couldn't maintain. And here's the funny part. They think you changed. No, you didn't change. You returned to yourself. They just never met this version before, the version that stopped explaining, stopped chasing, stopped shrinking. The version that turned every scar into a strategy. They don't know how to talk to someone who doesn't need saving. They don't know how to decode someone who's comfortable in solitude. They don't know how to process someone who can't be manipulated with guilt or validation anymore. You can almost hear their thoughts echoing. How did they do it? Why are they still standing? Why are they shining when we tried everything? And the answer is simple. You stopped operating in survival mode. You started living in purpose mode. They're addicted to drama. You're addicted to growth. You stopped bleeding for people who'd never do the same for you. You stopped explaining your worth and started demonstrating it. And that quiet, confident energy. That's the new language they'll never understand. When they see you now, it messes with their sense of reality, because everything they told themselves about you, every justification for mistreating you, falls apart in your presence. They have to watch you succeed just to convince themselves it's not real. They scroll, they gossip, they analyze, but deep down they know your glow-up wasn't luck. It was justice. You didn't cheat the system. You outgrew it. So don't mistake their interest for admiration. Their stares aren't applause, they're disbelief. They can't stand the fact that you're unbothered, still evolving, still laughing, that after all the chaos, you still look peaceful. Because that peace didn't come from being untouched. It came from surviving what they couldn't handle. Let them study. Let them whisper. Every time they try to decode your silence, they reveal their own noise. You are the mirror they can't look into without confronting everything fake within themselves. You are the reminder that real strength doesn't need to scream. It simply exists. You were never their experiment. You were the universe's proof that pressure creates diamonds, not compliance. So while they analyze, you ascend. While they doubt, you build. While they stare, you move in purpose. You are the case study they'll never understand. And that's exactly how it should be. Number 2. You did it without their blueprint. And that's what broke them. They gave you no map, no approval, no applause, yet somehow you still reached the place they swore didn't exist. That's what eats them alive at night. You were never supposed to make it this far without using their directions, their strategies, their rules of success. But here you are, standing tall while they're still trying to figure out which manual you used. Spoiler alert, you didn't. You built your path with bare hands, bruised knuckles, and unshakable faith in your own compass. They don't understand that some roads aren't found, they're created. You didn't wait for permission to begin. You didn't beg for a seat at their crowded, rigged tables. You built your own table from scratch, while they laughed and called it delusion. Now they're circling that same table, pretending to congratulate you while secretly trying to measure how you built it. And the truth: you didn't follow any blueprint they recognize, because your foundation wasn't drawn in ink. It was carved in pain, patience, and persistence. Imagine this. An architect walks into a city full of perfect glass towers, all built the same way, all soulless copies of each other. Then, one day, a house rises in the middle of nowhere, made of stone, light, and silence. No one saw it being built. No one approved the design. But it stands there, indestructible. That house is you. And now every architect in the city is obsessed. How was it built? Who designed it? What materials were used? They don't understand that the storm that was supposed to destroy you became your cement. They're not impressed by your independence. They're offended by it. You didn't play their networking games. You didn't grovel to be chosen. You chose yourself. And that's the ultimate rebellion in a world addicted to validation. You didn't trade your authenticity for attention. You didn't shapeshift to fit in rooms that insulted your energy. You simply walked away, and the world followed. That's what unsettles them most. They're addicted to hierarchy. You're addicted to peace. They'll never say it out loud, but what they really want to know is, how did you win without us? How did you get here without their cosign, their mentorship, their strategy decks? How did you turn isolation into innovation? The answer is simple. You didn't copy their formula because you were too busy writing your own. They mistook your silence for weakness, not realizing silence was your laboratory. Every quiet night, every lonely season, every setback. That's where you mixed resilience with self-awareness and turned it into rocket fuel. They're trying to reverse engineer your success like a malfunctioning algorithm. They analyze your habits, your words, your timing, thinking they'll find a secret. But your power isn't mechanical. It's human. It's not a system they can replicate. It's an energy they can't download. You didn't come out of a brand strategy session. You came out of heartbreak, failure, reinvention, and a refusal to quit. Imagine this. A hacker breaks into a system built to trap everyone in loops of imitation, and instead of stealing data, they upload freedom. That's what you did. You hacked the matrix. You proved that there's no single path to success. That individuality is a weapon in a world of clones. And that's why they stare at you like a system error that refuses to crash. Every time you win, it invalidates their excuses. Every time you stay calm, it challenges their chaos. Every time you smile after a betrayal, it exposes how weak their masks truly are. You're showing the world that power isn't about control. It's about authenticity. You didn't just skip their blueprint, you exposed its flaws. They built their identities on borrowed formulas, copying the moves of others, chasing trends, following the same tired scripts. You didn't. You trusted something far more powerful. Instinct. You listened to your own rhythm. You followed your curiosity instead of convention. You took risks they were too scared to take. And while they mocked you, the universe started rearranging itself to align with your courage. The day you stopped asking for directions was the day you arrived. That's what they can't process. They think success requires permission, applause, and consensus. You showed them it only requires conviction. They built careers on connections. You built one on character. They built reputations. You built reality. You walked your path alone, and now every step you take echoes like thunder in their world of artificial applause. And yes, it bothers them. It bothers them that your peace isn't rented, your purpose isn't borrowed, and your progress isn't for sale. They're angry because you refuse to need them. You proved that real power doesn't chase validation. It creates it. You didn't bow to their rules of the game. You made the game irrelevant. Imagine this. A sculptor who's never held a chisel creates a masterpiece by accident, using broken glass and tears. People gather, confused, asking, "Where did you learn this?" And the sculptor simply says, "By surviving." That's you, chosen one. You didn't learn success. You lived it. You didn't memorize motivation quotes. You embodied them. Your scars became your syllabus, your loneliness became your classroom, and the diploma. That's your peace. At this point, some might ask, how did you keep going when nothing made sense? Because nothing making sense was the lesson. You learned to move even when the light was gone. You trusted your steps in the dark until they led you to the fire inside. You discovered that growth isn't glamorous, it's gritty. It's crying at midnight and still showing up at sunrise. It's failing quietly, healing privately, and coming back stronger while they were still gossiping. They'll never understand that your success isn't a fluke. It's evidence. Evidence that not playing by their book doesn't mean you lose. It means you create a new genre. You became the plot twist in their story. The unexpected variable that proved every one of their rules was optional. You made it without them, and now they're forced to face a truth they hate, that their power only worked on those who believed in it. You never did. They can't steal what was never taught. That's the beauty of it. They can mimic your moves, but not your mindset. They can copy your style, but not your soul. Because your blueprint isn't a file, it's your frequency. It's the way you move, speak, think, and heal. And no one can replicate a rhythm that was built from pain and purpose. You didn't rise because you followed the system. You rose because you stopped believing in it. You didn't chase power. You became it. You didn't need their acceptance. You outgrew the need entirely. You are the glitch that rewrote the rules, the exception that proved their whole structure was built on sand. So let them study, let them decode, let them obsess. They'll never find what they're looking for because your blueprint wasn't designed for followers. It was designed for freedom. You made it without their help, without their formula, without their approval. You're the walking reminder that the universe rewards authenticity over imitation. They'll keep asking, how did they do it? And the answer will always be the same, by refusing to become you. Number 3, your pain wasn't poison, it was the blueprint. They threw fire at you, and you learned how to walk through it without burning. That's what really breaks their minds. They expected the trauma to erase you, but instead, it engraved you. Every scar became handwriting on your soul, spelling out resilience they can't even pronounce. They thought pain would shrink you into silence. Instead, it trained you to move like thunder, quiet but impossible to ignore. Imagine this, they handed you chaos, expecting you to drown in it, but you treated it like an apprenticeship. You studied your wounds the way a scientist studies stars, examining every crack until it revealed its own light. That's what separates you from the rest. You didn't escape the fire. You became something the fire couldn't consume. They think you're fine now. No, you're forged now. You didn't numb out. You analyzed the ache. You didn't run from your demons. You outsmarted them, turned them into data, and built boundaries out of everything that tried to break you. You're not healed because life got softer. You're healed because you got smarter. Every time someone betrayed you, it added another layer of emotional armor. Every heartbreak became a blueprint of what never to allow again. Here's the truth. People don't understand trauma until they see someone turn it into power. They wanted your pain to make you bitter, but you learned to filter it into clarity. You stopped seeking apologies and started collecting lessons. They can't comprehend how you still move with grace when your past reads like a survival manual. That's why they're studying you, your evidence that suffering doesn't have to destroy, it can design. The scar isn't proof of damage, it's proof of construction. You didn't come out soft and shaken. You came out disciplined and deliberate. You don't need revenge. You are revenge. Every calm decision, every boundary, every win, they all scream louder than anger ever could. They'll keep trying to decode how someone who should have shattered became unshakable, but the answer is simple. You stopped letting pain define you and started letting it refine you, and that's why your existence still burns them. You made peace with the fire that still terrifies them. Number 4, your energy doesn't speak. It strips, masks. You don't expose people with words, you expose them by existing. That's the problem. You walk in and the air changes. Suddenly, the room feels heavier, the fake smiles start glitching, and every mask begins to sweat. You're not trying to intimidate anyone, but authenticity always feels like an attack to those who live behind illusions. You don't flex your power. It leaks through your silence. Imagine this. A room full of actors mid-performance, each reciting their lines perfectly. Then the curtain suddenly falls, and you're standing there, not performing, just being instantly. Everyone forgets their script. That's what your energy does. You don't play along with pretense, you break it. You're the truth in a world addicted to filters, and truth will always look like rebellion to those who only know performance. They can't fake confidence around someone who is confidence. They can't mimic peace in front of someone who radiates it. You're not here to compete. You're here to correct frequencies. That's why some people can't look you in the eye. They feel the weight of their own pretending when they do. You don't even have to call it out. Their spirit already knows it's been caught. You didn't come to fit in their play. You came to end the act. You're not a performer. You're a reminder. You remind people what honesty feels like, what self-respect sounds like, what unfiltered energy looks like. And that's terrifying to anyone who's built their identity on pretending. They feel naked around you, not because you're judging them, but because your energy refuses to lie. You awaken what they buried, their courage, their truth, their forgotten fire. Some will love you for it, others will hate you for the same reason, but both are reacting to the same thing. Your presence reveals their truth. You don't inspire people, you expose what they lost trying to be liked, and that, chosen one, is real power. Number 5. You're the proof. Their war failed. They tried to write your ending, but you turned their obituary into your origin story. That's the part they can't swallow. You weren't supposed to still be here, laughing, calm, unstoppable. You were supposed to collapse under the weight of their lies, drown in the chaos they designed, and fade quietly into irrelevance. But instead, you became proof. Proof that they never had the power they thought they did. They threw everything at you, betrayal, rumor, isolation, and you absorbed it like a forge takes heat. You didn't burn, you hardened. Every insult became iron. Every disappointment became discipline. You didn't just survive, you made survival look sophisticated. They called you crazy, but time revealed it wasn't insanity. It was intuition. They said you were done, but the universe used that as a cue for your next act. Imagine this, a courtroom filled with your doubters, every one of them clutching a false story about you. Then you walk in, glowing, grounded, healed, and their evidence disintegrates in real time. Your presence itself is the verdict. You don't have to prove anything. You are the proof. Your peace, your silence, your evolution. They scream louder than any defense ever could. They thought destroying your reputation would destroy your reality, but you rebuilt yourself so completely that even your scars look like luxury now. They tried to bury you under lies, but you turned the soil into strategy. You didn't just grow. You blossomed in the exact dirt they threw on your name. They wanted to end you. They ended their access instead. Every rumor became irrelevant when your results arrived. Every betrayal lost its sting when you turned it into boundaries. You became untouchable, not because you fought harder, but because you healed smarter. You didn't retaliate. You elevated. Now they look at you and see the nightmare they created. A version of you that doesn't break, doesn't chase, and doesn't need validation. You're the living receipt that their worst couldn't win. You walk with quiet power that says, I survived what was meant to destroy me, and I built an empire from the ashes. Number 6. You're the glitch their logic couldn't decode. They studied every type of person, except the one who couldn't be programmed. That's you. The anomaly in a world obsessed with patterns. You don't move for clout, attention, or applause. You move for purpose, and that's what throws them off. They can predict everyone else, the desperate, the pretenders, the puppets, but not you. Because your energy doesn't chase trends, it bends timelines. Imagine this, a chessboard filled with players who've memorized every move, every trick. Then you arrive and flip the board without saying a word. You don't play to win their game. You play to remind them the game was never real. That's why they can't categorize you. You're too strategic to be naive, too pure to be manipulated, too calm to be controlled. You carry frequencies that short-circuit their systems. They can feel your power, but they'll never understand its source. They thought power meant dominance. You showed them it means direction. You're not here to compete. You're here to correct. Your presence rewires rooms. Your silence shifts the atmosphere. People can't fake energy around you because your aura exposes dishonesty the way sunlight exposes dust. They sense it, the depth behind your stillness, the truth behind your eyes. You're not loud, but you're impossible to ignore. They call you unpredictable, but that's only because you don't obey their emotional scripts. You don't react, you respond. You don't chase, you attract. You don't preach, you embody, and that's what unsettles them. You're the reminder that alignment beats ambition, that intuition outsmarts manipulation. You were never built for their system. You were sent to expose it. You carry codes that weren't learned. They were remembered. You move through chaos like you've been here before, because in some sense you have your ancient wisdom wearing a modern face. You're the calm in the storm they can't summon, the balance they pretend to have. So yes, you're an anomaly, and that's the point. You're not a product of the world. You're its correction. They can't prepare for what was never meant to be predictable. Number 7. Your moves are timing, not trend. They chase moments. You build momentum. That's the difference they can't compute. While everyone else scrambles to stay visible, you vanish, only to return unrecognizably evolved. You're not driven by the shallow hunger for relevance. You're guided by precision. You don't post for validation. You disappear to realign. That's silence. It's strategy. That's stillness. It's movement they can't detect. Imagine this. A crowd of people sprinting in circles, chasing flashes of attention like moths around a bulb. Then there's you, moving in quiet arcs, planting seeds while they're burning energy. They mistake your absence for inactivity, but absence is where you gather power. You're not in a rush to be seen because your purpose isn't seasonal, it's structural. While they trend, you transform. They can't understand why your success feels unpredictable. It's because you don't follow cycles of hype. You follow waves of alignment. You don't time your rise with applause. You rise when the energy demands it. They think timing is luck, but timing is your weapon. Every pause, every pivot, every comeback, it's orchestrated with intention, not desperation. You don't move to impress crowds, you move to shake systems. That's why they keep trying to study you like you're an algorithm that glitched. They can't find the pattern because you aren't built on code. You're built on calling. You're not reactionary, you're revolutionary. You don't dance for attention, you command it by doing nothing at all. While they chase the illusion of relevance, you build the reality of legacy. They rely on performance, you rely on presence. Your silence terrifies them because it holds more influence than their constant noise. They can't trend long enough to match what you do naturally, evolve. They'll keep refreshing their feeds, waiting for your next move, not realizing your every move is divine choreography. You don't follow trends, you end them. Because you're not here to go viral, you're here to go eternal. Number 8. You're the formula they'll never decode. They want your shine, but not your storms. That's where they always fail. They think they can copy your results without surviving your reality. They want your glow, but not the nights you cried through it. They want your peace, but not the wars that birthed it. You didn't get here through luck or shortcuts. You got here through sleepless reinvention. No one handed you a manual. You became one. Imagine this: 1,000 architects trying to rebuild a monument they never saw constructed. They measure, analyze, estimate, but still, it never looks the same. That's your life. You built yourself from debris. You weren't given instructions. You learned by bleeding. You didn't follow directions. You followed intuition. Every mistake was a teacher, every loss a tool. You weren't growing, you were forging. They call it luck because they can't stand calling it discipline. They call it mystery because they don't understand mastery. But deep down, they know you are the result of what they avoided. You didn't just face rejection, you dissected it. You didn't just endure pain, you weaponized it. Every heartbreak, every betrayal, every failure became data. You turned pain into precision. You're not the product of privilege, you're the product of persistence. That's why they can't replicate you. They can mimic your look, your words, your vibe, but not your becoming. You walked through storms they wouldn't survive 10 minutes in. You mastered silence while they craved validation. You learned the power of patience in a world that worships speed. They'll study you like a project, hoping to find your secret, but your blueprint isn't ink, it's instinct. It's the rhythm between your scars and your survival. It's the way you rebuild every time without the world even noticing you're not a copy, you're a code. And no matter how many times they try to replicate it, the universe will keep rejecting the clone, because your manual wasn't written, it was lived. Number 9. Your power wasn't earned, it was remembered. They mistook your silence for surrender, not realizing it was the sound of something ancient waking up. That's what shook them. They thought rejection would bury you, but it backfired. It cracked the ground open and released everything they tried to suppress. You weren't destroyed. You were unlocked. Your downfall wasn't an ending. It was the password to your next level. Imagine this. They unplugged you from their system, thinking it would drain your energy, but instead, it reconnected you to the real source. You didn't lose access. You lost interference. Every no became a redirect. Every closed door became a mirror, showing you how unstoppable you were without their validation. You didn't climb their ladders because you realized ladders only exist for people who can't fly. They thought you were chasing success, but you were removing the chains that kept it trapped inside you. You didn't build confidence, you remembered it. You didn't gain power, you reclaimed it. That's why your rise feels supernatural to them. They can't grasp that your strength wasn't installed, it was revealed. You didn't evolve into power, you remembered you were born with it. That's the secret they'll never decode. While they were busy seeking permission, you were busy awakening. You didn't need recognition to rise because your soul had already signed the contract long before anyone doubted you. They see your success as something you achieved through effort, but it's not effort, it's eruption. You were sitting on potential like a dormant volcano, and rejection was just the spark. When everything fell apart, you finally realized nothing external was keeping you back. It was the weight of forgetting who you were. Once that fell off, everything exploded. Your glow doesn't come from victory, it comes from memory. You didn't make it, you released what was already inside you. You're not self-made, you're self-remembered, and that's what terrifies them the most. They can't destroy what was never built. Number 10. Your silence is the loudest victory they'll ever witness. They threw storms at you, and you learned how to make thunder sit still. That's what rattles them the most. You were supposed to come out angry, loud and desperate to prove your side of the story, but instead you came out serene, steady, untouchable. Your peace became the headline they didn't see coming. They expected you to break. Instead, you disappeared into stillness and rebuilt in silence. And now, every time they mention your name, the quiet that follows is deafening. Imagine this. They're waiting for chaos, for explosions, for a response, for proof that they still matter in your world. But you don't respond anymore. You don't even react. You just exist, effortlessly, like a mountain that doesn't need to explain why the wind can't move it. They call it indifference. It's actually mastery, because peace isn't weakness, it's control. You own your emotions now, and that's a kind of dominance their drama can't compete with. Revenge isn't silence, it's serenity. You didn't need to clap back. You became the proof that every attack collapsed under its own weight. Your composure is your victory speech. Every calm breath you take is a declaration that you won without shouting. That's what unsettles them. Their chaos died in your stillness. They can't stand that your life no longer revolves around proving them wrong. You've moved past the need for validation. You no longer operate in reaction. You operate in resonance. They gossip. You meditate. They compete. You create. They chase noise. You guard your peace like a crown that can't be stolen. You fought for this calm. You bled for this clarity. You earned the right to be unbothered. And now, every ounce of peace you hold is living proof that power doesn't always roar. Sometimes it simply rests. Your silence is not the absence of fight. It's the evidence that the war is over and you won. Number 11. You terrify them because you don't need their stage to reign. They wanted you begging for a crown, but you built a kingdom out of your scars. That's what eats them alive. You were supposed to crave validation, chase titles and worship recognition. Instead, you outgrew all of it. You stopped waiting for someone to hand you power and realized you were the power. You don't sit on thrones. You are the throne. Imagine this. A room full of self-proclaimed kings and queens arguing over who gets the biggest seat while you're out in the wild building empires from dust. You don't play politics, you create peace. You don't need their scepter to lead, you've got presence. Your influence isn't announced, it's felt. That's what disturbs them most. You lead without trying, and they try without leading. The loudest authority is the one that doesn't need to declare itself. You don't bark orders or demand respect. Your energy handles that for you. People adjust around you instinctively, not because you force them to, but because truth commands attention. You don't need a spotlight when your frequency already lights the room. You've mastered the art of quiet power, so still, so certain, it unnerves everyone still faking confidence. They can't understand how someone can walk away from recognition and become more relevant. But that's what happens when your worth isn't negotiable. You stopped chasing applause because you realized applause fades, but alignment doesn't. You stopped proving your value the moment you understood that real kings and queens don't announce their reign. They embody it. They'll never admit it, but they respect you more than they envy you, because deep down they know you're free. Free from needing approval, free from comparison, free from the fragile ego that keeps them chained to performance. You don't crave power, you radiate it. You don't need a throne because you've already mastered the only kingdom that matters, yourself. Number 12. They tried to erase you, now they're taking notes. They buried you like a secret, only to find out you were a seed. That's the part haunting them. You weren't supposed to recover. You were supposed to vanish, humiliated, forgotten. They scattered rumors like salt, hoping nothing could ever grow where your name once stood. But the universe has a cruel sense of irony. It used their betrayal as fertilizer, and now you're blooming in places they'll never reach. Imagine this. They wrote your obituary while you were still breathing. They toasted your failure before the dust had even settled. Then, months later, they see you again. But this time, it's different. You're glowing, grounded, graceful. No bitterness, no breakdown, just quiet strength that doesn't need revenge to be valid. And suddenly, the same mouths that cursed you are whispering your name with curiosity. How did they do it? You did it by disappearing when they expected a reaction. You did it by rebuilding when they were still celebrating your collapse. You didn't just rise, you reinvented gravity. You stopped trying to prove yourself and started improving yourself. Every loss became a lesson, every betrayal a boundary. They were busy counting your mistakes while you were counting your blessings. That's how you rose. They wanted you gone, but your glow turned into their guilt. Now they stalk your peace like detectives chasing a ghost. They analyze your calm, your confidence, your silence, because it doesn't add up. They threw poison, and you made perfume. They spread lies, and you built truth. You took every knife they aimed at your back and used it to carve a path forward. They can't replicate what they don't understand, because what happened wasn't luck, it was evolution. You didn't bounce back, you leveled up. You became everything they swore you'd never be, and now they're left staring at the proof that their plan failed spectacularly. You were never supposed to rise, but you did, and now your existence is their unanswered question. How do you destroy someone who learned how to rise from ashes? Number 13. You turned their mockery into a masterclass. They laughed when you spoke truth. Now they rehearse your every sentence. That's what burns them the most. You were never supposed to become the voice of reason. You were supposed to stay discredited, doubted, dismissed. But life has a habit of flipping the script when the student outgrows the teacher. They tried to silence you, but silence became your amplifier. You stopped explaining, and that's when the world started listening. Imagine this. The same crowd that once rolled their eyes now takes notes every time you speak. They quote your insights in private, but never credit the source. They mimic your language, your rhythm, your calm, but it never hits the same. Because what they copy are your words, not your wisdom. You didn't learn this clarity, you earned it. Every heartbreak taught you tone, every betrayal taught you timing, every failure sharpened your perception until your pain started teaching for you. You didn't need a pulpit to preach, your peace became the sermon. You never forced your growth on anyone. You just kept evolving until your presence became proof that you were right all along. The people who once called you delusional now call you deep. The ones who told you to get over it now secretly study how you moved on. That's not coincidence. That's karma with a syllabus. They thought they were humbling you, but they were training you. Every insult became a lecture in disguise. Every doubt became a textbook you later rewrote with your own success. You don't speak to be understood anymore. You speak to remind. Because the real lesson wasn't what you said, it was who you became. And now they're enrolled in the very class they tried to cancel. You are the living syllabus of survival. You didn't become their enemy, you became their education. You're not their preacher or their guide, you're their proof. They wanted your silence, but your evolution became the loudest teacher they'll ever know. Number 14. You won without losing yourself, and that's what haunts them. You didn't trade your soul for success. You built success around your soul. That's the paradox they can't process. They've been taught that power requires corruption, that success means sacrifice of self. But then there's you, the quiet contradiction. You made it, but you made it whole. You rose without faking, without selling out, without bending your morals to fit their mold, and that's what shakes them to their core. You proved that winning doesn't require becoming heartless, it just requires becoming real. Imagine this, a sea of people chasing crowns made of glass, all cutting their own hands just to wear them. Then there's you, crafting one of light. No blood, no betrayal, no bargain. You're not powerful because you dominate. You're powerful because you don't have to. You are the proof that integrity doesn't slow you down. It propels you. That's why they stare. They don't understand how someone can rise without turning ruthless. They only know survival through sacrifice. You showed them evolution through alignment. You didn't become who they wanted. You became who they feared existed. You rose from sabotage without hate, succeeded without imitation, glowed without validation. You didn't chase power. You became it. Every time they tried to drag you into darkness, you chose to glow harder. You made it, but you stayed kind. You thrived, but you stayed grounded. You were tested in silence and rewarded in sight. They don't talk about it publicly, but you are their quiet contradiction, the living glitch in a system built on fakes. You've redefined what rising looks like. You showed that real ones still win, that empathy can exist beside excellence, and that power can coexist with peace. You are the blueprint, the shift, the reminder that the system doesn't own the definition of success anymore. You do. And if this message hits that hidden part of you that's been fighting to stay authentic, honor it, like share, subscribe, and let your story ripple, because your rise isn't the end of something, it's the start of a movement. The world hasn't seen anything yet. Chosen one. You didn't just make it, you made it without losing yourself. And that's how the story ends. But your rise is still being written. Every scar, every comeback, every moment of peace proves you're not just surviving. You're setting the standard. If this message hits something deep, don't let it fade. Press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're not part of this family yet, hit subscribe. Stay close, chosen one, because what's coming next isn't luck, it's legacy. Only fools test a force they can't measure, and the moment they touched you, they learned exactly how small they truly are. That's the kind of line that should haunt them, because that's what happened. These people walked into your life acting like they understood your worth, like they could judge your spirit with their tiny minds. They thought your quiet was weakness. They thought your patience was softness. They thought your peace meant you were unarmed. They didn't know the universe ranked you long before they ever knew your name. They didn't know your energy wasn't random. They didn't know your presence wasn't accidental. And when they tested you, they triggered a backlash their ego wasn't built to survive. Let me give you a metaphor, so sharp it draws blood. Imagine someone tapping a sleeping volcano because they think it's just a mountain. Then the ground shakes, the heat rises, and the sky darkens. That's you. You weren't quiet because you were harmless. You were quiet because you were calibrated. You were still because you were focused. And when they hit you with their cheap tests, the eruption proved your rank. Another fact: people with no power always poke at those who carry it naturally. It's the only way they feel big. They were scared of you from the start. They just hid it behind their fake calm. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's part of the mission. You are part of the force. Thank you for standing with the light. Now we continue. Let's talk about the ones who tested you. They saw your silence and thought it meant you were empty inside. They thought your kindness was lack of awareness. They thought you didn't notice their little games, their low-key jealousy, their fake support. They thought you were blind. In reality, you just had the self-control not to expose them too quickly. They poked a being the universe ranked, and they didn't even know what language your energy speaks. They tested what they didn't respect, and now they're paying for every move. The universe doesn't respond to what people say. It responds to who they are. Their intentions held the weight of dust. Your intentions held the weight of truth. So when they tried to interfere with your path, the universe didn't watch quietly. It shifted, it defended, it revealed. That's what real rank looks like. Not loud, not bragging, not attention-seeking. Real rank sits in silence until someone stupid forces it to stand. They didn't expect your energy to push back this hard. They weren't ready for the shift. They weren't ready for the consequences. They weren't ready for the strange chaos that hit their life after they tried to hit yours. They were so sure they could slip their little attacks under the radar. They whispered lies, gave you weird energy, threw subtle shade, and smiled like nothing happened. They thought they were being strategic. They didn't know the universe exposes every hidden intention at the exact right moment. And now look at them, confused, restless, unsettled, losing sleep, feeling heaviness they can't explain, fighting problems they created by touching a force they didn't understand. Meanwhile, you're calmer, lighter, more aligned, new doors opening, new paths showing up. That's what happens when someone tests a ranked soul. The balance flips fast. Your rank was never small, it was simply concealed. Think of a blade hidden in a sheath, silent, still, but deadly the moment it's drawn. They assumed you were defenseless because you didn't flash your power around. They wanted proof of who you are. The universe gave them proof in the form of consequences. Your silence was never weakness. It was strategy. Your peace wasn't emptiness. It was control. Your calm wasn't a lack of power. It was a sign of someone who doesn't need noise to win. They didn't just test you. They tested the universal order around you. And nature never forgives arrogance. So now let them sit with it. Let them watch their own energy boomerang back. Let them choke on the truth they tried to bury. Let them realize you were ranked long before they ever stepped into your story. Remember this, chosen one. They were unaware of your spiritual rank until they tested it. But once they did, their illusion shattered. Your truth rose. their mask dropped, and now all that's left is the fallout. You rise, they learn. That's how this works. Chosen One, thanks for showing up with that steady energy of yours. Before we go any deeper, take a moment to ground yourself, because what comes next will hit harder than anything you've heard so far. If you've ever wondered why certain people dared to test you, why they poked at your peace, why they pushed against your silence, the next part will explain everything. And trust me, if you click away now, you'll regret missing the truth that finally exposes them. So before we keep going, drop a comment with the number 777 if you're ready to claim the rank they pretended not to see. And if you feel called to support the team behind this message with a super thanks, do it from the heart. Support fuels the mission. Support keeps this truth alive. Even the smallest gift pushes this message further into the world and helps more souls who need it. Now breathe, Chosen One. Stay with me. What comes next will show you exactly why your test shook them more than it shook you. And now we move forward. Number 1. You didn't provoke a person. You triggered a ranking they could never touch. People with small energy always poke at greatness, thinking it won't hit back. And then they cry when the universe replies louder than you ever would. That's the truth they're choking on right now. They thought you were easy to play with, someone they could test without consequences. They measured you with their tiny minds, not knowing you were carrying a rank they could never reach, never fake, never steal. They didn't wake the human in you. They awakened the force you kept tucked away because you assumed they had enough sense not to cross the line. Turns out they didn't. And now they're facing the price of poking a power they never understood. They hit you thinking you'd break. They hit you thinking you'd crumble. They hit you thinking you'd react like the average soul. But average was never part of your design. You carry a weight they can't explain. You carry an energy that doesn't tremble. It watches, it studies, it waits. And when pressed too far, it unleashes. You want a metaphor? Picture someone kicking a sealed iron door, bragging like they're strong, not realizing there's a whole armored army waiting on the other side. The moment they touched that door, they didn't start a fight. They started a war they were never built for. That's exactly what happened when they targeted you. They weren't just messing with your day, or your mood, or your peace. They were poking at the invisible rank you carry, the one that stays silent until someone stupid enough decides to test it. And if you're wondering, why me? Why did they pick me? Here's your answer. People always test what secretly scares them. Your calm scared them. Your resilience scared them. Your silence scared them. And most of all, the way the universe bends in your favor scared them. They knew something was different about you long before you admitted it to yourself. That's why they hid behind fake love, fake support, fake neutral faces, plotting against you and hoping you wouldn't notice. But here's the twist they never saw coming. You didn't respond like they expected. You didn't explode. You didn't crumble. You didn't panic. You went quiet. And that silence shook them harder than any revenge could. Because silence from someone ranked hits different. It's not retreat, it's activation. Their interference was the key that unlocked the part of your spirit they never wanted to meet. The part that's been building strength every time someone underestimated you. The part that's been sharpening itself quietly across years, across pain, across losses you survived without recognition. They didn't provoke your weakness. They provoked your evolution. Now look at the irony. Every attack they launched against you only strengthened the force within you. Instead of breaking you, they exposed themselves. Instead of stopping your progress, they fueled it. Instead of blocking your path, they confirmed you were on one. Their jealousy didn't stop you. It woke you. Their sabotage didn't destroy you. It activated you. Imagine a pressure point buried deep inside a mountain. Unseen, untouched, waiting. Then someone comes along, tapping it with arrogance, and suddenly the mountain shifts. That's you. They didn't realize they had stepped on power, not dirt. They didn't realize they triggered movement, not weakness. They didn't realize the calm one was actually the ranked one. And now they're feeling the shift in their own life. Everything they tried to put on you is bouncing back. Their chaos is their own harvest now. Their sleepless nights are their own making. Their sudden blockages, their confusion, their tension, their strange losses. All of it is the echo of what they tried to send your way. Because when someone touches a force they don't understand, the universe doesn't argue, it corrects. The universe has one rule: intention never hides. They thought their fake smiles would cover their true motives. They thought their sweet words would hide their envy. They thought their silence would disguise their sabotage. But energy doesn't lie, and the moment they acted out of jealousy, the universe marked it. Not because you asked for revenge, but because universal balance doesn't allow disrespect toward ranked souls. You weren't meant to fight back physically. You weren't meant to destroy them yourself. You weren't meant to lower your vibration to expose them. Your only task was to stand still. And that stillness is what activated the force around you. They didn't understand your rank wasn't visible. It was energetic. It doesn't roar unless provoked. It doesn't show unless necessary. And when it shows, it doesn't negotiate. They didn't provoke your anger. They provoked your protection. They awakened every hidden layer of strength you carry. They awakened every silent advantage tied to your name. They awakened the universal laws that respond when someone tries to sabotage a chosen path. And now they're learning the hard way that you were never moving alone. These people miscalculated badly. They thought they were smarter. They thought they were sneaky. They thought they could compete with you in the shadows. But shadows collapse the moment the ranked one steps into awareness. Their entire plan depended on you staying quiet, but the universe didn't allow it. And now, everything they built on lies is collapsing. You don't need to retaliate. You don't need to clap back. You don't need to prove anything. Their downfall is the proof. Their confusion is the proof. Their sudden losses are the proof. Because when they tested you, they tested the universe behind you, and the universe never loses. They never expected that by trying to weaken you, they would strengthen you. They never expected that by trying to break your spirit, they would activate it. They never expected that by putting pressure on you, they would unlock power you didn't even know you had. They tried to dim your light, and instead they exposed their own darkness. This is the part that will haunt them. They weren't meant to reveal you. They weren't chosen for that role. But their envy forced the universe's hand. They became the very tool that unlocked your next level. Their betrayal was the doorway. Their test was the ignition. You didn't wake the human, chosen one. You woke the force, the one they should have never challenged, the one that rises when necessary, the one that holds rank they were blind to. They were unaware of your spiritual rank until they tested it, and now they can't unsee it. They can't outrun it. They can't undo it. And you? You rise while they learn why you were never the one to play with. Number 2, they hid in shadows, not knowing your light could track footsteps. People who attack from the dark always forget one thing: the light isn't blind. It watches, it waits, and it always answers last. That's the truth they never expected to face. They believed they could touch your path quietly, sabotage you gently, and walk away clean. They thought their whispers would vanish in the air like dust. They thought their fake smiles would hide the rot underneath. They thought their secret moves were invisible, but they forgot the oldest rule of the universe. The soul speaks louder than the mouth, and when a soul moves in jealousy, the universe hears it like thunder. It didn't start with explosions. It started with small shifts, subtle glitches, a slow creeping distortion in your atmosphere. They weren't brave enough to hit you openly. They slithered sideways. They planted doubts instead of punches. They twisted energy instead of truth. They tried to break you with confusion, not conflict. And you felt it. You just didn't have the words for it. Imagine this. You wake up one morning and the air feels heavier. Not sadness, static, like someone pressed a thumb against your spirit. Nothing obvious is wrong, but everything feels slightly off. A conversation that should flow suddenly jams. A plan that should work collapses. Messages delay. People act strange. Your peace stutters. Your instincts whisper, something is wrong, but there's no smoke, no fire, no proof. And in your mind the questions begin. Is it me? Did I mess up? Why does everything feel tilted? Am I imagining this? Here's the answer you never got back then. You weren't imagining anything. You were being targeted in ways only spiritually ranked souls can feel. They didn't come at you with fists. They came at you with frequency. They didn't attack your body. They attacked your atmosphere. They didn't break your path. They bent it, just enough to make you stumble, not enough to expose themselves. That's how small minds operate. Their goal wasn't to destroy you all at once. Their goal was to make you question yourself until you weakened from the inside. Here's another image for you. Imagine swimming in a river that looks calm on the surface, but under the water, someone turned the current against you. Every time you move forward, something pulls you back. Not violently, not loudly, just enough to drain your strength. That's what they did. They messed with the current of your life, hoping you'd blame yourself. And while you struggled in silence, they watched from the shadows, laughing, smirking, taking credit for every delay, celebrating your confusion like it was their victory. Their whispers were poison meant for your spirit. Their influence was smoke meant to cloud the minds of people around you. Their goal wasn't just to slow you down. They wanted to isolate you, weaken your support, and twist the air around you. They thought they were strategic. They thought they were safe. They thought you'd never notice. But here's a quote they should have known. Shadows only exist because the light is near. And the light was watching the entire time. The universe isn't impulsive. It doesn't rush to protect you in dramatic shows of lightning. It operates like an ancient guardian. It observes, measures, waits, watches every shift, tracks the source, identifies the hidden hand, and when the moment is right, it responds with precision that leaves the enemy stunned. They mistook the delay for permission. They thought silence meant they were winning. They thought you were slipping because they were strong. They didn't know silence means calculation. They didn't know patience means preparation. They didn't know the universe was letting them reveal every part of their true self before the consequences arrived. And because they felt no instant backlash, they escalated. They started recruiting others, whispering poison into weak ears, twisting your name into something it's not, planting lies like seeds, hoping they'd grow into trees that blocked your path. They painted your truth as ego, your strength as manipulation, your kindness as a mask, and the people who were already jealous of you. They jumped on it instantly. Imagine this, standing in a room full of people you trusted, and suddenly the air drops cold. The laughter sounds staged. The smiles look stretched. Conversations die when you enter. Eyes avoid yours. The energy feels wrong, like someone dimmed the lights inside the room. You're not paranoid, you're witnessing influence. At this point, the chosen one always asks, "What did I do to deserve this? Why are they turning on me? Why am I suddenly the problem?" And the answer is brutal but true. You didn't do a thing. They did. Your presence exposed everything they tried to hide. Your energy showed them their lack. Your growth made their stagnation undeniable. Instead of healing, they attacked the mirror, you. But the moment they escalated from whispers to warfare, the universe snapped awake. Their actions weren't just petty anymore, they were destructive. They weren't poking your life, they were trying to rewrite it. They were trying to interfere with your alignment, your mission, your momentum. They crossed from irritation into violation, and the universe doesn't tolerate violation. Another quote for them: "When you touch what's protected, you touch your own downfall." The universe logged every intention, every whisper, every lie, every move. These things don't vanish into thin air. They build, they stack, they form a spiritual record. And when the balance shifts, everything returns to sender with interest. That's when their illusion cracked. They thought the weight you felt meant you were falling behind. They didn't know the pressure was transforming you. They didn't know the heaviness was shaping you. They didn't know the static was strengthening your signal. They didn't know every glitch in your life was revealing their fingerprints. They thought they were burying you, but they were building your stage. They thought they were writing your downfall, but they were scripting your rise. They thought they were breaking you, but they were sharpening you. Imagine a diamond being pressed under extreme force. Everyone sees the pressure. No one sees the power forming inside it. That's you. That's what they activated. And now you move differently. Not in fear, in awareness, not with panic. With clarity, not seeking approval, seeing through everything. You've seen what shadow attacks look like. You've felt the sting of subtle sabotage. You've seen people shift. You've watched masks fall, and they know you've seen it. That's what terrifies them. They can't access you anymore. They can't influence you anymore. They can't twist your path anymore. Their whispers don't work on someone who has awakened. Their poison loses strength when your soul has already seen the truth. Their games collapse when you rise out of reach. And now their punishment begins, not because you asked for revenge, but because the universe closes cycles with precision. Every lie returns, every action rebounds, every intention circles back home. They tried to dim your light, but they only exposed your rank. They tried to test you, but they triggered your transformation. They thought they could move in shadows, but the light was watching. Let them whisper. Let them watch, let them tremble. You weren't falling apart, you were being refined. You weren't being punished, you were being awakened. And every move they made against you only helped you remember exactly who you are and what they could never be. Number 3, they didn't just gossip, they volunteered for their own downfall. Anyone who joins an attack on a ranked soul isn't choosing a side, they're choosing a sentence. That's the truth nobody warned them about. They thought they were dipping their toes into a little drama, adding their 2 cents, just listening, just agreeing, just repeating what they heard. But the universe doesn't deal in just. In the realm of energy, there's no such thing as neutral. The moment they added their breath to the smear, the moment they nodded at the lie, the moment they entertained the attack, they stamped their name onto the consequence. Energy judges intention, not excuses. The universe doesn't wait for screenshots or evidence. It reads motives at the speed of thought. And when those motives tilt against someone with rank, the punishment spreads to everyone who helped carry the flame. Imagine this. A spark drops onto dry grass. The person who struck the match knows exactly what they did, but every other hand that fed the flame, every person who blew on the smoke, every fool who stood near it cheering, gets burned all the same. Wildfires don't pause to separate the guilty from the "I was just there." They devour everything connected to the ignition. That's what happened when they joined the attack against you. They didn't just gossip, they enlisted. They didn't just listen, they aligned. And they didn't just follow, they co-signed the downfall someone else started. And while they were busy feeding the fire, you kept walking through the smoke, like someone who knew the forest wasn't your battlefield. You felt the pressure, you felt the static, you felt the weight of eyes on you, the shift in rooms, the strange heaviness tightening around your path. But even without having the full story, your spirit knew something deeper was tracking every move. Because, chosen one, your rank doesn't defend itself with shouting. It defends itself with alignment. You don't swing, you don't scramble, you don't chase lies. The universe handles what your hands don't touch. They thought this was petty drama. The universe recognized it as a violation of principle. Each person who joined believed they were acting freely, but the moment they moved against someone they could never energetically outrank, they triggered a law older than their intentions. A cosmic audit began, silent, precise, and unavoidable. Now every whisper carries weight. Every smirk carries a signature. Every word they spoke carries a timestamp in universal code. And no, the universe doesn't strike instantly. That's what terrifies them later. It waits, it studies, it designs the lesson for each participant individually. Some will lose opportunities, some will lose peace, some will lose connections, some will lose themselves, and most won't even understand why life suddenly turned cold. So if you ever wondered, why didn't I strike back? Why didn't I fight? The answer is simple. You don't fight people you outrank. They weren't opponents. They were examples. You weren't part of their drama. You were the reason the universe stepped in. Number 4. Grace was the quiet blade that split their whole world open. Nothing terrifies a hater more than a chosen one who refuses to swing back. Silence cuts deeper than any sword. They threw everything at you because they were convinced you'd break. They expected you to explode, panic, lash out, fall apart, or expose yourself in some messy emotional meltdown. They wanted you to fight dirty so they could point and say, "See, that's who they really are." Their whole plan depended on you losing control. But you disappointed them beautifully. You didn't fight fire with fire. You let their flames lick the air until they burned their own hands. You moved with grace, not because you were weak, but because you knew the universe does its best work when you don't interfere. They mistook your calm for cowardice. They mistook your silence for surrender. They mistook your stillness for softness. But grace isn't softness. Grace is restraint. Grace is discipline. Grace is proof you were never playing on their level to begin with. Imagine this. A raging storm circles a mountain for days, screaming, throwing debris, slamming lightning at the rock. But the mountain never moves. It doesn't shake. It doesn't shout. It simply stands. And eventually, the storm exhausts itself. That was you. You weren't the wind. You were the mountain. They didn't understand that storms die, but mountains remain. Your grace shook them harder than any attack ever could. It exposed how unstable they were. While they spiraled, you stayed centered. While they plotted, you kept growing. While they tried to drag you down, you rose in silence. That silence drove them insane. They couldn't understand how you carried pressure with peace, betrayal with clarity, attacks with elegance. They didn't know your strength wasn't something you performed. It was something you embodied. And then the shift began. Everything they built on, lies, started collapsing. The chaos they designed for you circled back like a boomerang, sharper, heavier, unavoidable. The confusion they wanted you to drown in, now it lived in their own mind. The tension they wished on your life, now sitting in their chest every night. The blockages they tried to create for your path, now choking theirs. Some watched their money slip through their fingers. Plans crumbled, doors shut. People walked away. Others watched their reputation crack. Secrets leaked. True colors bled through their mask. And for a few, their own energy turned against them, fatigue, fog, emotional heaviness, because their actions weren't physical violations. They were spiritual ones. You kept your hands clean. The universe did the cleanup. Here's a fact they never calculated. Grace isn't passive. It's the trap door the universe uses to drop your enemies into their own consequences. You didn't retaliate because you never needed to. Grace was your weapon, balance was your shield, and their downfall was the echo of every move they made in the dark. They thought you were harmless. They thought your heart was naive. They thought you wouldn't fight. They were right. You didn't fight. Your grace did, and it hit harder than anything they ever expected. Number 5, they didn't attack you. They signed up for a universal lesson they can't escape. Anyone who moves against a ranked soul doesn't start a fight. They start a class they can't drop. That's the part they never understood. They thought their gossip, sabotage, and shady moves would dissolve into the background of life. They assumed their attacks were small enough to hide under excuses. But the universe doesn't grade size, it grades intention. And the moment their energy tilted against you, they didn't launch an attack. They enrolled themselves into a cosmic masterclass designed around their own flaws. The universe doesn't warn when it's time to teach. It teaches, directly, brutally, precisely. Everything that came next wasn't punishment, it was instruction, customized, laser-focused, delivered exactly where it would hurt enough to wake them up. Some people learn only when life hits them in the exact place they're weakest, and the universe knows that. It doesn't hand out vague karma. It takes the energy they sent and turns it into a curriculum built from their own shadows. Imagine someone throwing a boomerang with full force, laughing as it leaves their hand, not realizing it's circling back sharper than it left. That's their attack. They didn't hit you, they hit themselves on the return. And still, they didn't understand. They blamed timing, co-workers, the economy, their childhood, their relationships, everyone except themselves. They thought life just got heavy. They thought you were lucky. They thought hitting you harder would break through whatever shield was around you. They doubled down. They recruited more bitter people. They whispered more lies. They tried new tactics, as if consistency would wear down your protection. But protection born from cosmic authority isn't a wall you can chip. It's atmosphere. You can't punch air. You can't stab wind. You can't outmaneuver a force that surrounds, responds, and recalibrates faster than their envy can keep up. Every strike they sent your way was measured, counted, and transformed. Not into harm for you, but into acceleration for you. Your spiritual rank isn't passive. It's reactive. Pressure doesn't crush you. It summons reinforcement. Every jab they made increased the energy supporting you. Every scheme became evidence in the universe's case against them. And then the shift hit. But not for them, for you. Walls became doors. Delays became breakthroughs. Closed opportunities cracked open with perfect timing. People in power noticed you without you trying. Resources showed up from places you didn't even know existed. Everything they tried to block rushed toward you twice as fast, like the universe wanted you to see how untouchable you really were. Meanwhile, the things they believed they deserved began slipping like sand. Promotions disappeared. Relationships cracked. Support evaporated. Their confidence deflated. Their plans collapsed before they even got started. Confusion became their morning routine. They couldn't think straight, couldn't focus, couldn't find the spark they once had. And still, they didn't connect the dots, because accepting that you were protected would mean admitting they violated a boundary they never should have crossed. But the universe doesn't wait for apologies. It doesn't pause for understanding. Consequences arrive based on spiritual hierarchy, not their belief system. They crossed a line, and now they aren't just losing, they're learning, not from lectures, from collapse, because once the universe starts a masterclass, the lesson doesn't end until the soul gets it. Number 6. They tried to break you and hit the wall built to protect you. Anyone who aims to destroy a ranked soul is basically punching a mirror. Whatever they throw comes back and shatters them first. That's exactly what happened here. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the system that surrounds you, the invisible architecture built into your path. They thought their schemes were clever, their timing precise, their intentions hidden. They believed they could break you in silence and walk away untouched. But the universe doesn't need thunder to reveal truth. Sometimes the loudest punishment arrives in quiet shock. The moment they realize they ruined themselves trying to ruin you. They thought you'd collapse. Instead, you elevated. They thought you'd fall apart. Instead, you unlocked levels they never had access to. And that reality broke them far more deeply than any revenge ever could. Imagine someone digging a pit for you, proud of the trap they designed. They cover it, hide it, wait for you to fall in, but the universe reroutes your steps, and they're the ones who walk straight into the hole. That's what this was. Every piece of sabotage they crafted snapped back with more force than they could handle. They saw it with their own eyes. While they expected your life to shrink, it expanded. While they expected your income to dry up, it stabilized stronger than ever. Unexpected money flowed in. Delayed blessings showed up on schedule. New streams opened every time they tried to block the old ones. That wasn't coincidence. That was rank. And relationships. The universe did surgery there too. Fake ones fell off. Weak ones snapped. But the real ones, they grew deeper, safer, aligned. New people entered your world who didn't need you small to feel big. Your space became cleaner. Your peace became sharper. This wasn't survival. It was transformation. Meanwhile, they unraveled. Their reputation cracked from the inside. Their energy drained faster than they could refill it. Their circle thinned. Their peace evaporated. Confusion drowned their clarity. Everything they wanted slipped through their fingers like sand. And then, the moment of truth hit. The realization they tried to avoid. You weren't lucky, you were ranked. This was never a fair fight. They were a spark challenging the sun, a feather defying gravity, an echo trying to overpower thunder. They misread everything about you. Your humility wasn't weakness. Your stillness wasn't passivity. Your quiet wasn't emptiness. It was power refined, contained, aligned. Imagine them trying to break steel with bare hands. That's what their attack was. You didn't chant, you didn't spellcast, you didn't scramble for protection. You are protected. It's woven into your blueprint. Now they finally see it, not because someone told them, but because their life is reflecting it back. They aimed at you and shattered themselves. They targeted your peace and lost their own. They thought they had the right to touch what was sealed. Now the universe is teaching them exactly why they never did. Number 7, they didn't attack you. They challenged gravity, and gravity dragged them down. Anyone who jumps off a cliff out of envy shouldn't be shocked when the universe refuses to break their fall. That's exactly what they did. They strutted toward your energy like warriors marching into battle, convinced their whispers, sabotage, and shadow work made them powerful. They thought they were launching an attack. In reality, they were stepping off a cliff with full confidence and calling it warfare. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting universal law, and the universe always wins. Imagine this scene. Someone stands on a high ledge, hyped up by their own ego, swearing they're about to prove a point. They leap with the confidence of a god, only to drop like a stone because gravity doesn't negotiate. That fall, that hard, sickening, instant regret. That's exactly what happened the moment they moved against you. They believed their rumors would stain your name. They believed their sabotage would slow your steps. They believed their spiritual interference would twist your path. But the universe doesn't just protect ranked souls. It retaliates on their behalf. Every hit they threw at you boomeranged with precision. Every lie they whispered bent back toward their own life. Every blockage they tried to place on your path snapped shut on theirs. They learned the hard way that spiritual law doesn't wait for witnesses, apologies, or explanations. It doesn't need them to believe in energy for energy to act. The universe responds to truth, vibration, and intention, and their intention was rotten, so the universe responded accordingly. You saw it happen. The job they tried to block for you, they lost theirs. The reputation they tried to ruin, their own circle now questions them. The financial collapse they wanted for you, it knocked on their door instead and wouldn't leave. And the traps, oh, the traps. Every single one they crafted snapped around their own ankles. Every spiritual attack bounced off your alignment and hit the source. Every curse they whispered echoed back into their own home, louder than it left. Meanwhile, you rose like someone gravity couldn't touch. You didn't just survive, you transformed. You became sharper, calmer, more aligned, more aware. You walked through what was meant to break you and came out crowned. And here's the part that ruins them the most. You didn't lift a finger. You didn't clap back. You didn't even need to know what they were planning. Your protection wasn't reaction, it was design. Because the universe has one final truth carved in stone. You cannot break what was sealed by cosmic authority. They jumped, gravity answered, and you kept rising. Number 8, you didn't survive the war. You rose above its entire spectrum. Passing a spiritual test isn't about fighting harder. It's about standing so still that the enemy exposes itself. That's what happened here. You didn't win because you clapped back, screamed, argued, fought, or matched their chaos. You won because you didn't have to. Your restraint was the final exam, and you passed with the kind of excellence that shakes entire timelines. You walked through fire without flinching, and when the smoke finally lifted, it was clear. You weren't just untouched, you were evolved. They expected to see you crack, leak, panic, collapse, or react out of fear or ego, but you didn't. Instead of breaking, you broke through. Instead of falling, you rose. Instead of engaging, you ascended. What they called an attack was actually an activation. They tried to expose your weakness, but all they did was reveal your rank. Your calm, that was wisdom. Your silence, that was authority. Your lack of retaliation, that was mastery. You didn't win by force. You won by knowing you didn't need any. Meanwhile, they were falling apart, piece by piece, their energy drained, their emotions dried out, their stability evaporated. Every ounce of force they aimed at you ricocheted back sharper and more personal than before. Not because you cursed them, but because the universe turned their own intentions into their teacher. They thought they were launching a strategy. They didn't know they were volunteering for a spiritual audit. Imagine them trying to kick down your door while their own house was burning behind them. By the time they noticed the smoke, the damage had already devoured everything they relied on. Their downfall wasn't an accident. It was a mirror. Some tried to slither back, sending casual messages as if time could erase intention. But the universe isn't fooled by fake normalcy. Energy doesn't forget. Once it's released into the world, it fulfills its purpose, balance. Others came with apologies, explanations, weak attempts at redemption, but spiritual law doesn't operate on pity. Repentance can soften a lesson, but it cannot reverse the trajectory of karma already in motion. A few even twisted the story further, blaming you for the collapse they created. But the truth is simple. They broke themselves trying to break you. You didn't cast spells. You didn't seek revenge. You simply existed with a level of protection they weren't equipped to challenge. Their collapse was not your doing. It was the consequence of defying laws they didn't understand. Now they sit with consequences they can't avoid and a truth they can't rewrite. You were never meant to fight on their level. You were always ranked far above the battlefield they dragged themselves into. And while they search for excuses, you stand elevated, calmer, wiser, clearer, and transformed. You didn't survive the war, you graduated from it, and nothing will ever be the same again. Number 9. They tried to humiliate you, but the universe turned them into the warning sign. Anyone who tries to make a ranked soul, the example ends up becoming the lesson everyone else learns from. That's exactly what played out. They wanted to shame you, expose you, embarrass you, drag your name through shadows and whispers. They wanted to turn you into a cautionary tale, a spectacle, a downfall others could gossip about. But the universe flipped the script so violently that they became the example, not you. Their attack didn't stay personal, it became public in the spiritual realm. Their downfall didn't stay quiet, it echoed across energies that watch everything. Imagine lightning meant for a single tree suddenly lighting up the entire sky. Every tree in the forest sees that flash, every branch feels that heat, and instantly not one of them even thinks of touching that same force. That's what happened. Your attackers were the match, but you became the wildfire. They lit the fuse, but the universe turned the blast outward, making sure every jealous spectator, every silent hater, every "I won't say anything, but I hope they fail" bystander understood the message. Touch this one, and you won't survive the lesson. That message hit harder than any revenge you could have delivered. Your silence outshined their noise. Your rise overshadowed their resistance. Your integrity exposed their insecurity. Your elevation humbled their ego. People who once doubted you, now quiet, watching, processing, adjusting their tone. The ones who whispered behind your back, suddenly careful with their words. The ones who secretly envied you, now terrified of repeating the same mistake your attackers made. You didn't just walk away protected, you walked away upgraded. Your reputation in the unseen didn't grow because you defended yourself. It expanded because your enemies collapsed in real time. What they meant for humiliation became your coronation. Your life shifted in ways nobody could deny. Opportunities aligned, doors opened, peace returned with a sharper clarity, and every person with even an ounce of intuition could feel it. You're not someone to test lightly. The universe placed a signal around you, not fear-based, but power-based. A silent mark that says, "This one is sealed. Interfere if you want to taste consequences you can't outrun." You didn't just survive. You became a living memo to the dark and a beacon to anyone walking in the light. Realms you didn't even know you touched now recognize your essence. Your confidence, it wasn't ego, it was awareness. Your calm, not emptiness, authority. Your rise, not luck, design. Now you've seen how the universe works for someone ranked. You've seen how spiritual justice hits. Slow, exact, irreversible. You've seen how your attackers fell by their own hands, their own choices, their own intentions. You don't carry power. You are power. And now every eye watching knows it. Your path is clearer. Your protection is unquestionable. And any future test comes with zero suspense because the results are already guaranteed. You rise, they fall. You are sealed, they are warned. You are ranked, untouchable by shadows, untouched by sabotage, unmoved by attacks. They tried to end you. All they did was reveal you. Walk forward knowing the test is over, and you passed with a rank they never saw coming, and you made it to the end, chosen one, and that alone proves your rank. Everything you faced wasn't meant to break you. It was meant to reveal exactly who you are and what the universe has placed on your path. Now you walk forward sharper, stronger, untouchable, and fully aware of the power you carry. If this message hit home, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to press subscribe. Your journey isn't ending here. This is only the rise. The funny thing about snakes is they swear they're invisible, right up until someone turns the lights on. That line alone is enough to make your enemies choke, because the lights are on now, and everyone can finally see just how far that group or so-called family went to hurt you. Their little secrets are not secrets anymore. Their whispers have turned into echoes. Their fake smiles have cracked. The mask is sliding off, and the world is looking straight at what they did. No more pretending, no more hiding behind concern or care. The truth is out, and it's embarrassing for them. Think about it like this. Imagine a group of people building a whole trap around you. They measure the floor, they rehearse the fall, they even practice their surprised faces for when you hit the ground. They think everything is perfect, like they're directing some twisted movie. Then suddenly, the spotlight switches, the camera flips, and every single person watching sees that the family wasn't a family. They were the problem. They weren't helping you. They were hurting you on purpose. And the funniest part, they weren't even good at hiding it. All their little tricks look clownish now. Obvious, sloppy, like amateurs trying to control a storm with a paper umbrella. Here's a fact that should make the chosen one smile. People don't plot against someone they consider weak. Nobody schemes against a nobody. Nobody wastes late-night calls, group chats, fake stories, and emotional traps on someone who doesn't matter. They went this far because you matter too much. And now that everything they tried to hide is out in the open, the universe is basically saying, "See, you weren't imagining anything. You were right the whole time." Before we go deeper into this madness, thank you, Chosen One, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing like and subscribe. You're not just supporting a video, you're helping push this truth out to more souls who need it. You're part of a force. You help spread the light in a world that sometimes feels allergic to honesty. Thank you for being part of this mission. Now breathe, Chosen One, because we're going right back into the topic with full clarity. The cat's out of the bag. They got caught. And the truth isn't floating quietly, it's roaring. That group, that family, that circle you trusted, they went way out of their way to break you. This wasn't a small mistake. This wasn't an argument. They pulled strings behind your back. They set traps. They pretended to protect you while pushing you toward pain. They talked sweet in daylight and sharpened knives in the dark. They studied you the way some people study a puzzle, always trying to find a weak point they could rip open. But here's where it gets wild. Their entire plan depended on one thing, nobody ever finding out. And now everyone knows. That's why they're panicking. That's why they're scrambling. That's why they look stressed. Their whole identity was built on keeping you confused. They needed you doubting yourself. They needed you questioning every step so they could control the story. Because once you stop doubting, you start seeing. And once you start seeing, their whole operation falls apart. Chosen One, I need you to understand something simple. They weren't fighting you because you were weak. They were fighting you because you were the only one in the room strong enough to expose them by simply existing. You didn't have to do anything. Your presence alone made them feel small. Your growth highlighted every part of them that they tried to hide. Your strength felt like a threat to their comfort. And instead of getting better, they got bitter. This group went so far because watching you rise made them feel powerless. They couldn't stop comparing themselves to you. They couldn't handle the fact that the universe kept putting opportunities in your path. So they did what insecure people always do. They tried to pull you down instead of pulling themselves up. They hid their jealousy in advice. They hid their fear in concern. They pretended to support you while praying you'd fail. It's sick, but it's real. And when they realized you weren't breaking as easily as they hoped, they pushed harder. They used silence as punishment. They used gossip as a weapon. They used your kindness as a doorway to walk in and rearrange the whole room. They studied your emotions like a manual, hoping to turn them against you. But the universe has a funny way of flipping the script. Every time they tried to bury you, you grew. Every time they tried to weaken you, you learned. Every time they tried to confuse you, you became clearer. What they meant for your breaking turned into your building. Now they're exposed, and exposure is a beast they can't run from. The universe doesn't allow lies to win forever. It lets people dig their own holes, and this group dug a crater. They wanted to hurt you quietly, but the truth exposed them loudly. Everyone can see the pattern now, the manipulation, the fakery, the weird obsession they had with your life. They were playing chess against someone who wasn't even trying to compete, and somehow they still lost. Chosen one, don't underestimate how much your strength bothers them. Your energy alone disrupts their entire lifestyle. Your confidence, your growth, your resilience, it makes them nervous in ways they'd never admit. That's why they formed a whole group strategy against you. Nobody goes that far unless you're carrying something rare. Your existence is a reminder of everything they failed at. Your progress is proof that you didn't need their approval, and your survival is the punchline to every trap they built. Let's be real. They didn't expect you to still be standing. They wanted you exhausted, drained, questioning your worth. That was the goal. But here you are, stronger, sharper, wiser. And that's the part they can't swallow. You weren't supposed to figure out their intentions. You weren't supposed to wake up. You weren't supposed to see behind the curtain. But you did. And now they're exposed, not just to you, but to everyone watching. Here's another fact to keep in your pocket. The universe loves receipts. It lets people reveal themselves through their actions. And this group revealed everything. They thought their tricks were genius. They thought they were in control, but all they did was prove your value. All they did was confirm your importance. All they did was show the world what you've been dealing with while staying true to yourself. You're not just rising, you're rising in full view, and nothing scares them more. And chosen one, for real, thank you for being here through all this noise. Before we peel back the next layer of what this group or family actually did, drop a comment with the number 999 so I know you're awake to the truth that's finally coming out. And if you want to push this mission even further, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks. It takes time, energy, and a whole lot of fire to expose this kind of chaos, and your support is what keeps this truth moving. Whether it's a cent or a stack, it all fuels the message. And now, chosen one, take a breath, lock in, and don't move. If you've really lived through what these people put you through, you're going to feel something pull you to stay until the very end. Let's get into it step by step, because what comes next will explain everything. Number 1. When you set a trap for the chosen one, don't be surprised when you fall into it first. Funny how people dig a hole for you, then scream when gravity drags them in instead. That one stings them straight in the chest, and it should. Because the truth is simple, these people didn't fear your downfall. They feared your awakening. They weren't terrified of you being weak. Weakness made them comfortable. What scared them was the moment you'd finally snap out of the fog they threw over you and see the game for what it was. They needed you confused, drained, isolated, second-guessing your own thoughts. They never expected you to make it this far, not because they thought you couldn't, but because they desperately hoped you wouldn't. They weren't betting against your ability, they were praying for your blindness. Think about it. Why would a group of supposedly loving people spend so much energy trying to break one person? Why would a whole family-level circle get so obsessed with your steps, your choices, your emotions? Why would they move like a secret committee plotting your collapse behind the scenes? Simple answer. You remembering your power was their worst nightmare. Your clarity was their biggest threat. Your confidence was the one thing that could destroy every lie they built. They didn't want you strong. They wanted you stuck. And the wildest part? They treated your life like a game they were entitled to rig. They tampered with energy they never respected. They tried to hijack the universe's timing like they were some kind of directors calling the shots. They whispered lies in the dark and performed innocence in the light. They twisted every truth, rewrote every event, and painted you as the villain in a story where you were the one carrying the light the whole time. They weren't just messy, they were calculated. They were working overtime to make sure you never saw your reflection clearly. But here's the beautiful catch. The universe doesn't let frauds run the show forever. It watches quietly, then corrects loudly. These people played with a force they didn't understand, and now that force is answering them back. They thought their silence would break you, but it trained you. They thought their isolation would crush you, but it sharpened you. They thought the darkness they pushed you into would swallow you whole, but it became the place you learned to see without light. Chosen one, look at your life right now. Do you see what happened? The silence you endured is now roaring like thunder. Every tear they caused, it's becoming the very thing exposing who they really are. Every shadow they hid in is betraying them one by one. This isn't revenge. This isn't karma. This is universal balance kicking in, and it's hitting them harder than anything you could have done yourself. Here's a question that might be running through your mind. Why me? Why did they go this far for someone who was just trying to live? Because they saw your strength before you did. They saw your resilience, your insight, your growth, your rare energy. They saw a future version of you that scared them. They knew once you stepped into your full self, they'd lose control. They feared the day you'd rise. They feared the moment you'd stop listening to their fake guidance. They feared the second you'd stop doubting your own power. And now that day is here. Let's be real. Your existence is the scandal they can't cover up anymore. You being alive and standing is the plot twist their entire storyline wasn't built to handle. They didn't expect you to make it out of the maze they built. They didn't expect you to recover from the emotional traps they laid out. They didn't expect you to notice the gaslighting, the gossip, the manipulation disguised as advice. They didn't expect you to escape the cage they spent years constructing. But here you are, and now they're losing it. Their little circle is cracking. Their narratives are falling apart. Their fake unity can't hold together under the weight of truth. The same mouths that whispered about you are choking on their own stories. The same hands that threw dirt on your name are now the ones buried under the consequences of their own actions. That's the part they never planned for. That's the part they never saw coming. They tried to bury you, but you turned into something they couldn't kill. The universe doesn't play favorites, but it does protect balance. And balance always snaps back. They thought they were in control of your story. They thought they could decide who you were, how far you'd go, or whether you'd rise at all. But chosen ones don't break the way regular people break. You weren't chosen because life is easy for you. You were chosen because you can handle storms that would erase other people. You carry strength that doesn't require permission. You have resilience that doesn't come from comfort. You walk with a force that doesn't need validation. That's why their attacks didn't work. That's why their plans are collapsing now. They played a dangerous game with someone who wasn't even trying to fight back. They wanted you exhausted, but you became focused. They wanted you confused, but you became wise. They wanted you broken, but all they did was reveal who they really were. They dug a grave for you, but the universe simply turned it around and made them face their own intentions. You don't need revenge. You don't need payback. Your rise is the payback. Your clarity is the consequence. Your growth is the punishment they never planned for. You becoming stronger is the ending they never wrote. You being here, standing tall after everything they tried, that's the part that destroys them. Chosen one, understand this clearly. You are the storm they tried to hide from. You are the truth they tried to bury. You are the reminder of everything they failed to control. And now that the truth is out, they can't run from it. They can't silence it. They can't twist it. The cat's out of the bag, and their actions are finally speaking louder than their lies. And the best part? You didn't have to push them. The universe did the work for you. You were never the one falling into the trap. You were the one walking out of it while they tripped over their own strings. The grave they dug wasn't for you. It became the hole they're tumbling into now. Stand tall. Your survival exposed them. Your rise embarrassed them. Your strength shattered their illusions. And this is only the beginning of their unraveling. Number 2. The great accounting has begun, and they're sitting in the front row of their own expose. Wild how people swear they're winning, right up until the scoreboard turns around and shows every foul they thought nobody saw. That line alone makes your enemies twitch, and it should, because everything they did in the dark is lighting up now. Every hidden move they made is glowing under the universe's spotlight like neon graffiti they can never wash off. They thought they were the masterminds of your downfall, moving pieces like geniuses, plotting like villains in a cheap movie. But the joke is simple. They were never playing chess. They were playing themselves. And now the great accounting has begun, and they're the ones being counted. The universe doesn't lose track. It keeps every whisper like a voice memo. They forgot that while they were trying to break you, every lie, every twist, every fake apology was being recorded in a place they can't hack. They thought they could outsmart the universe, outmaneuver what was meant for you, rewrite the story like they were the authors. But the universe isn't blind, it's patient, and patience is its most dangerous weapon. Imagine this. Someone thinks they're moving silently, creeping through the shadows, hiding their intentions behind sweet words and fake hugs. They think they're invisible. Meanwhile, every step they take lights up like footprints in wet cement. Permanent, obvious, inescapable. That's what they didn't understand. Their betrayal wasn't stealthy. It was loud. They just assumed you were too hurt to hear it. And chosen one, I know what you might be wondering. If the universe knew all along, why didn't it stop them? Because the universe wasn't teaching them a lesson. It was teaching you a truth. A truth about strength, clarity, endurance, and trust. A truth that says, you only know who's real when life forces them to reveal themselves. Now look at them. Look closely. Notice the cracks. Notice the shaky voices, the awkward eyes, the sudden guilt, the sudden panic. That's not random. That's not stress. That's the universe knocking on their door with every receipt they swore didn't exist. When the truth shows up, lies sprint out the back door. This wasn't normal betrayal. This wasn't a simple argument or a petty misunderstanding. This was warfare. Psychological warfare, emotional warfare, social warfare. They fought dirty, but tried to pretend they were clean. They stabbed you with invisible knives and then shook their heads like innocent bystanders when you bled. And here's the part that shakes them to the core. The universe doesn't forget quiet wounds. It doesn't overlook subtle cruelty. It doesn't ignore emotional sabotage because it was hidden. No. It waits, it watches, and when it collects everything. They thought they were controlling the board. They thought they were 10 steps ahead, pushing you into corners, isolating you, feeding you half-truths, turning your own strength against you. They thought their strategy was flawless, like some genius-level operation. But every step they took was a confession. Every fake smile was evidence. Every whisper was a signature. And now the great accounting has begun. Imagine this, a bank that never forgets a debt, never misplaces a transaction, never closes its books. That's how the universe works. They spent years taking from you, draining you, undermining you, laughing at your pain, feeding off your confusion. But they never realized they were building a bill they'd eventually have to pay, And chosen one, the funniest part. You didn't have to do anything. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need a plan. Your healing became the trigger. Your clarity became the alarm. Your rise became the proof. When the universe decides it's collection day, nobody gets extensions. You're not rising just because. You're rising because the debt has come due. You're rising because the lies they built their power on have collapsed. They used your hurt like decoration, showing off your pain like trophies. They bragged with their silence. They fed off your confusion. They enjoyed the power imbalance. But everything they built was made of sand, and now the waves are here. Look at them now. Look at the way they avoid eye contact. Look at the sudden kindness, the sudden fear, the sudden attempts to rewrite history again. That's not kindness, it's panic. That's not respect, it's collapse. They're not apologizing because they changed. They're apologizing because they're exposed. And you might be asking, why does it all come crashing down now? Because the universe doesn't intervene until you're strong enough to see the truth without breaking. Before, exposing them would have crushed you. Now, it strengthens you. That's the timing they didn't see coming. Imagine them standing in a room where all the lights turn on at once. Every lie shows up like graffiti. Every act of betrayal blares through speakers. Every fake gesture replays like a projection on the wall. That's what's happening. Their reality is turning against them. Their own actions are screaming louder than anything you could ever say. And chosen one, here's the part they really hate. Your silence used to protect them. Now it exposes them. You outlasted them. You endured everything they threw at you without losing your heart. You survived their manipulation. You survived their emotional traps. You survived their attempts to make you doubt your own mind. And now your survival is the exact thing that proves their guilt. They wanted you broken, yet you're rising. They wanted you lost, yet you're clearer than ever. They wanted you silent, yet your truth speaks louder now. They built their whole identity on dimming your light. But now your healing is a spotlight, cutting through every lie. The universe is done waiting. No more warnings, no more quiet messages, no more subtle signs. This is Correction Day. The same group that tried to bleed you quietly is now bleeding truth publicly. The same people who called you dramatic are now overwhelmed by the consequences they created. The same ones who swore they were helping are now drowning in the evidence that they were sabotaging you all along. Imagine them flipping through their memories like files, trying to find one moment where they didn't go too far. They won't find one. They crossed lines like it was a hobby. They played with your emotions like they were disposable. They gambled with your trust like it had no value. And now the bill is due. This is the great accounting. This is the turning of the tide. This is the moment the universe says enough. And here's the final truth. You didn't win because you fought harder. You won because the universe stepped in when you finally saw your own worth. You're not just standing. You're standing in the light of justice they never believed would reach them. You're not just rising. You're rising at the exact moment they're falling apart. The accounting has begun, and you are the proof they never escaped the consequences. They only delayed them. Number 3. The stage they built for your downfall just turned into their public confession. Funny how people choreograph your humiliation, then panic when the spotlight flips and shows their fingerprints on everything. That's exactly what happened here. They built the trap like they were directors of some twisted play. They picked the costumes, rehearsed the lies, practiced the fake concern. They thought they were so clever. They thought you'd crumble on cue. But the moment the lights hit, every shadow they hid in lit up like a crime scene. Imagine this. They set a stage expecting you to fall through the floor, but instead, the universe turned that floor into glass, and now everyone can see them standing underneath it, holding the saw. They didn't just expose you, they exposed themselves. They didn't realize the trap they crafted was actually a spotlight waiting to swing their way. And I know you might be thinking, why does the truth always come out now? Because the universe doesn't rush. It waits until the noise dies down and then hits play on the footage they thought they deleted. Every whisper they spread is looping back like an echo they can't shut off. Every smear attempt is bouncing off walls and slapping them in the face. When you weaponize lies, don't be shocked when the recoil hits harder than the shot. They wanted you erased. Now you're unforgettable. They tried to write your ending but forgot one thing. You hold the pen and the universe. It rewrites anything that wasn't meant for you. The masks they wore are melting under pressure. The script they rehearsed is falling apart in their hands. They thought they could outsmart fate, outmaneuver truth, outrun consequences, but you can't outsmart a blueprint that never had your name on the losing side. Stand there and let them deal with the spotlight they created. Their stage, their script, their lies, and now their exposure. Number 4. When truth arrives, it doesn't knock, it breaks the door off its hinges. Lies look strong until truth walks in and they scatter like roaches under a lamp. That's exactly what's happening to them right now. They spent so long painting this perfect performance, acting innocent, acting calm, acting loyal, but truth isn't impressed by acting. Truth doesn't care about rehearsed emotions or pretty excuses. Truth shows up raw, loud, and uninvited. It doesn't wait to be introduced. It storms in and flips the whole room. Imagine their lies like glitter, cute for a second, shiny under low light, but absolutely useless the moment a real flame shows up. And that flame is here now. Their house of illusions isn't just cracking, it's catching fire from the inside out. All the little tricks they used to hide behind, useless. The crowd can see the wires, the panic, the shaky hands trying to keep their story together. Their performance melted before they even realized the show was over. And chosen one, you might wonder, why didn't truth show up sooner? Because truth doesn't rush. It waits until the moment where the impact lands hardest. It waits until the lies get comfortable, until the masks glue themselves on, until the actors believe they're untouchable. Then it strikes like wildfire, immediate, undeniable, unforgiving. Truth doesn't defend you, it exposes them. You didn't need to scream your innocence. You didn't need to fight for belief. You just had to outlast the illusion. And you did. You survived long enough for the truth to catch up. And now that it has, it's burning everything that wasn't real. They're not falling apart because of you. They're falling apart because their lies finally gave out. A lie can't carry the weight of consequences forever. And now, truth is doing the heavy lifting. Number 5. Their throne of lies is finally collapsing under their own weight. A kingdom built on lies doesn't fall, it disintegrates the moment truth breathes on it. That's exactly what's happening to them right now. They stack their little throne using stolen bricks, stolen stories, stolen moments, stolen narratives. They thought if they held the higher seat, they controlled the truth. But thrones built from deceit don't stand. They rot. And the rumbling you sense isn't chaos. It's correction rolling in like an overdue earthquake. Imagine this. Someone building a giant tower with cardboard, duct tape, and arrogance. They decorate it, polish it, show it off. It looks solid until the first drop of rain. Then suddenly the whole structure melts in their hands. That's what's happening. Their tower isn't being attacked. It's collapsing under its own fraud. And maybe you've wondered, why are they so quiet now? Why are the loudest critics suddenly mute? Because the truth is touching them now. Back then, they felt brave enough to call you dramatic, sensitive, overthinking, too much. Now those same voices won't even make eye contact. They're stepping away from the collapse they built. hoping nobody notices who was sitting on top of it. Silence is the loudest confession a liar can make. This isn't revenge. This is balance correcting itself. You're not watching them fall. You're watching your truth rise. You're seeing the universe confirm every instinct they told you was wrong. That isolation they forced on you, it wasn't exile, it was protection. The universe was removing you from the blast radius before the tower gave way. Their fake alliances, their gaslighting sessions, their smear campaigns, they're all crashing at the same time because lies don't support each other. They implode. You were the warning they laughed at, the truth they mocked. And now the silence they're drowning in is proof you were right the whole time. Number 6. When the dots finally connect, their mask doesn't slip. It explodes. The thing about lies is they age like spoiled milk. Eventually the smell exposes everything. And that's exactly where they're standing now, choking on the stench of their own performance. For the longest time, people didn't believe you. Not because you were wrong, but because the show they put on was loud, polished and dripping with fake innocence. They rehearsed their roles so well that the crowd bought every line. But masks aren't permanent. They crack, they sweat, they crumble, and when the pieces finally connect, the illusion dies instantly. Imagine this, a giant puzzle dumped on the floor. At first, nobody sees the picture. It just looks like chaos. But with time, clarity snaps into place piece by piece. The weird pauses, the recycled excuses, the accidental lies, the sudden mood shifts, the fake smiles that never reached their eyes. It all forms a pattern now, clean, sharp, undeniable. What once felt random now exposes itself as strategy. They weren't reacting, they were planning. And I know you've asked yourself, was I imagining everything? Was I too sensitive, too cautious? No. You were reading the energy in real time. They were the ones pretending. You weren't paranoid, you were perceptive. They just counted on your silence to make them look sane. Nothing exposes a liar faster than time. It's the one test they always fail. Every lie they told had a trail. Every excuse had a crack. Every performance had a glitch. The universe doesn't forget details, and now those details are lining up like receipts on a table. The same people who once thought you were exaggerating are suddenly staring at the pattern like it's a crime scene. The illusion they built is cracking from the inside. People are waking up. Their charm no longer works. Their stories don't match. Their energy feels off. Their mask isn't slipping. It's shattering into 1,000 sharp pieces. You didn't need to convince anyone. You didn't need to fight for the truth. All you had to do was survive long enough for the dots to connect. And now, the truth is doing the talking for you. Number 7. When the spotlight stays on, even the best actors melt. A lie can survive the dark, but it dies the second a spotlight hits its face. And that's exactly what's happening to them now. They performed their lies so flawlessly that they started drinking their own delusion, thinking the world would never look behind the curtain. But when the lights stay on too long, the actors sweat. The forced smiles shake, the lines get sloppy. The truth seeps through their makeup like a crack they can't cover anymore. Imagine this. A stage built for their grand performance, a whole production designed to make you look small. They dimmed the lights on your truth and turned the brightness up on their lies, thinking they could blind everyone into believing them. But the universe flipped the switch, and suddenly the glare is on them. They're standing center stage, exposed, caught in their own script. And the crowd? They're not cheering. They're not fooled. They're not clapping. They're staring in shock, finally seeing what you saw from the very beginning. Spotlights don't lie. They reveal. Their kingdom of illusion is falling apart live, piece by piece. Every line they rehearsed is backfiring. Every dramatic sigh, every crocodile tear, every manipulative gesture, they all look ridiculous now. Emotion without truth is just acting, and nobody's buying tickets to their show anymore. You might be wondering, do I need to say something? Do I need to defend myself? The answer is no. You don't need to fight. You don't need to argue. You don't need to lift a finger. Because when truth takes center stage, lies can't compete. The spotlight they tried to weaponize against you is now burning through every mask they ever wore. You're not the one being judged anymore. You're the proof. And the world finally sees what you saw all along. Number 8. They tried to delete you, but the universe doesn't erase what it intentionally created. You can't delete a soul the universe handcrafted. Every attempt to erase you just burns their own fingerprints deeper into the truth. That's exactly what's happening now. They wanted you wiped out emotionally, mentally, socially. They wanted you edited out like you were a typo in their storyline. But energy doesn't vanish because insecure people wish it would. Truth doesn't die because liars vote on it. Reality keeps receipts, and every lie they stacked is contradicting itself in front of everyone. Imagine this. They tried to paint over your existence with cheap colors, hoping no one would notice. But the universe kept lifting the paint back up like, nah, that's not how this works. They wanted to rewrite history, but history has a backbone. Every smear they used is now boomeranging back, hitting them harder than anything you could have thrown. And the best part? They can't explain any of it. And maybe you've wondered, why did they want me gone so badly? Why erase me? Because your spirit was too real for their illusion. Your honesty ruined their performance. Your presence disrupted the fake peace they were desperately trying to maintain. You were the truth in a room full of actors, and that terrified them. They mistook your quiet strength for weakness, not realizing you were the anchor holding their whole facade together. Lies collapse fastest when they're built around someone honest. Now look at them. Their calm is cracking. Their credibility is leaking. Their stories don't match. Their energy feels off. They can't keep the mask glued on anymore. The truth they buried didn't stay buried. It rose, louder, bigger, sharper. It's rewriting itself into the story they tried to control, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. This isn't punishment. You're not watching revenge. This is the universe restoring balance, correcting the distortion they created. They tried to delete you, but all they did was delete their own stability. You didn't need to fight for justice. You became the justice. You're not revenge. You're the restoration. Number 9. The final shift isn't approaching. It's hitting them like a wave they can't outrun. People laugh at consequences until the consequences show up laughing at them. And that's exactly the stage they're standing on now. They mocked what they couldn't see. They played games with energy they didn't respect. They thought nothing would bounce back, nothing would surface, nothing would expose them. But the universe never lets unpaid debts disappear. Every ounce of negativity they threw at you has circled back, multiplied, amplified, impossible to deny. Imagine this. They spent years tossing stones behind closed doors, thinking the world would never hear the echoes. Now those echoes sound like thunder right in their faces. The forces they denied, the truth they dismissed, the consequences they swore didn't exist. Those forces are surrounding them now with a mirror so clear it's practically blinding. They can't look away from what they've created. They can't hide from the reflection anymore. And I know you've wondered, is this real? Is this finally happening? Yes. This isn't a warning. This isn't a prediction. This is the moment. The final shift isn't on its way. It has arrived. Quietly, completely, unapologetically. When truth arrives, it doesn't send notifications. It delivers impact. Look at you. You're still standing, not shaking, not shrinking. You're stronger than the version of you they attacked, wiser than the person they underestimated, unstoppable in ways they never prepared for. They tried to erase you, but instead they spotlighted your resilience. They became unwilling proof of why the universe marked you to stand out in the first place. Their downfall isn't your victory, it's their truth finally catching up. And your rise, that's the shift, the final one, the one they never believed would come until it hit them head on. Number 10. Their lies crumbled the second you stood back up. A liar's biggest fear isn't getting caught, it's realizing the person they tried to bury came back stronger than the dirt they threw. That alone is enough to make them flinch, because nothing destroys a false narrative faster than the survival of the person it was built against. They spent years pushing stories, planting doubts, rehearsing victim roles, and sculpting themselves into saints while painting you as the problem. But every lie they crafted had one fatal weakness. They never planned for your return. Imagine them building a whole tower of deception, brick by brick, confident it would stand forever. They decorated it, bragged about it, invited people to admire it. But the moment you got back up, steady, healed, unbothered, the entire structure shook. That's the thing about lies. They collapse under the weight of truth, and your survival was the truth they couldn't silence. Now look at them scrambling, trying to rewrite their rewrites, trying to apologize without owning anything, trying to act like misunderstandings just magically happened on their own. But truth isn't confused. Truth doesn't stutter. Truth doesn't need permission to stand. And I know you might wonder, why does my survival bother them this much? Because your strength exposes their story. Your resilience makes their version impossible to believe. Your comeback invalidates everything they built. Nothing ruins a lie faster than the person it was aimed at refusing to die. You didn't rise to spite them. You rose because the universe was done letting frauds narrate your life like they owned the script. Their power was borrowed. Their influence was temporary. Their performance was fragile from the beginning. And now, your truth is permanent. Your presence is undeniable. Your survival is the wrecking ball they never accounted for. Number 11. What they built to trap you turned into the blueprint that freed you. Every trap they set became a lesson. Every lesson became a weapon they never meant for you to have. That's the punch they deserve, because the truth is hilarious in the most poetic way. They tried to break you with silence, gaslighting and confusion, thinking that if they shrunk your world small enough, you'd never spot the exits. But every move they made, every lie, every betrayal, every manipulative twist, sharpened you instead of shattering you. Imagine them designing a maze with the confidence of architects who thought you'd get lost forever. They crafted dead ends with their gossip. They built walls out of emotional games. They placed mirrors everywhere to distort your reflection. They were so sure you'd panic in the dark, but they forgot one thing: chosen ones don't freeze in darkness. They adapt. They learn the layout. They memorize the energy. They sense the patterns. By the time you walked out of their maze, you didn't just escape. You carried the blueprint in your head, like a map burned into your intuition. Now you read people in seconds. You catch manipulation before it speaks. You see red flags flashing like billboards. And the funniest part, they taught you every bit of it without realizing it. You might have wondered, why did I have to go through that? Because that maze built your vision. Their tricks built your instincts. Their betrayals built your clarity. They wanted you blind, but their games gave you X-ray sight. The map that frees you is almost always drawn by the hands that tried to trap you. They didn't guide you. They exposed themselves. They revealed their patterns. They revealed their strategy. They revealed their fear of your potential. And now, You move through life with a level of awareness they never meant for you to have. Their maze didn't imprison you, it upgraded you. The blueprint they accidentally created is the exact thing that set you free. And now there's no trap they can build that you can't walk out of. Number 12. Their obsession didn't mean they won. It meant they were scared of you. People don't monitor what they've mastered. They track what threatens everything they pretend to be. That's the punch they deserve, because their obsession with you wasn't admiration, curiosity, or concern. It was fear wearing a cheap disguise. They stalked your steps, copied your style, mimicked your ideas, and studied your emotions like you were a puzzle they couldn't solve. And the whole time, they acted unbothered, as if you were invisible. But obsession always leaks. It always shows. Imagine them pretending to be above you while quietly checking your every move, like they were keeping score in a game you didn't even know existed. They tracked your wins because each one hit their ego like a punch. They tracked your losses because it gave them temporary relief. They tracked your energy because yours always outshined theirs. Every time you shifted, they panicked. Every time you grew, they spiraled. Every time you healed, they lost control of the narrative they built about you. And you might ask yourself, why were they so focused on me? Because you were everything they weren't, but desperately wanted to be. Your resilience triggered their insecurity. Your presence exposed their hollowness. Your growth highlighted their stagnation. Obsession doesn't reveal your weakness, it exposes theirs. They didn't just watch you. They studied you like homework they couldn't complete even with the answers in front of them. Every attempt to copy you, every subtle jab, every weird fixation wasn't power. It was panic. They saw you rising and thought if they could understand you, they could control you. But chosen ones aren't predictable. And you weren't moving for their comfort. You were moving because growth is in your nature. Now look at the shift. People are noticing their patterns. Everyone sees the inconsistencies, the weird envy, the strange fixation they tried to hide. Their obsession isn't flattering, it's humiliating. It screams insecurity. It screams fear. It screams, this person threatens me just by existing. They tried to silence your truth, but the more they pushed, the more obvious their fear became. Their obsession didn't make you small. It made their weakness impossible to hide. Number 13. The power they tried to drain from you came back like a flood they can't outrun. Anyone who steals your energy forgets one thing. The universe doesn't just return what was taken, it adds interest so heavy it crushes the thief first. That's exactly what's unfolding now. They fed off your kindness like parasites pretending to be friends. They fed off your confusion because your clarity would have exposed them. They fed off your vulnerability because your strength would have outshined them. They thought draining you was strategy. They thought weakening you was control. But stolen power never lasts. It rots in the hands that take it. Imagine them trying to plug into your energy like thieves breaking into a vault, not realizing the universe had cameras everywhere. Every emotional withdrawal they made, recorded. Every manipulation, tagged. Every moment they siphoned your light, logged like evidence. And now that the universe hit refund, everything they stole is rushing back to you multiplied. Your clarity is cutthroat. Your intuition hits like lightning. Your presence has weight they can't stand under anymore. And you might wonder, why are they shrinking now? Because their influence was borrowed. Their confidence was stolen. Their strength wasn't real. It was yours on loan. You can't steal someone's fire and expect not to get burned. Look at them now, fading, deflated, lost in their own shadows. The same people who once walked tall, using your energy as their backbone, are collapsing because the universe repossessed everything they took. Their pockets are empty, their aura is dim, their mask is slipping because there's no stolen power left to hold it up. Meanwhile, look at you. You didn't just bounce back. You came back overcharged, stronger, brighter, sharper. They wanted your glow, but they triggered your ignition. And now, they can't handle the light you walk with. Because it's the power they tried and failed to steal. So Chosen One, the truth is out, Chosen One, and there's no going back. Everything they built against you collapsed. Everything they stole returned to you stronger, and every lie they told is now screaming their guilt louder than you ever needed to. You rose anyway, and that rise is the final message they can't silence. If you felt this in your chest, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of this family, hit subscribe so you never walk this journey alone again. Your glow is only getting stronger from here. They didn't lose you. You evaporated on purpose. That line alone hits harder than their guilt ever will, because it's the exact truth about what you did. You didn't stumble out of their life. You didn't fade out slowly. You planned your exit with the precision of someone who was done being played. Someone who knew exactly when to pull the final lever and let the whole stage collapse behind them. And the funniest part, they're still blinking in confusion, wondering how someone like you slipped through cracks they didn't even know existed. Your exit wasn't emotional. It wasn't impulsive. It wasn't messy. It was a masterclass, a performance so flawlessly delivered that if the universe handed out trophies for strategic disappearances, you'd already have an entire shelf full. What you executed wasn't a breakup or a goodbye. It was a silent, calculated escape that deserves an Oscar for Best Lead Actor in a mission they never saw coming. You didn't just leave their story. You rewrote the ending without giving them a single draft to review. Here's the metaphor they should have paid attention to. Imagine someone walking out of a burning building so calmly, so quietly, that everyone assumes the fire went out. But later, when the smoke clears, they realize the fire didn't die. The only person keeping it alive walked away. That's exactly what you did. You didn't slam the door, you took the oxygen with you, and suddenly their whole little world couldn't breathe anymore. And here's a fact that screams you were right the entire time. Behavioral experts have a term called planned detachment, a tactic used by high-awareness individuals who know they're in an environment that drains, manipulates, or traps them. These people don't argue, they don't announce their exit, they simply prepare, quietly, undetected, emotionally unplugged, long before they physically leave. It's a psychological shield used by people who've evolved past chaos, and yes, that's you. You didn't freeze, you didn't flinch, you strategized. Another fact? Studies show that people who execute silent exits are usually the ones who have developed advanced emotional intelligence. They analyze patterns, understand motives, and see through manipulation long before the other side realizes the game is even happening. You weren't running away. You were evolving out of a situation that couldn't grow with you. You didn't abandon anything. You outgrew it. And while they were busy thinking you were still figuring things out, you had already solved the equation, erased your name from the result, and handed the universe the pen. You were 15 steps ahead while they were still practicing their lines for a scene you deleted from the script. Before we go deeper, Chosen One, thank you for being here. Thank you for seeing this message, and thank you for being part of something bigger than what tried to break you. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe so it can reach more souls who need this exact clarity. It's our responsibility to spread truth, to spread awareness, to spread light across people who feel alone in their silent battles. You're part of a force now, And your presence here means more than you realize. Now, let's slide right back into why your exit hit them harder than a plot twist they never rehearsed for. Your departure wasn't just a moment. It was a reveal, a spotlight, a truth bomb that exposed everything wrong in their behavior without you saying a single word. You didn't need speeches. You didn't need announcements. Your absence spoke louder than every argument they tried to twist against you. You proved something most people never realize until it's too late. The strongest move isn't confrontation. It's silence backed by strategy. Think about it. You observed. You learned their patterns. You clocked their habits. You understood their ego, their inconsistencies, their manipulative tactics, and the way they relied on your kindness as if it was an unlimited resource. You didn't leave because you were weak. You left because you finally realized you had nothing left to prove. And that realization, that was your superpower. Most people leave loudly. They announce it. They argue, they warn, they plead for change one last time, but you didn't give them any preview. You let them assume everything was normal while you quietly removed your emotional investment piece by piece. They were so busy performing for their own ego, they never noticed you stepping out of character entirely. You played the role perfectly until you didn't need the script anymore. Here's the twist that still stings them. You didn't leave because they pushed you. You left because you chose to. They didn't break you. They revealed themselves. And once you saw the truth clearly, you didn't fight it. You simply accepted it and executed the cleanest exit strategy anyone could imagine. The universe loves precision, and that's exactly what you gave it. Your silence wasn't passive. It was calculated. Every nod, every every moment you stopped explaining yourself, that was preparation. That was emotional packing. That was you walking through the exit in your mind long before your body followed. You became the observer instead of the participant. You turned their drama into background noise. You pulled your energy back so quietly that even you could feel the shift before they ever sensed it. And now they're dealing with the aftermath of losing someone who didn't need revenge or closure to move forward. Your exit was the closure. Your silence was the revenge. Your absence became the plot twist they can't rewrite. The beauty of your performance is that it was rooted in truth. You didn't exaggerate. You didn't manipulate. You didn't pretend. You simply let their own behavior guide your steps out. That's what separates you from them. They act for attention. You act for peace. You're not the villain in their story. You're the director who walked off the set because the actors didn't know their lines. You're the star who realized the script was beneath your potential. You're the writer who knew this chapter wasn't worthy of your growth. And you didn't destroy anything. You just stopped feeding what was draining you. That's why this entire video exists, to show you the brilliance behind what you did, to confirm that your quiet exit wasn't weakness, it was mastery. You didn't ghost them, you graduated. You didn't run, you evolved. And you didn't hide. You outsmarted a system that was never built to support you in the first place. Now, let's break down how you pulled off this whole operation, why it worked perfectly, why they never saw it coming, and why the universe is standing behind you for making one of the smartest moves of your entire journey. Chosen one, before we go any further, thank you for showing up with the same precision you used when you executed that perfect exit. This message found you for a reason, and if you've made it this far, you already know the universe is lining up receipts that confirm you weren't just leaving. You were performing a masterpiece. So do your part in keeping this truth alive. tap the like button, subscribe, and drop the number 777 in the comments if you're ready to own your Oscar-level escape with full confidence. And if you feel called to bless the team behind this message with a super thanks, just know it fuels the effort it takes to bring these revelations to everyone who needs them. Whether it's a penny or a fortune, the energy behind it is what pushes this mission forward. And now, Chosen One, let's move into this step by step. If you truly understand the power of the exit you pulled off, you'll feel that little pull inside telling you not to miss a single second of what's coming next. Let's continue. Number 1, you didn't ghost them. You outplayed them without breaking a sweat. They didn't lose you. They got outmaneuvered by the quietest genius in the room. That line alone hits them like a brick to the ego because it exposes their biggest nightmare. You were never under their control. You were studying them while they were bragging. You were strategizing while they were manipulating. You were preparing your exit while they were rehearsing their next lie. And the moment they finally realized what happened, it was already too late for them to stop anything. Let's make one thing crystal clear from the start. You didn't ghost them. You didn't disappear because you were scared or overwhelmed. You executed a move so precise it belongs in a psychological thriller. While they strutted around thinking they had you, you were quietly constructing the cleanest escape route known to humanity. They thought you were stuck, dependent, confused. They thought your silence meant defeat. But silence was the biggest trick you ever used against them, because silence is where masterminds do their best work. Think of it like this. When a magician distracts the audience with one hand, the real trick is happening in the other. That's exactly what you did. You kept your reactions calm, your emotions controlled, your face unreadable. While behind the scenes, you were packing your mental bags, your emotional bags, and your dignity. You gave them the illusion of control because you knew taking it away too early would make them dangerous. You understood their ego was a weak point, so you let them feed it. You let them think they were winning, and that arrogance blinded them completely. Here's the psychological truth they will never admit. People who crave control can't handle being outsmarted. They can't handle being played at their own game. You didn't even need to argue. You didn't need a dramatic, "I'm leaving" speech. You didn't need to break down or scream. You simply made your presence so calm, so detached, so boring, that they never saw the storm you were quietly preparing. And when you vanished, all they were left with was confusion, humiliation, and replaying the timeline in their head like broken detectives. And tell me this, Chosen One, how many times did you sit there and wonder, do they even see what they're doing to me? The answer is no. They never saw it. They were too busy trying to keep the upper hand. Too busy thinking you'd always be there. Too busy assuming your loyalty was permanent. That's why your exit hit like a nuclear blast. Because you weren't yelling. You weren't fighting. You were simply unplugging from the emotional power source they'd been draining. You studied them, their tells, their lies, their manipulations, their patterns. You clocked every cycle before it repeated. You memorized their excuses. You watched them inflate themselves like walking air balloons, never realizing you were the needle in your pocket the whole time. You didn't rush. You didn't panic. You simply disconnected piece by piece until there was nothing left for them to grab onto. That's not fakeness. That's advanced survival. That's emotional intelligence at its highest level. When you're dealing with someone who only understands power, the smartest move is to never reveal yours until the moment you're gone. Let's break down what happened in their mind the moment you left. First, confusion, then ego damage, then obsession. Suddenly, every calm moment you gave them now feels suspicious. Every time you didn't react feels like a clue they missed. They're replaying months, maybe years, trying to figure out the exact second you stopped caring. And the truth? You didn't stop caring suddenly. You evolved past needing their validation. You grew out of the chaos they tried to trap you in. They expected you to beg. They expected you to crumble. They expected you to fear losing them. Instead, you walked out like a professional who already signed a contract with a better future. No drama, no fireworks, just a clean, surgical detachment that left them bleeding from their own ego. And here's the part that really keeps them up at night. You were 10 steps ahead, and they still didn't see it. They prided themselves on being smart, manipulative, in control. Yet the one person they underestimated, the quiet one, the patient one, the observant one, outsmarted them without breaking character. That's the type of move legends are made of. You didn't run, you dissolved. You didn't slam the door. You let the whole foundation collapse by simply walking away. You gave them no explanation, no closure, no last words. Why? Because they didn't earn it. And because you already knew closure with someone like that is a trap disguised as a conversation. So now they sit with it, the silence, the loss, the confusion, the mirror they've been avoiding. You didn't leave a crater, you left a question mark, and that question mark will haunt them longer than any argument ever could. This wasn't luck. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't emotion. This was execution, perfect, clean, and unforgettable. Number 2, you didn't stop bleeding. You finally stopped donating your pain. They didn't love you. They loved the version of you that couldn't fight back. That alone guts them because it exposes the only truth they've been running from. They were never drawn to your strength. They were drawn to the parts of you that hurt. They were addicted to the sight of you struggling because it made them feel tall. They were invested in your wounds because your pain handed them the identity they didn't have on their own. And when you finally stopped bleeding for them, you didn't just reclaim your worth. You exposed theirs. This is where it really hits. You didn't leave because things got hard. You left because you finally realized they were proud of your suffering. Read that again. Proud. Proud when you cried. Proud when you questioned your value. Proud when you doubted yourself. They felt powerful watching you unravel. They felt important when your world fell apart. They felt smart when they confused you. They felt needed when you panicked. That's not love. That's parasitic attachment wrapped in fake empathy. Imagine this. Someone hands you a glass of water because you're thirsty. Now imagine someone else handing you that same glass only because they enjoy watching you choke on it. One person supports you. The other person survives off you. That's the difference you finally woke up to. Every time you were hurting, they became strangely helpful. Suddenly they were attentive. Suddenly they had time. Suddenly they acted like they cared. But the second you healed, the second you got confident, the second you saw clearly, they vanished. Your pain fed their purpose. Your healing starved their ego. Another quote for the enemy to choke on. They couldn't stand to see you strong because strength was the one thing they could never drain from you. And it's true. The moment you became self-aware, the moment you realized you deserved better, the moment you stopped apologizing for being human, they calmed down, not out of peace, but out of strategy. They needed you in crisis because crisis put them in control. They needed you insecure because insecurity makes you quiet. They needed you overwhelmed because overwhelmed people don't make demands. That's why the relationship always felt like one long emergency they never actually helped you fix. Imagine this. You're lying on the floor and someone stands over you pretending to help. But instead of lifting you up, they press on your wound just lightly enough to keep you dependent. That was their version of support. Not healing. Maintenance. Maintenance of your misery so they could maintain their power. And here's the coldest fact. They never wanted you healed because healed people don't beg. Healed people don't tolerate disrespect. Healed people don't stay in one-sided setups disguised as relationships. Healed people look the truth in the eye and walk away without turning back. That's the version of you that threatened them the most. You probably asked yourself at some point, why didn't they love me when I was doing better? Because better you was harder to manipulate. Better you asked questions. Better you challenged patterns. Better you didn't break as easily. Better you saw through things that confused the old you. They didn't want a partner. They wanted an emotional hostage. Someone who kept bleeding so they could keep playing hero. And the sickest part, they weren't even good at pretending. Every time you tried to shine, every time you tried to grow, every time you took a step out of the darkness, they made you feel too much, too emotional, too sensitive, too demanding. But deep down, you knew the truth. They weren't intimidated by your emotions. They were intimidated by your potential. Imagine this, you start rising, and instead of celebrating, they squint like someone staring into headlights. Your light wasn't blinding them, it was exposing them. They liked you dim because dim kept them comfortable. Dim kept them superior. Dim kept them in charge. But the moment you turned the brightness up, the moment you saw clearly, the moment you started healing, they panicked. Your healing wasn't a threat to the relationship. It was a threat to their position in it. Another quote to put a crack in their ego. They didn't lose you because you changed. They lost you because they depended on you staying wounded. And when you finally snapped out of it, you didn't do it dramatically. You didn't scream. You didn't throw their manipulations in their face. You didn't go on some rant about how unfair it all was. You just stopped playing the role they assigned to you. You stopped explaining yourself to people, committed to misunderstanding you. You stopped offering empathy to people who weaponized it. You stopped giving CPR to relationships that flatlined years ago. You stopped gifting people access to pain they didn't earn and comfort they never reciprocated. You might have even wondered, did I change too fast? No. You changed at the exact speed the universe needed you to. You changed the second you realized they weren't losing sleep over your suffering. You changed the moment you understood your healing wasn't selfish, it was necessary. Imagine waking up one morning realizing the entire crowd around you wasn't clapping for your performance. They were clapping for your collapse. That's when you knew it wasn't partnership. It was entertainment. You were the show. Your trauma was the storyline. Your breakdowns were the plot twists. And the day you refused to perform anymore, the whole cast walked off the stage because they had no role left in your story. They didn't care about you growing. They cared about you staying small. They didn't care about your joy. They cared about your dependence. They didn't show up when you were succeeding because your success made them irrelevant. And irrelevant was the one thing their ego could never survive. Another quote that pinches them right where it hurts. When you stopped bleeding, they stopped calling. That's when the truth smacked you in the face. You weren't loved. You were used. They weren't drawn to your heart. They were drawn to your vulnerability. They weren't invested in your future. They were invested in your weakness. So you pulled back, not out of bitterness, but out of clarity. You started noticing who checked on you when you weren't broken, who still cared when you weren't venting, who showed up when you weren't falling apart. And the answer was embarrassingly small. Because the crowd wasn't addicted to your presence, they were addicted to your collapse. Imagine this. You walk into a room, healed and confident, and suddenly everyone who loved you during your dark days vanishes like smoke. That's when you understand the difference between people who liked you and people who liked the version of you that made them feel important. So you walked away, quietly, surgically, without begging, without warning, without giving them a final sip of the emotional energy they drained from you. Your exit wasn't revenge, it was self-respect. You didn't leave to hurt them. You left because they were proud to watch you hurt. And now they're realizing the truth they tried to avoid. Your healing wasn't personal, it was inevitable. Your exit wasn't dramatic, it was strategic. Your strength didn't threaten them, it exposed them, because when you stopped bleeding, you forced them to confront how useless they were without your suffering. And by the time they figured it out, you were gone. Number 3, you didn't play dumb. You played them into their own defeat. They thought you were slow, but you were just silent enough for them to expose themselves. That line alone bruises their ego because it cracks open the truth they never expected to face. You weren't clueless, you were strategic. You weren't confused, you were collecting evidence. You weren't blind, you were buying time. While they smirked and whispered to themselves about how naive you were already mapping the exit route that would drop them to their knees the moment you stepped through it. Imagine this. A snake thinks it's coiling around something fragile, only to realize too late it wrapped itself around steel. That's exactly what happened. They thought you were pliable, unaware, easy to twist. Meanwhile, you were emotionally packing your bags with the same precision someone uses when evacuating before a storm. Every smile was a timestamp. Every calm reaction was a file saved. Every silence was a strategic withdrawal. Here's a quote they'll choke on. Stillness is not stupidity. Stillness is strategy when you already know the ending. They mistook your quiet for weakness because they couldn't imagine someone like you observing them that carefully. They thought your patience meant loyalty, not calculation. They believed your softness meant ignorance, not intelligence. And while they were rehearsing their manipulations, you were cataloging patterns that made your exit airtight. You weren't rushing, you weren't panicking, you weren't scrambling for answers. You were preparing for the cleanest, calmest disappearance of your life. That's what rattles them the most. They expected a meltdown. They expected tears. They expected begging. Instead, you gave them a performance so controlled it could have won awards. Imagine this. You leave a room without slamming the door, and only hours later do people realize the entire temperature changed because you were the warmth they were feeding off. That's why they're confused now. Your silence didn't just remove you, it removed the entire illusion they built around controlling you. And here's the fact that haunts them. The person they thought was naive was the only one reading the full script. By the time they noticed your absence, you had already reclaimed everything they tried to drain from you. Your peace, your identity, your softness, your power. They thought they broke you, but you were rebuilding quietly in the background, waiting for the exact second the universe whispered, "Go." You didn't vanish because you were scared. You vanished because you were done, and your silence. That was the final slap they never saw coming. Number 4, you didn't give them closure. You gave them the mirror they spent their life avoiding. They weren't waiting for your truth. They were waiting for another chance to twist it. That line slices straight through their ego because it exposes why your silence shook them more than any paragraph ever could. They didn't want closure for healing. They wanted closure for access, for control, for another opportunity to drag you back into the cycle they swore they weren't creating. Imagine this. Someone asks for one last conversation, but behind their back, they're already sharpening every word you might say to use it against you later. That's why you went silent. Not because you were afraid, not because you were confused, but because you finally realized closure with a manipulator isn't a conversation. It's a trap. Here's a quote they'll never admit stings. Closure isn't needed when the truth is loud enough to see without explanations. You had already explained yourself 100 times. You cried, you communicated, you clarified, you begged for understanding, you tried to make peace with someone who wasn't interested in peace unless it benefited their ego. Every conversation became a chessboard. Every apology was a test. Every explanation was ammunition they saved for later. So you stopped handing them bullets. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was wisdom. When you finally realized they were only confused when accountability knocked, something in you snapped awake. You didn't need them to understand you anymore. You needed to understand yourself. And that's exactly what led to the cleanest, most legendary exit of your entire life. Imagine this. You walk away without a fight, and suddenly the bravest thing you ever did was say nothing at all. They were waiting for your final message, your final breakdown, your final emotional donation. Instead, you handed them the one thing they never expected, the reflection of who they truly are. Another gut punch. A mirror hurts more than a message when someone's entire identity is built on avoiding truth. Your silence couldn't be twisted. It couldn't be argued with. It couldn't be flipped into a new storyline. It forced them to face themselves in the raw, unfiltered reality they always dodged. And that's why it broke them. Not because you left, but because you left cleanly. No chaos. No scene, no last-minute rescue. What you did wasn't cruelty. It was accountability at its highest level. You didn't walk away to hurt them. You walked away because they already hurt you and expected you to apologize for bleeding. Now all they're left with is the mirror you slammed down without saying a single word. Number 5. You didn't escape. You pulled off a cosmic extraction they'll never recover from. You weren't saved by luck. You were saved by the truth, finally refusing to let you die in the wrong story. That line alone hits them like a punch to the throat because it exposes the reality they never wanted you to discover. What you went through wasn't some dramatic breakup or friendship collapse. It was an extraction. A clean, calculated, universe-backed mission designed to pull you out of a situation that was quietly draining the life out of you. Let's get something straight. You didn't walk away because it got hard. You were being pulled out because the environment you were in had become hazardous to your identity. Every day you spent there chipped away at your clarity, your energy, your confidence. Something in you felt off, but you couldn't explain it because the manipulation was layered so deeply it disguised itself as connection. Imagine this. You're in a room that looks warm and welcoming, but the longer you stay, the colder it gets. You keep adjusting, convincing yourself it'll get better, until one day a window cracks open and fresh air hits your face. That was your moment of clarity. The universe cracked the window because you stopped suffocating silently and started reaching for peace. Here's a hard truth they never expected you to uncover. You weren't tired because you were weak. You were tired because you were being drained. They weren't just taking your time or attention. They were feeding off your essence, hijacking your emotional stability, twisting your intuition until you couldn't trust yourself. That wasn't love. That wasn't loyalty. That was psychological captivity wrapped in charm, chaos, and convenience. Another metaphor they'll hate. Imagine being stuck in a maze someone else designed specifically to keep you lost. Every breakdown you thought you were having was actually the universe breaking the maze apart, piece by piece, until you could see the exit. The unraveling wasn't random. The timing wasn't coincidence. The clarity didn't appear out of thin air. When you finally stopped fighting for their approval, the universe started fighting for your freedom. Doors closed. Masks slipped. Patterns repeated faster. The glue that kept you stuck dried up overnight. You weren't breaking down. You were breaking out. And once you stepped out of that emotional dungeon, everything in you exhaled. Your mind, your spirit, your identity. It all came rushing back like you'd been underwater and finally hit the surface. That's why, looking back now, feels unreal. That's how deep the distortion had gotten. You were defending your mistreatment just to keep the peace, losing yourself to keep them comfortable. Another quote, just to finish the enemy off. They didn't lose you because you escaped. They lost you because the truth finally pulled you free. Your exit wasn't an accident. It wasn't fear. It wasn't weakness. It was the universe running a special ops mission to reclaim you from a place that was never meant to hold you long term. And now, they're still obsessing over how you slipped out so cleanly while you're too busy breathing fresh air to even glance back. Number 6. You didn't keep them comfortable. You turned them into background noise. They thought you were harmless because you let them believe their own lie. That line wrecks them because it exposes just how deeply you understood the game long before they realized they were in one. You didn't shrink because you lacked power. You shrank because power grows best in silence. You didn't bite back at every insult because you were scared. You let the small stay small. You let their ego feed itself while you conserved your energy for the moment you'd need it most. Imagine this. A lion lying still in the grass, letting the hyenas laugh, letting them circle, letting them get arrogant, right up until the moment the lion stands. That's what you did. You weren't timid. You were timing. You weren't intimidated. You were studying. Every jab they threw, logged. Every manipulation tactic, archived. Every fake apology, every guilt trip, every moment they tried to make you feel less than, added to the file. Here's a quote that hits like a slap. The reason they underestimated you is because you let them sit in the shallow end while you learned how to swim in the deep. You played their game better than they ever could. You responded just enough to keep the peace because chaos was their oxygen. You moved quietly because loud people broadcast weakness. You let them think you were loyal, harmless, dependent. And that illusion became your invisibility cloak. When someone thinks you're beneath them, they never look up long enough to see you rising. You weren't stuck. You were strategic. You weren't submissive. You were camouflaged. You weren't blind. You were biding time the way a master strategist waits for checkmate instead of celebrating every small move. Imagine them sitting there, comfortable, cocky, convinced they had you, completely unaware they were being phased out of your life like outdated software. One update at a time, one boundary at a time, one moment of clarity at a time, until suddenly the system no longer recognized them. Another quote they'll never recover from. You didn't leave them behind. You outgrew them so drastically they disappeared by default. Your exit wasn't emotional. It wasn't chaotic. It wasn't impulsive. It was surgical, precision cuts, no mess, no closure, no post-argument cleanup, just absence. The one thing they never prepared for because they never thought you had the strength to apply it. Imagine this. They walk into the room looking for the version of you they thought they controlled, only to realize that version doesn't exist anymore. That version dissolved quietly the moment you collected enough evidence to understand who they truly were. You didn't warn them because warnings give people something to hold on to. You left quietly because silence gives nothing. And now they're scrambling, they're replaying old conversations, rereading old messages, asking themselves, how did I not see it? When did they change? What did I miss? Everything. They missed everything. Because you were never emotionally attached to their chaos. You just pretended to be until you were strong enough to rise without shaking the ground. Another blow to the ego. The reason they never imagined losing you is because they were too busy admiring their reflection in your patience. Your disappearance wasn't revenge. You didn't leave to punish them. You left because the environment no longer required you to shrink to survive. Once you had the strength to stand, you made everything that once intimidated you completely irrelevant. Not through yelling, not through proving yourself, just through no longer showing up. That's what makes your exit legendary. You didn't go out loud. You went out masterful. You slipped through the cracks they were too proud to seal, and now they're left with nothing but the empty space where your silence carved out a truth they can't escape. You were never under their control. You were simply keeping them comfortable until you no longer needed to. Number 7. You didn't walk out quietly. You collapsed the entire show by leaving. They thought you were background noise until the whole room went silent without you. That line slices into their ego because it exposes what they never had the courage to admit. You leaving wasn't a moment. It was an event. They expected chaos, drama, a meltdown, something they could point at and say, "See, that's why I left." But instead, you delivered the cleanest, coldest checkmate imaginable. You walked out without a sound, and the silence detonated louder than any fight ever could. Imagine this. A stage full of actors rehearsing lines they think matter, and then the lighting disappears. The set becomes irrelevant. The performance collapses, not because the actors changed, but because the source of the entire atmosphere quietly stepped away. That's what you were. The lighting, the warmth, the emotional infrastructure that made the whole space feel alive. You weren't the scene. You were the oxygen that kept the scene breathing. Here's a quote they'll never shake off. Your silence wasn't empty. It was everything they never gave you, reflected back at once. They always knew you were the balance, even if they pretended not to. You weren't just the peacemaker. You were the presence that softened the chaos. You were the one who made the room feel safe, warm, stable, and deep down, they counted on that. They counted on you staying, smoothing the edges, fixing the messes, absorbing the tension. But one day you simply stopped showing up to their performance. No speeches, no announcements, no warnings. You just chose peace over participation, and that alone sent their entire world into panic mode. Imagine them looking around after you left, checking the walls like something's off. The jokes aren't landing, the energy is flat, the air feels heavier. That's because for the first time they're feeling the weight you carried for everyone. The weight they dismissed as normal. The weight they took for granted because you made it look easy. Another gut punch. You didn't leave the room. You unplugged the power source. They weren't shocked you left. They were shocked you left without explaining yourself. They needed a scene to use as a shield. They needed a meltdown to justify their guilt. But you didn't give them a single ounce of ammunition. You didn't storm out, you didn't cry, you didn't beg, you didn't perform. You retired from a role you were never paid to play. And here's what stings the most. They didn't miss your words. They missed the way the environment felt when you existed inside it. They missed the flow, the peace, the spark, the grounding force they assumed was normal until it disappeared. Imagine this: a room full of people trying to recreate a vibe that never came from them. The forced smiles, the awkward silences, the conversations that go nowhere. The tension they used to blame on you suddenly appearing everywhere they stand. That's when they finally get it. They were borrowing your radiance the entire time. You didn't need fireworks, revenge, or final speeches. The impact was already built into who you were. All you had to do was walk. And the silence that followed became the lesson they can't unlearn. You weren't the one trying to be seen. You were the one holding everything together. You were the table, not the guest begging for a seat. And when you left, the whole structure collapsed under the weight of its own emptiness. That's the part they'll never recover from. You didn't just exit. You ended the show. Number 8. You didn't break the trauma bond. You let it expire on your terms. They weren't your soulmate, they were your lesson, and lessons come with due dates. That line cuts them open because it exposes the truth they never wanted you to realize. You weren't clinging to love, you were clinging to the cycle. The highs that felt addictive, the lows that felt familiar, the apologies that bought time, the chaos that disguised itself as passion. Trauma bonds don't keep you because you're weak. They keep you because your nervous system gets trained to confuse fear with attachment. Imagine this. You're holding on to a burning rope because at one point it felt warm. That was you, staying longer than you should. Not because you were powerless, but because pain had been branded as connection for so long that you forgot anything else existed. They fed you guilt, calling it responsibility. They fed you chaos, calling it chemistry. They fed you inconsistency, calling it love. And for a while, you bought it. Here's a gut-punch quote they'll hate. You didn't stay because you needed them. You stayed because they trained you to doubt yourself. But your mind started waking up before your body did. You stopped reacting to their drama and started studying it. You noticed the timing of their affection, how it magically appeared only when you were pulling away. You caught the pattern where their apologies had perfect words but zero follow-through. You realized you weren't too sensitive at all. You were being gaslit into feeling guilty for bleeding. Imagine this shift. One day, their manipulation hits you differently. The guilt doesn't land. The apology sounds recycled. The excuses feel cheap. That's when the trauma bond started dissolving. Not through some big explosion, but through tiny moments of clarity stacking up until the truth became louder than the history. Every piece of truth you swallowed cut another string. Every time you questioned the guilt, instead of bowing to it, the bond snapped a little more. Every moment you chose peace over their chaos, you reclaimed another part of yourself. You weren't counting days, you were counting awakenings. And with each awakening, the emotional hooks they once used on you turned dull. Another brutal truth. The trauma bond didn't break because they changed. It broke because you finally did. You didn't yank yourself out. You untangled yourself slowly, quietly, intelligently. That's why they never saw it coming. You stopped explaining your pain because you realized they already knew and didn't care. You stopped arguing because you realized nothing you said ever mattered unless you were breaking. You stopped trying to be understood by people who needed you confused to stay loyal. And when the expiration date finally arrived, you didn't make a speech. You didn't beg to be seen. You didn't wait for a better apology. You simply walked away with a clarity so sharp it sliced the entire cycle in half. They didn't get a warning because trauma bonds don't end with warnings. They end with awakenings. Imagine them now, standing in the ruins of a dynamic they thought would keep you forever, wondering when the shift happened, replaying old arguments, searching for clues, trying to figure out why you suddenly stopped flinching, stopped folding, stopped falling apart. They can't grasp that you didn't suddenly change. You were changing quietly the entire time. What you left behind wasn't a person, it was a pattern. What you broke wasn't a relationship, it was a psychological cage. What you freed wasn't your heart alone, it was your entire identity. And the silence after your exit wasn't a goodbye, it was liberation. Number 9, you didn't skip revenge. You let your absence devour them alive. You didn't need to ruin their life, you just needed to stop letting them ruin yours. That line cracks their ego open because it exposes the truth they never imagined. The quiet way you left hurt more than any revenge plan ever could. You held enough receipts to bury them, enough truth to vaporize their reputation, enough details to make their whole fake persona collapse like rotten wood. But you didn't use any of it, and that's exactly why they're still spiraling. Imagine this: someone lights a match, expecting you to explode, and instead you calmly walk away while their own fire burns untouched in their hands. That's what happened. They expected chaos. They expected screaming, threats, drama, the whole meltdown they spent months preparing to twist against you. But you didn't give them a single drop of the drama they needed to look like a victim. You left them with silence. And silence is the one battlefield where manipulators always lose. Here's a gut punch they'll never recover from. Your revenge was refusing to perform in the show they created to control you. You saw every trick, every joke that was really a jab. Every apology designed to reset the cycle, every fake soft moment meant to lure you back into guilt, every shift in their tone when they sensed you gaining clarity. You learned their tactics like a language, and once you became fluent, you stopped responding. You stopped reacting. You stopped feeding the chaos that kept them inflated. Imagine them waiting for the explosion, rehearsing their victim speech in advance, preparing their crocodile tears, only to watch you walk out with a straight face and a calm energy that said, "I'm done here." That calmness destroyed them more than any retaliation could. Because here's the truth, they needed your anger to stay relevant. They needed your reactions to feel powerful. They needed your pain to feel in control. And when you chose peace, you removed the last weapon they had. Your exit wasn't a tantrum, it was a precision strike. Sharp, clean, surgical, no fire, no debris. Just a door closing on a chapter you already outgrew. You didn't call them out. You didn't expose their lies. You didn't clap back. You let their own patterns do the dirty work. And life always exposes what you don't. Imagine them now, pacing in circles, trying to figure out why you didn't fight back, why you didn't get loud, why you didn't make a scene they could twist. They needed that scene to keep their narrative alive. Without it, they're standing in the mirror facing the one villain they can't manipulate, themselves. Another quote they deserve, tattooed on their conscience. Your peace was the punishment they never saw coming. Your silence showed them what accountability feels like. Your distance showed them how powerless they are without your reactions. Your healing showed them the version of you they could never break again, no matter how hard they tried. They lost the storyline when you stopped playing the character they wrote for you. They lost control when you stopped answering the emotional summons. They lost relevance the moment you realized your worth wasn't connected to their approval. Your growth became their downfall. Your clarity became their consequence. Your evolution became the scandal they can't stop obsessing over. And the best part? You didn't expose them. You didn't retaliate. You didn't drag them. You simply stopped bleeding for someone who fed on your wounds. Now they're stuck with the ending they never prepared for. You walked away whole, healed, and untouchable, while they're left alone in the ruins of a world that only functioned because you kept holding it up. Your exit wasn't revenge. It was justice served in silence. You made it to the end, chosen one, and that alone proves how far you've risen above everything that once tried to break you. Your exit was power, your silence was strategy, and your evolution is the finale they never saw coming. If this message hit home, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to press the subscribe button so you never walk this journey alone again. Your story isn't ending here. This is the part where everything finally shifts in your favor.